All right, and welcome in, everybody. It is that time. It is election night 2025 in at least some parts of America. We have affectionately labeled some of these elections like, the Battle of Wokistan in New York City, the Battle of Mogadishu in Minneapolis. But in all seriousness, obviously tonight, some, major feeling points you could say for the country. I mean, you're already seeing the attempts by progressives to way over extrapolate, but we'll talk about that. First and foremost, I do want to introduce our guest is back, our election expert, Ryan Manning. Some of you guys might remember him from 2024, and here to run the numbers. So how you doing?
Doing great. Thank you for having me once again. Happy to be here and excited to start crunching some numbers for the election and watching the results come in. Yeah,
and we'll get into this. I mean, polls have just closed out of Virginia, and there are some results already going. Jay Jones, unfortunately, in the lead thus far, but it's only about 9%. Look, I got to say, in that election, if Jason Myers does not win, I've lost faith in American democracy and in a democratic solution. But we'll have to ultimately find out. I saw just a couple of hours ago that on Kalshi, on the betting markets, Jay Jones actually took the lead back from Myers, which is insane. But we'll see what actually happens there. I mean,
yeah, anyone that vote for this guy is absolutely insane. I can't believe the odds are as close as they are. But, I mean, it's a close race, but I think Myers will come out on top.
Yeah, and so we'll bring you this. Virginia, obviously some races to watch there. The New Jersey governor's race perhaps going to go down as the most contested, but polls also close at 9 p.m. in New York City, and that's going to be another interesting one to watch. We'll also bring you some coverage of California's Prop 50, and a little personal, maybe, passion of mine is this absolutely insane Minneapolis mayoral election where Jacob Frey, the Democrat mayor who you may remember allowed his entire city to burn in 2020, is running against the guy by the name of Omar Fateh, who is apparently, and this is the one who's campaigned alongside Ilhan Omar and all that, but who is apparently claiming that Jacob Frey is not progressive enough. But nonetheless, big results to get into. We'll talk about this. We'll bring you a lot of insight and analysis. First, though, guys, if you're watching the stream right now, make sure you hit that like button down below to address the question of the lucky hat. I mean, I'm considering it, all right? I mean, this did very well in the World Series. Will it carry over? See, the problem is, of course, I know so many people want me to put it on, but if it happens and then say Zoran wins or Mikey Sherrill wins or Jay Jones wins, then the hat's no longer lucky. So I don't know. I'm a little bit on the fence about this. But guys, if you do have questions, comments, any thoughts, you want to just support the show, feel free to super chat. I don't know if we do well in the super chats. I'm just saying, I don't mean to be a hustler, but maybe then we will put on a hat and talk about direction like this. Okay, so there's your little incentive to support the show. But nonetheless, guys, let's get into this right away. And early thoughts. I mean, how are we feeling about Virginia right now, Ryan?
Well, the governor's race has been called by a few outlets, and, that wasn't too contested to begin with. I know many people weren't very hopeful for earle-sears there. But as far as Jason Myers goes, I mean, the numbers are looking all right. He's outperforming Trump in some key counties, but we don't have a lot of the votes in yet. But Loudoun County specifically right now, 74% of the vote in, and he's outperforming Trump by 2%, which is good, but he needs to outperform or at least perform on par with Glenn Youngkin back in 2021, and he's not doing that quite just yet.
Yeah, and I have to say, I mean, first of all, the decision to basically call that at 4%, it's a little bit questionable. It's a little bit questionable, but I do think, frankly, that maybe two things are working against the Republicans, or actually three that are working against the Republicans in Virginia. First of all, the law in their state that you cannot run for consecutive terms as governor is absolutely idiotic. To tell you the truth, I think Glenn Youngkin probably could destroy Abigail Spanberger. I mean, she has been painted as the strong candidate. You saw her in the debates. She's not much better than Mikey Sherrill, extremely weak. But, when it comes also, I guess, to earle-sears, you're talking about a campaign that has not been all that well funded, not really received the national attention necessarily that Jack, for instance, has in New Jersey. But furthermore, I mean, again, Democrats are going to say, oh, look, we won easily in Virginia, the governor's race, if that does indeed happen. I mean, you're also talking about the state where obviously a bunch of federal workers live, right? So look at the government shutdown. They have nothing to do right now besides vote. One could even maybe arguably make the case that's the entire reason they did it, or at least partially. And then secondly, the Doge cuts. But guess what, right? That also does not translate nationwide. But the reason I'm kind of getting ahead of that is I think you're already going to see a lot of propaganda about this mandate for Democrats because we won an election in a blue state by, especially in like Jersey, for instance, underperformance margins from 2024, and that's supposed to mean something. Or, Zoran Mondani's going to get like 45% of the vote in New York City, and therefore the progressives rule the Democrat Party now. Like, the logic is incredibly dumb, but that's what you're going to hear, because you're basically dealing with a left-wing coalition right now that's been so demoralized since 2024. They're trying to grasp to anything. Hey, please, we won in a blue state. We're so amazing, but
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of storylines to go around tonight, and I'm going to add on to what you said earlier about Virginia with Glenn Youngkin. If there was two-term governors in Virginia, he would have won with a breeze. I think you're right. I mean, 50% approval rating. Any incumbent with a 50% approval rating wins.
Right.
Even with what's going on in Virginia right now, I think it shows how poorly maybe Winsome Sears' campaign was run and the lack of attention and funding that it needed to win. I mean, there's no big storyline. With Glenn Youngkin back in 21, we saw a lot towards the end with the schools, and Glenn was down most of the race pretty large, and nobody really thought he had a shot. And in the last month, school systems and teachers became a big issue in the campaign, and that's how McAuliffe lost.
Right.
There's no issue for Sears right now to grasp onto like Youngkin did, and that's why she's going to lose.
Yeah, but coming in right now with the results we have thus far, so without 17% reporting, and there's already pretty high turnout, or pretty high vote counts, I should say, in Loudoun County, which is obviously kind of liberal, 80% in there. 32% around Arlington, right? That's Fairfax County, and about 30% of Richmond has been counted so far. So we are looking at a lot of Democrat counties already reporting, but currently with 17%, Jay Jones is enjoying a 54 to about 45 lead over Jason Miyares. But again, still a lot to go, because you got all these other red counties. I'm looking at them thus far.
What you're seeing there is a lot of the blue counties have already been counted. They're the ones getting counted first right now, which
is interesting. I think that's the first state I've ever seen that happen.
Yeah, and a lot of the rural counties have not been counted. So most of the outstanding vote here are Jay Jones Mayora's votes. It's just going to be a catch-up game at this point.
Right.
And also, with the outstanding vote there in Fairfax, Loudoun, and Chesterfield, how much of that is going to be for Jay Jones? He's got to do better than Trump and just a little bit less than Youngkin to have a shot.
Right.
But he's got to be close, because Youngkin did not win by much in 21.
I'm kind of in this headspace right now that, like, okay, surely there's no way Jay Jones actually wins. Surely there's maybe 10%, even if it's that much, of the Democrat coalition or older voters who maybe are even against Trump because they miss a more quote-unquote civil day of American politics, who won't look at this insane murderous lunatic and think to themselves, yeah, I'm going to vote for that. But as I said, I don't know. If he somehow pulls that out, my faith in the democratic system, that's going to be a really insane reality check. But that said, looking right now at the decision desk projections based on like turnout so far, Jason Miyares, the Republican, is favored with a 66% chance to win over Jones. So that is certainly good news. And looking right now at the Virginia governor's race, so Spanberger's at 57, Winsome Sears at 42. So that's about a 15-point gap, whereas Miyares is only down by about 8. So that's basically what you're seeing right now is, right, Miyares outperforming Sears by about a gap of 7 points, which should be enough, I would think. And that's really going to be the interesting thing for me to watch, even in the Virginia governor's election, is like, what is that final margin? Because if it ends up being comparable to what Trump had in Virginia, say in 2024, which was 6-7, if I'm not mistaken there, that's not a good showing for Democrats, right? Keep in mind, this is an off year. Trump is the incumbent president. Democrats are supposed to overperform, and that's really what I'm looking for tonight, beyond anything. But
yeah, I mean, these are usually a referendum on the current administration that just got into office. These races, that's why you saw Jack Ciattarelli in what was a very blue New Jersey at the time perform very well in 21. Youngkin won, and Democrats. I think it's coming as a shock that how competitive these races really are.
Right.
Because it should be shoo-ins. These are blue states they're having a really hard time winning these races.
Right. And I just saw, for instance, over the weekend, we reacted to it on the channel. You had CNN's Harry Enton trying to basically claim this is going to be a blow to Trump if Democrats win New Jersey or Virginia. I mean, the desperation there is absolutely off the charts.
It's expected that the Democratic candidates should win.
Yeah, no, they're not doing well. I mean,
no, they're not
doing well.
The fact that New Jersey is competitive as it is bad luck for the Democrats.
Right, and actually, speaking of New Jersey, I do want to bring some news out of here. Apparently, actually, let's pull this up for you right now. We got a Fox News exit poll out of New Jersey that has Republicans at a 2-point favorability gap over Democrats. I did see an NBC poll showing the opposite. I mean, when exit polls are all over the place, I don't know. That kind of makes me think we don't really know what's going to happen. But
yeah, no, I mean that's that's a pretty even poll right there. And, you know, obviously there's a lot more Democrats in New Jersey than there are Republicans. So
Right.
Republicans have to outperform by a good margin.
Right.
So we'll see what happens. I mean, it's going to be a close race. I don't think we're even calling it, you know, anytime soon.
Right.
I think maybe very early tomorrow or even late morning.
And we have seen pretty solid election day turnout for Republicans.
Yes.
Now, the early voting, pretty disappointing.
Yes.
But so basically what to watch tonight is that Democrats are heading in with about a 300,000 or so vote firewall when it comes to mail-in voting, early in-person voting. Can that gap be overcome on Election Day? Well, we did see some pretty high turnout today, so that could certainly be good news. There's also some drama unfolding, as you could expect, because it always does. But the RNC is now joining a lawsuit in Bergen County, New Jersey, to block the counting of what are suspected to be illegal mail-in ballots. So essentially like provisional, they can't verify this. The county's trying to count it. The Republicans are suing, but this is the statement. RNC providing resources and support for New Jersey lawsuit to protect ballot security. The RNC chairman, Joe Gruters, released the following statement after the New Jersey Republican Party intervened in a lawsuit to defend the state's mail-in ballot security laws, saying, quote, Democrats are once again trying to change the election rules at the last minute to count ineligible ballots. Oh, sounds very familiar, said Chairman Gruters. New Jersey law is clear. Unsealed or tampered ballots cannot be counted. That is why the RNC is supporting the New Jersey GOP's efforts to make sure only lawful votes are counted. Now, here's a prime example of why we said in 2024, you just got to be too big to rig, right? Because a lot of these shenanigans will happen. You have to just beat them, right? But secondly, I do have to say I appreciate that obviously the RNC does seem to have infrastructure nowadays, learning from 2020, to challenge these things before they happen and as they happen, instead of, hey, 3 weeks later, the election results are already called, and here we're going to try to do a lawsuit to the Supreme Court. And, you know, it's a little harder to pull that off, right? So.
Yeah, no, 100%. And especially in a county like Bergen County is so important because this is going to be a county that decides the election. I mean, this is a county that President Trump outperformed his 2020 numbers by 13% in 2024, and Jack Ciattarelli narrowly lost it in 21. So expect Ciattarelli to perform well, and it's very important that these proper ballots get counted.
Box David for the $2. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's not showing up for some reason. We do have a new super chat animation. I will show this to you guys since so many of you guys are big fans of the hat. So you can see that picture will come up every time you donate to the show. And come support our channel. But anyways, Omar sends a member chat saying, been here for 2.5 years, bro. Keep up the good work. Yeah, Omar is an OG of the channel. We appreciate you. You know, before, what did we have? Like 40, 50,000 subscribers back then when Omar came on. So good to see you, man. Appreciate it. If you're still in California, we will be talking about Prop 50, I guess, later in the show. But okay. Let's tune back in. I mean, I think we got a minor vote dump here out of Virginia. Jay Jones, his lead is narrowed a little bit. Now it's about 53.1 to 46.9. I believe, if I'm looking correctly on the county map, yeah, you have seen a lot more of these red counties starting to report in. And his chances are actually rising based on the decision desk projections here. So good turnout, I guess, you're seeing right now in the red counties. But, you know, the thing to consider here is that this race should not be close. In a normal country, okay? 20 years ago, 40 years ago, basically at any time. I mean, this would have been maybe right after the Civil War in Virginia might be an exception. But, you know, this is never a situation that should have ever come down to the wire if we had a sane country. But of course we don't. I mean,
yeah, no, I mean, anybody that really would seriously vote for Jay Jones, I just can't believe it. I mean, he's an absolute lunatic. I mean, you know, driving 180 miles per hour on the highway, talking about killing children. I mean, I don't know what else you need to hear.
And then he frauded. You know, he wants to be the attorney general, but he frauded the community service that was mandated to him by the court. I mean, most people go to jail in Virginia for that type of driving offense. And then he actually spent most of his time, like I think 10 of the 20,000 hours or something, volunteering for his own PAC. So in other words, he wasn't doing community service. He was just running the campaign and writing that off. And
unbelievable.
Yeah, but we're still seeing so Spanberger's winning by about 15 right now. So yeah, that margin, okay, Jay Jones actually, we got a new vote dump here, and that is now at 52.8%. Jason Myers 47.2%. So
how much of that vote's outstanding in Loudoun County?
94% already reported from Loudoun.
Yeah, it's still a lot of votes out there, but yeah, I mean, Jason Myers is underperforming Glenn Youngkin by about 4 points right now. and
Okay.
about right on par with President Trump.
Right.
So not too great there. That's probably where, you still only see him at 67%. And then Fairfax County is, he's underperforming Glenn Youngkin still by about 4 points, but on par with President Trump. So there's a lot of votes out there. That's only 33% in, and a lot of those red counties still to be counted. I still like Jason Myers' chances right now.
The good news out of Loudoun is the fact that most of the votes already been counted,
Yes.
so that's not going to be a great opportunity for Democrats to run up the margins. But again, going back to this government shutdown thing and Doge, right? This is something that also is to be expected, right? Because I think particularly in that neighborhood in those two counties, Democrat turnout's going to be super high. They probably blame Trump for losing their jobs or whatever, so they don't care that Jay Jones is a violent lunatic. I think in this race, it's going to really come up to the rest of the state to be sane for what, the DMV Arlington area obviously can't. So.
Yeah, and you see in Washington County here right now, I know it's only 28% in, but he's outperforming Glenn Youngkin by about 5 points right there. So
Right.
I think that's where he's making up a lot of ground for what he's losing in
Right.
Fairfax and Loudoun.
Although, wait a minute. Okay,
He
Decision
tanked a little bit.
Decision
Must have
Desk
been
just
no dump.
tanked his chances of winning all the way from he was just at 70% to 30%. So what exactly are we probably seeing as a result of that?
I'm assuming large dumps in these blue counties. Did we get another one out of Fairfax?
Fairfax is still at 33.
No. Let's see.
Maybe around Richmond.
Yeah, go to Chesterfield County real quick. Okay, yeah, he's underperforming Glenn Youngkin still at this point, which is unfortunate. He's underperforming Glenn Youngkin in these massive counties that it's where the election's won. It's you lose them, but you can't lose them by too much.
Right.
These are very suburban, condensed neighborhoods, a lot of families. This is where the election's going to be won in Virginia, and Myers is not doing a great job right now as far as being on par with Glenn Youngkin. It's looking like a Trump margin right now.
You got to trust the plan. All right, everyone's got to believe.
He's outperforming Youngkin in these rural areas right now.
Yeah, that is certainly. I mean, and as is also to be expected because
Yes.
Jay Jones is a lunatic. But again, I think the referendum on this, especially in the blue state, is like how many Democrat voters actually do feel this way. And I'm not all that surprised that the answer is yes. The question is, right, is that kind of like 10% minority going to say, okay, enough is enough? Right, that's what we got to find out. But yeah, that's definitely a little bit concerning, to say the least. Now, over in New Jersey, polls are yet to close, if I'm not mistaken. But how are you feeling about this race?
I feel good. It's tight, but I love Jack Ciattarelli's chances. I like him more than in 2021. 2021 felt like a pipeline dream.
Right.
This feels real.
Right.
It feels like he's got a legitimate shot. There's a lot of momentum as of late around him. You saw the recent polls by Atlas had him within 1%. That's within the margin of error. It's exactly what you want to see. And President Trump made huge gains in 24, and he's got to expand on that.
Definitely more resources and money, obviously, now going to
way more
Ciattarelli, because
attention.
it's seen as actually being viable. Right?
It's a winnable race, especially what you saw in 24 with New Jersey. I mean, gosh, it almost flipped to Trump.
Right.
And no one ever thought that was even a reality.
Right.
But the people in New Jersey are waking up. Every county swung red huge. So I expect Ciattarelli to have a really good shot. All he has to do is outperform himself just a little.
I'm hoping, too, that the Zoran Mondani effect is going to carry over to New Jersey. I think because obviously the issue with Republican voters in off-year elections has always been turnout and energy. So
Yes.
I'm hoping the fear of that kind of is like, okay, you got to show up,
Yeah, no, absolutely. Especially in the Newark area, Passaic County, Bergen County, North Jersey. They're neighbors with New York. They feel like everything. A lot of them work in New York.
Right.
They feel the effects of what Mondani could do. That's a
pricing, too.
scare. That's a scare for them because they're going to feel the effects of that. So they're going to want to vote red.
Right. So definitely we'll see what happens there. Joker donates $5. Thank you very much. He says, love the content, Vince. Always look forward to your videos with my family every night. I did not know we were viewed with around the family dinner table, but definitely that's awesome to see. I appreciate it. Tell them all I said hi. P.S. Let's get California that red wave. Newscomb needs to go. Well, the good news is that Newscomb will be going very soon. The bad news is that Katie Porter is the freaking front. Although I don't know, maybe with Katie Porter, the California GOP has more than a non-zero chance because that woman is insane. Although I don't know if Democrats are going to vote for Jay Jones, as you can see right now, he's now the majority favorite to win. then maybe they just don't care, right? This is the party we have. The reason why there's so many unstable lunatics representing the party is because they actually are a reflection of the voter base, right? And in some ways, you could say the voter base is actually more radical than the politicians themselves.
Yeah, I mean, if you're voting for Jay Jones, her being mean to her staff on camera isn't really going to do any effect for you. I mean, it's Katie Porter's nuts. I don't know why anyone would vote for her, but it is California. So crazy things have happened. They've elected Gavin Newsom time and time again.
Right.
He's burned down the state a few times.
Yeah, exactly. And he just completely rebranded himself,
Oh, yeah. Now he's this great moderate and uniter.
Nobody even remembers this, but in February, he was a disgraced governor. Okay, I literally thought at the time, he's done for 2028. There's no way. And then he just comes back. 2 months later, he's like, I have a podcast now, and I'm doing this, and I'm, fighting back against Trump. And everyone just forgot. Everyone just forgets. Or they don't care. I think that's the more likely answer.
They can't get rid of, this guy cannot go away.
Yeah.
It's impossible. He survives everything. I don't know how he's this resilient, but every scandal, every problem, the state's bankrupt, it's burning down 90% of his term, and he's still somehow favored to win the Democratic nomination.
So new vote dump in here. Jay Jones has slightly narrowed his lead, so Mayoral is only down now by 3. They still have Jay Jones as the odds-on favorite, so I want to kind of figure out why. I mean, it could be Chesterfield County, only 44%. This is a blue county, by the way, guys. Only 44% of the vote is in there. Maybe they're expecting him to run up the margins there. Although right now, he only leads by 2,000 votes.
I mean, Chesterfield County is a county that Glenn Youngkin won in 21, so he's underperforming quite a bit. Donald Trump did not. That's a county he really needs to win.
Yeah.
It's a big county that he's got a chance to pull. Fairfax and Loudoun, you don't expect to win, but you just got to keep the margins tight. And I don't know how much. I know Loudoun was pretty much near done. There's a lot of votes out, and then Fairfax County still sitting at 30%. We haven't had any more votes come in. In the rural counties, still a lot out there to be counted.
Although slightly, they do have his odds surging by a couple points. So we'll see ultimately what ends up happening down there. In the governor's race, Sears is currently down by 11 at the same point where Mayoral is only down by 3. So, that's just the tragedy. It actually has a minus less than 1% chance to win for Winsome Sears.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. I can't say I didn't see it coming.
Yeah. I told people about this, and they were like, okay, trust in Sears. I mean, I support her. I don't have anything against her. But whatever it was just not a resourced campaign. She's just not Glenn Youngkin, I guess you could say.
It never felt like there was any real excitement around it.
Yeah, and again, I do think that the Doge cuts and now the government shutdown definitely are not favorable aspects to Virginia for Republicans, especially in Fairfax and Loudoun County. But
yeah,
we'll be keeping an eye on that. Also, California Prop 50 today. I mean, I can't really have a comment on this because it's probably still going to take 3 weeks to call. I mean, that's kind of what I'm curious to find out, is that if California gets more than maybe 10, maybe 11, 12 votes counted by next week, that'll be pretty impressive on their behalf. But, this is going to be, I guess, an interesting effort to see, first of all, what the margins actually are. Because I got to say, one crushing mistake I thought the California GOP made at the end of this race is they just pulled out all the money. They basically just gave up, and they're like, we expect this to win. And partially, I guess I understand why, because you're thinking, it's California. But after all, you're the California GOP. Like, your entire function as an institution is to try. And basically, they didn't try. And to me, I look at this like, well, this is kind of a strange election, right? Like, nobody's on the ballot. It's probably confusing to a lot of the average voters. Like, they don't even understand really what this is about or what's happening here. Which is to say, you could totally have a scenario where some funny business or, independent voters or whatever puts you in a result maybe much more viable than even winning a governor's race or a Senate race, and they just didn't put an effort in. So, very disappointing to say the least. I'm not sure what the logic or thinking behind that even was.
Yeah, I mean, that's your entire job as the California GOP, to make California competitive and make the Democrats earn it.
Right.
And it doesn't really feel like they're doing that.
And why even donate to the California GOP if they're not going to try to put money into this race?
You got to think of all the hard work the people in the New Jersey GOP over the years have done to get a race like this that's even remotely competitive.
Right.
And you would hope the California GOP would put in the same work to make some kind of election statewide in California competitive.
Right.
but they're not even they're giving up.
His turnout's going to be low.
Yeah.
I don't think a lot of people care about congressional redistricting. The narrative is actually very easy to sell to the independent, undecided, or just like uneducated voters. It's like, hey, they're trying to take away democracy, which they are, right? Mm-hmm. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward, but I don't know. It's just kind of mystifying to me. But ladies and gentlemen, we are just, if I'm not mistaken, about 4 minutes away, yes, from polls closing in New Jersey. It's an 8 o'clock close, right?
Yep,
That's
8 o'clock close, yes.
So we will see what ends up happening out of here. Now, checking back in right now on Virginia, the situation is still pretty brutal for Abigail Spanberger, but from Jay Jones, actually, yeah, it's sitting about the same. Yeah, Jay Jones currently enjoying about a 3-point lead, more or less. About 2.4,
yeah,
2.6.
And, you see Maura is doing well in Chesapeake County, in Virginia Beach, down there at the bottom right. Not bad. He's actually outperforming Glenn Youngkin right there. Those aren't massive counties, but everything's going to count. He needs to pull out these counties in larger numbers than Glenn Youngkin did because he's not outperforming them in the more condensed counties. It's almost like a Trump path. He's doing better in the rural areas, not so good in the urban. So we'll see what happens here, but it's not looking too great, but it's still very competitive.
I think one of the big takeaways from this for 2026 is that you can clearly see, largely because Trump is president and this is what he does to people, right? The red places get redder and the blue places get bluer, which should draw you to the conclusion that 2026, much like 2024, I would argue, like this is really what it came down to, is turnout, right? Can you get Republicans to just show up to vote? Are they energized enough for their candidates, whatever? Because that's really going to be the decide. If this is the way we're going, right? I think the days of really winning over the independent voters, maybe not there so much, at least especially, right, in the kind of Trump era of politics, you could say. And then look at these Democrat counties. Okay, they're unhinged. They're just like, oh, let's vote for the pro-school shooter candidate, So you got to literally just all the Republican voters in rural areas need to just show up and say, like, okay, we're going to save the country because the situation in the blue kind of urban strongholds right now is maybe not looking too good. Do you think this might have impacts tonight, or at least this theme can be taken away tonight towards, say, like New York City? Because if it's the case that you're seeing like a hardcore radical push in urban areas, say in like D.C., Richmond, do you think you could also see that in New York? I
think they're very two different animals. I mean, this is a Republican and a Democrat running against each other. We got a 3-horse race in New York City tonight, and it's not even just regular Democrats anymore. We have a communist Andrew Cuomo,
but it's showing the electorate's radicalized, right?
Yes,
from the Jay Jones.
It is, but I think New York's just a different demographic. I think. I think New York's in a kind of its place of its own because of just all the different cultures and backgrounds that are there. In some areas and neighborhoods in New York, you have more non-English speakers than you do English speakers, and then you have old school Italian neighborhoods and upper class white neighborhoods in Manhattan. It's just an absolute mesh of cultures that it's hard to relate it anywhere else in the world, especially when it comes to electing.
Right. All right, we got some super chats. Let me get to those right now. So Olga Kozlova, amazing name, sends me $5. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Alex S for $5 says, shout out Mr. Dow. Thank you and Red Eagle Politics for excellent coverage. Glad to see you. Appreciate it very much. And let me do the obligatory. Yeah, every time you super chat, the lucky hat will show up. So perhaps if we do this enough times, okay, Jack Chittarelli will win thanks to the lucky hat. Well, actually, new update right now out of Virginia. The race is now within about 1.7 points.
Yeah, and we're seeing more of those rural counties start to fill in around the state.
So this is a Republican vote dump.
Yep.
All coming in. Rockbridge, 24%. Yep, filling in. Chesterfield still hasn't moved much. This is Richmond.
Nope. Yeah, no, it's still sitting there. Same with Fairfax. No new votes there. And no new vote
the
dump
water
in
main break.
Yeah. Well, this last vote dump in Loudoun County is going to take all night. This is what we saw with Glenn Youngkin. It took all night for them to call. And Loudoun County is the reason Glenn Youngkin won. So we're going to be hanging on this forever.
We can more or less estimate the margins. Jay Jones is going to win by about 19 in Loudoun County. How does that compare to, say, Youngkin's margins?
Youngkin's margins were about 10.
Okay.
So not great.
Okay.
Not great.
Yeah.
But there's still a lot of the vote out there left. I know it doesn't look like it, but there is a lot of the vote out there left.
But again, I mean, government shutdown.
Yeah.
That's what you can
and
blame
a lot
for.
of those are government workers.
Yeah, exactly. Right. This is Arlington, Alexandria, Virginia,
basically in DC.
So, yeah. So, I didn't really think much of it at the time in this regard, but you have to imagine actually a major motivating factor behind Schumer doing that was because he knew in Loudoun and Fairfax County it was going to way drive up turnout. And then they, of course, Spanberger probably was going to win anyway, but they wanted to have that victory of, hey, our violent, insane, murderous lunatic prevailed over you, right? Let that be a message to the conservatives or something, the Democrat electorate and the No Kings crowd who is living in these places just completely is admitting, right? We are definitely the party of insane, radical violence. So that said, it is currently 8:01 p.m. We just got polls closing in New Jersey. Nothing coming out quite yet. We'll keep an eye on that. Early thoughts right now in New York City, because this is an election we haven't talked about much yet because polls don't close till 9, but... yeah. In the late days, you did see a bit of a Cuomo surge, especially in that Atlas Intel poll. Just to remind people, Atlas Intel has been the single most accurate pollster of the last 3 election cycles. And they only had their Cuomo losing by about 4.5, which, all prior, it's like 14, 15, 20 even in some cases. So who knows? Yeah,
I think Cuomo is going to perform a lot better than a lot of these polls that were showing a week ago. Mm-hmm. I think, if you go back to the Democratic primary when it was Cuomo, Mondami, and a bunch of other candidates, a lot of people in some areas, 10, 15% of the vote went to candidates that weren't Cuomo or Mondami. Mm-hmm. Do they vote for Sliwa? Do they vote for Cuomo? Do they vote for Mondami? I think they're going to break heavily for Cuomo because I think a lot of people are realizing, oh, this is a reality. We could have a communist mayor, and they're going to break for Cuomo.
I have to say because I've gone back and forth on this race so many times. Back in the summer, I was like, you should just unite behind one candidate. And then I was in that camp, right? I didn't know if that candidate yet was going to be Adams or Cuomo or someone. But then I saw the absolute atrocity of a campaign that Cuomo was running for several months, right? When it comes to the primary, the guy barely even tried to campaign. And I was, first of all, saying to myself, it is utterly shocking that a guy who has literally generations of experience in politics just basically has walked into this race like he's entitled. And then interestingly, in October, suddenly Cuomo tries to campaign a little bit. And then now the race, at least according to the polls, gets razor thin. So, that's pretty interesting, I guess I got to say, to witness. But
yeah, it's really unbelievable. It really is. I can't believe he managed to screw this up.
Yeah.
Because it felt like, if you would have told me a year ago Andrew Cuomo was running for mayor of New York City, it felt like, all right, it's a shoo-in.
Right.
It's a shoo-in. And he apparently he felt so too. Right. He didn't even try.
Right.
I was just in New York City a few weeks ago, and you wouldn't even know Andrew Cuomo was running for mayor.
No, exactly. And the arrogance is so... But that's the other thing is that I think a lot of people are going to immediately be in the headspace of, say, blaming Curtis Sliwa, the Republican, single-handedly for not dropping out, right? And, there's an argument to be made there that maybe that would have been the best thing for the city. But at the same time, when you have a guy in Cuomo who was taking up all this space in the race and then refused to campaign, it's like, oh, this is an existential threat to New York City, so I'm going to not run a campaign. I'm not going to try to win voters. What effort really has he even tried to make to, say, court the Republicans who maybe are saying, I can't vote for you because you killed my grandma or something? Barely at all. And then, now suddenly walking in thinking he was entitled to it. But this is all further to say that you're about to witness and hear all of this talk about the progressive mandate coming up, right? There's this logic, there's this theory that because Zoran Mondani beat maybe one of the worst establishment candidates of all time in Andrew Cuomo in the primary, and then in the general even, he's only going to win because of the split ticket and Andrew Cuomo's lack of effort. And again, he's running against Andrew Cuomo. Very disgraced individual, maybe you could argue, oh, family name, but I'd argue almost in a sense, his favorability, you look at the polls in New York, are extremely low. And yet, despite all of that, right, what is Mondani on track for? Somewhere between 40 to 50% of the vote in New York City. For context, Eric Adams got what, like 80?
Yeah, it was very high.
So the idea that this kind of freak accident of a candidate wins a three-way race with like 40% of the vote, somehow it's going to translate nationwide is just laughable. Just laughable.
No, it's ridiculous. If it was not a three-horse race, I think we'd see Mandami lose. I actually feel very confident in that. But it's just like you can't ask Curtis Sliwa to drop out because Cuomo's not even running a campaign, it feels like.
Right, and that was my whole thing about it. You know, it's like I said maybe 3-4 weeks ago, I was like, well, the way Cuomo's running this campaign, even if Sliwa dropped out, you don't know that Cuomo would actually win, because the logic was basically, well, if, for example, they were talking about polls like this. So it's like 45 for Zoran, 31 for Cuomo, and then like 16 for Sliwa. So the common sense was like, okay, if Sliwa drops out, he'll give 16% of that to Cuomo, and then Cuomo will win. But Cuomo has to court that 16%.
Yes.
There's a lot of Republican voters who are never Cuomo. There's a lot of them who are like, you haven't tried to make an attempt to show that you've somehow moderated, or you're not going to kill my grandma, or do whatever, you raise the crime this time around. Yep. And given the state of that campaign, I don't know. But then suddenly, right, in the later weeks, we're seeing maybe a different picture. So it's kind of, it's difficult to really break down until we see what actually ends up happening in that election. So.
Yeah, no, I mean, Cuomo's been an absolute disaster. And, you know, I'll be honest, there's probably a lot of Republicans that if Sliwa did drop out, they wouldn't want to vote for Cuomo. They just would hold out.
Yeah,
they would
write him in, you know.
They'd hold out or write somebody in, whether it's Sliwa or somebody else, and they'd wait in 4 years because the city's going to be a disaster. You know, the tax things and all that stuff, I don't think they're going to have the ability to get all that stuff passed. But as far as the crime and controlling the NYPD, that's going to be a disaster. Crime will shoot up. And then you could have a referendum on Mandami and Democrats in 4 years. Make it a Republican mayor. Maybe like Rudy Giuliani 2.0 or
right.
Michael Bloomberg.
Right. And this is already an issue that is consuming the Democrat leadership. I just saw today, I'm trying to find the clip right here, but Chuck Schumer went out and said he voted in the election but would not say who he voted for. Actually, here's the clip right here. All right, let's pull this up and play this for you. The utter state of this little civil war that's brewing. But, you know, I actually did a video on this. I feel like we did see in the last days before this election, maybe understanding that, oh, shoot, this is actually going to be a lot closer than we thought. Hakeem Jeffries, after endorsing, says, I don't think he's the future of the Democrat Party, and then gives us word salad about Trump. Kathy Hochul did an interview where she's like, no, I'm not going to raise taxes still, even though that's the entire core of Zoran's campaign platform. So I don't know. But here is Chuck Schumer remarking on who he voted for in New York City today, guys.
Today is election day in New York City. Did you vote for Mondani or Cuomo?
Look, I voted, and I look forward to working with the next mayor to help New York City.
And, you know, I think the progressive wave, those types of candidates really are a double-edged sword, right? Because the argument that a lot of their faction's been trying to make for, say, Mondani is, well, look at all the young voters he's turning out. Look at the energy around it. And that part is certainly true. But at the same time, look at all the older voters that are turned off by him. And I would secondly say, look at all of the Republican voters who are energized, right? That is, again, what these midterm elections come down to. The reason why historically the opposition party wins a midterm election is because the incumbent party doesn't really have a motivation or an incentive to turn out in high numbers. You put Mamdani in kind of the national spotlight. And by the way, it does appear to me when it's been coming to these Democrat primaries, the establishment has no way to actually fend off the progressives from winning. You know, there was a special election just a couple days ago, like a month ago, I should say, in like Tennessee, some random red district. And like the AOC style candidate just beats the establishment one there for no reason. And so they're calling her like the Mamdani of Tennessee. And, you know, this is interesting to watch.
Yeah, I mean, these things happen. And, you know, like a lot of times you see the midterms not go well for the incumbent party because, you know, the country feels maybe we went a little too far right or a little too far left.
Right.
This is, I mean, the Democrat Party has to be panicking about Mamdani because he's going to be the poster child for every Republican ad for the next year if he wins.
Right.
I mean, they're going to frame every Democrat as Mamdani.
Right.
It's going to be a disaster for the Democrats, and Republicans already have a pretty favorable Senate map in the midterms. It could get really bad for them.
Well, and especially, I mean, we have seen some cowardice out of, I believe it's the Indiana GOP. They refuse to redistrict right now.
Unbelievable.
Ohio's map was like kind of a dummy mander, like it doesn't really give a strong advantage to Republicans. But if the Supreme Court comes through with the Voting Rights Act and you add that to the, you know, the congressional maps in the South, I don't know if they even have a chance of winning at all, just mathematically, you know. But TC for $10 says, thank you very much, I appreciate it, says, I just wanted to see the hat. Love you, agent. Well, there you go. You saw it. It's sitting right here. So look, if the election's razor close and we feel like we need to whip it out, and I need to just do like a Raiden, like Mortal Kombat, that it's in the cards. It's in the cards. This is kind of our final chess move against the Jay Jones and the Democrats tonight. Is we're gonna bring out the Raiden move. But anyways, that said, oh geez. So now with 38% of the vote reported in Virginia, Jay Jones is leading by a little less than 3. With 1.3 million votes total and counted. Decision Desk, though, now, guys, has Jason Myers at only a 20% chance of winning.
Yeah, I mean, the big problem is, if you go back up to that map, is those red counties are starting to fill in, and the gap is not closing. And that is the problem. That there's just not enough votes out there right now in these rural counties. They're small. I mean, you see that county, Bath County right there. I mean, just over 1,000 votes.
Right.
It's just all these together may not be able to outperform, these larger counties.
I'm curious to know too. So Loudoun County, for instance, we see the margins, but actually, okay, well, they're changing the numbers.
It was 95. It was 95. Remember that?
Yeah, it was. Chuck Schumer is breaking the water mains as we speak in the middle of the buildings, guys. So for context, Loudoun County was just at 95% reporting. Apparently now it's at 84%. So they found 12,000 votes. I mean, what else can we say about this? But no, what I'm curious to find out is what was the total vote margin or total number of raw votes in Loudoun County 4 years ago?
It was just over like 140, 150,000 or 150,000 votes. So, we've already passed that. But population growth and all sorts of things can have to do with that. Higher turnout possibly, but I don't know if it got really any higher turnout. That Glenn Youngkin race, that was a high turnout year. So Loudoun County's not looking great, but there's a lot of the votes still outstanding. If you go to Fairfax County, I'm interested to see if there's any update on that. It was at 33, still at 33.
Right.
If you go down to Suffolk County, that's where it was really concerning. I was looking at the numbers there. It's towards the bottom, kind of just the left of Virginia Beach. He's underperforming Glenn Youngkin by like 10 points right now, and that's not good. That's not good. That's a county he needs to be within a couple points of.
And again, government shutdown, a royal tragedy in terms of what they did there. All right, that said, we do have the first votes reporting, guys, out of the New Jersey governor's election. Okay. So with about 16% so far, I mean, Cheryl is up big. Does New Jersey count early and mail-in votes first? I assume the answer is yes, right?
I believe so. I can't answer that with 100%, but I believe so.
But thus far, we do have 46% of Burlington County reporting. Okay. Right now, Cheryl is up there by about 17,000 or so votes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and what about Bergen County up there, all the way to the top right? That's one of the biggest counties in New Jersey. And
this is the one of the lawsuits happening over the mail-in ballots.
That is a key county, and he needs to be doing a little bit better than that. Mm-hmm. Just a little bit. But I mean, only 19% of the vote in, so who knows where that vote is coming in from, what part of that county. But that is a must be within a percent county. Yeah. They have to.
Again, guys, we're looking at a situation where, because, again, Republicans favor that the election day voting, I should say, and Democrats favor early in-person and mail-in ballots. Essentially, the Democrats right now went into today with a 300,000 vote firewall. So this is definitely an election that's going to start off like a huge Democrat lead, and then can the Republicans eat into it? So right now, Jack Ciattarelli is down by about 140,000 or so votes. As we get in the election day vote, the question is basically, can he catch up, right? Can he sort of pass that margin there? So
yeah, and right here, this is also underperforming Donald Trump here in Camden County. Only half the vote in, just under half. So plenty of vote out there. No one knows really where this vote's coming from. They don't have it broken down by precinct, unfortunately. Mm-hmm. But also down here, Gloucester County, this is a 21% of the vote in, so it's almost nothing, but an incredibly important county. This is Jack Ciattarelli's Italian. This is the largest Italian populous county in New Jersey. Mm-hmm. This is a must-win county. Donald Trump won this county. Donald Trump had a 4% gain in this county in 2024. Ciattarelli won it by 10 points in 21. He's got to win it by a little bit more this time.
Yeah. So that's going to be the final thing to watch. We do have red right now in Ocean
County, and that's promising right there early on. I mean, only 41% of the vote in. Mm-hmm. That's South Jersey. North Jersey is what I'm interested in. We talked about the Mondami effect earlier.
Yeah.
Is where some of the larger counties in New Jersey will the Mondami scare a lot of these voters into voting red? for Chitterelli because they almost made this guy governor 4 years ago. And that was, that I know it was a red wave year, but he was running against an incumbent governor, Phil Murphy, who's, thinking about running for president somehow now. But,
best governor ever.
He's been an awful governor. But, Bergen County, Trump lost by about 3%. Chitterelli has to win it. He's got to win it or nearly tie.
Well, Decision Desk just called it for Sherrill already.
Really?
I'm kind of skeptical of that. I think they're playing some games tonight. They
17% of the vote in.
Yeah, and
Trenton's not even counted.
Look, she's the favorite to win, but you really going to call it with 17%? And the other thing too, I'm guessing they're going just based on raw turnout, what they saw Democrats versus Republicans. But the thing also to keep in mind in this race is that if Jack wins, it's going to be because some registered Democrats voted for him. That's the truth, because you saw many Democrat mayors, state legislators go out and endorse him. So, I'm very skeptical of the idea that just based on the party registration in this particular election, you can go off of that. Presidential, bigger election, maybe, right? I think in 2024, that was kind of reliable, but I'm very skeptical of that. We're not calling this race yet.
No, there's no way to even call this race right now. Especially how close the polling was up until the final days of the election. And there's some large Trenton's starting to count now, and that's not promising. But you can't call the race. You can't call
absolutely
the race.
Not.
Yeah, absolutely not. There's a lot of the vote out there left. Mercer County there. That's not good. Jack Chitterelli's underperforming Trump by 5% there.
But that's with Election Day voting still obviously.
Absolutely. We already knew that the early voting turnout for Republicans was not good in New Jersey. We did not like what we saw.
Right.
But the Election Day looked very promising.
Right. But that's also why I think Republicans should embrace early in-person voting, is that, first of all, you have a wider window to show up, right? So you're trying to chase votes. Both sides are trying to chase votes. When Republicans say we're only chasing them on one day, and the Democrats say we're going to use the whole election month to our advantage, right? You can't obviously operate. You're going to have to expect the Democrats turn out at a higher ratio than you. But I think, secondly, the other advantage of it is that you wouldn't see every election start off like this, where it's like the Democrats are winning by 50, and then the Republicans, you're watching the whole night. Can they catch up? Can they catch up? Right? So
it feels
and they wouldn't be able to call it by 8 o'clock.
It's always a game, a catch up,
right?
And I usually vote on Election Day, but I voted early a couple times before as well. And, to me, I like going on Election Day, but in 2024, I voted early. And also because, Republicans should turn out and vote early. They should. I know we have a lack of trust with it a little bit, but getting out there and making sure the numbers, because Decision Desk is absolutely nuts calling it this early. This is absolutely absurd. He may lose, but still.
Actually, this one, never mind.
Yeah, this is Decision Desk. Yeah, it's just way too early to call. And if we have more numbers in there, the media can't start, swaying things. And also, if anything happens where you can't turn out on Election Day.
Let me see what New York Times is saying about the New Jersey election. If it comes up here, all right, here we are. So on New York Times right now, about 21% of the vote in. All they're saying is the first results from New Jersey are coming in. Leads in the reported numbers can be misleading until an area has reported most of its votes. So that's what the libtarded New York Times is saying, but Decision Desk is already.
So the New York Times is not called the race.
No, that's irresponsible. What are you doing, Decision Desk? They just want to be the first, right? I think you've seen that a lot.
Yeah.
And sure, would I say she's the odds-on favorite to win? I've said that the entire time. Yes, but that's just a completely
it's irresponsible
decision.
Yeah, absolutely irresponsible
to be making there. But let's see. Not sure if any major changes we've seen. I think Mercer County was that reporting before?
It was reporting, and the numbers were not good. Mickey Sherrill's outperforming Phil Murphy back in 21, and Jack Chitterelli's obviously underperforming himself. That's not good, but only 40% of the vote counted. A lot of these red counties have not counted votes yet. They're smaller,
right?
But there's a ton of the vote out. Let's go back up to Bergen County.
Bergen, which one was that?
Top right.
Okay.
And not good. Only 35% in, but Jack Chitterelli's underperforming himself by about 6% from 4 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'll be
so. The early returns are not good, but they weren't expected to be good,
right? Because we didn't want to vote early for whatever reason in this race. Yeah.
That's Cape May County, all the way at the bottom right. That's one he's got. Yeah, and once again, the margins just aren't there right now. He had 62% of the vote in 2021. He's at 50. I mean, the counties he won, he has to win by the same amount or even more to even have a shot at this thing. He lost by 3% in 21, so he's got to find votes somewhere.
You got to wonder too that as compared to 2021, how many Republican voters you think have left the state of New Jersey?
Well,
I mean,
that's a great point.
It can't be all that much though, given the 2024 results.
Yes,
which were still pretty close.
We're incredible because that's the closest Republicans come at the presidential level to winning New Jersey in decades. It was unbelievable. So you can't think too many have left. And honestly, I'd argue that there's plenty of
New Yorkers
that have moved that are Republican into New Jersey.
Right. All right, let's check back in here on Virginia. Right now, Jay Jones leads 51.1 to 48.9%. So that's about a little less than a 3-point lead with about 47% reporting. Now let's break down
halfway
here
there.
how that's looking on the county level.
Fairfax. Okay, so once again, still underperforming 4%. Not really any numbers changed. And it looked like Loudoun hasn't counted any votes, maybe, or the margins didn't change at least.
They went back to 95%
with a 19% lead. There you go. So nothing's changed in those counties. And how about Suffolk? And okay, still outperforming Jay Jones outperforming Terry McAuliffe by about 8% right now, and that's not good for mayors.
What an amazing referendum on Democrats. Yeah. I mean, this is them, right? They're living in a politics now where the candidate can literally say he wants to murder people's children and nobody cares, right? But I also want you to keep in mind that, if this is the mentality that they're going to be sitting here and weaponizing against us, that, maybe we should not really sit and care what names they call us after all, if this is the situation that we're going to be dealing with there.
Let's go to Roanoke County.
Which one's
left?
There, you can take the mouse.
Yeah. So this is a county that Glenn Youngkin really dominated in. It kind of surprised a lot of people, even though it's a more rural county. He won 65% of the vote. He's underperforming Glenn Youngkin in this county right now, and that's a really bad sign for him. That's not good at all. This is a county you got to match Youngkin everywhere because Youngkin won narrowly. You have to match him almost everywhere. So I see why he's at an 8% odds right now with it says 50% of the vote there. So yeah, that's disappointing results right now.
I think they uncalled it though. Didn't they call it before for Jay Jones? Or was that?
I think it was just Sears, right?
Might have just been Sears. I don't know.
How's the margin there looking? I'm interested to see if anything there has changed.
Yeah, in the Virginia. Okay, 11 still.
Okay, yeah.
What I'm curious to see is maybe what the final margin is, right? I think because the performance Democrats really want tonight is somewhere around 10. If Sears can get it to 6, 7, 6, 7, huh? No, but the 6, 7 would match about what Trump's margins were in 2024, which again would be a rather positive referendum actually on the Republicans, even having run an extremely weak campaign, and not well funded and all that.
We are seeing a lot of split ticket voting in Virginia right now.
For sure. But apparently, I don't know. Perhaps it may not be enough for Jason
He's losing
Myers.
Chesterfield County as well, which is a county Glenn Youngkin carried by about 4%. And that's not good. Winsome-Sears obviously losing it as well. So it's almost flipped. It's almost an 8-point swing there with about half the vote out.
What do you think is driving? Do you think it's a lack of Republican turnout, or would you say that it's just Democrats?
You could argue the lack of excitement at the top of the ticket is hurting this race big time.
Certainly.
Because, you're seeing the split ticket, but there's a lot of Republicans that may not have been incentivized to turn out.
No, that's definitely true.
And also maybe plenty of...
Because down-ballot coattails are very important, and when you have a weak guy at the top of the ticket, it definitely hurts down-ballot.
It's so important to have a good candidate at the top of the ticket that drives people down the line. It's, obviously maybe some government workers in these areas that Republicans.
I think no government shutdown, Myers wins this by 2 or so.
So when it comes to these statewide races, at the local levels, things like this is a very purplish state. It's not the blue state that it is at the general election level. So it's disappointing to see, but it's not all that surprising considering there's probably more swing voters or moderates in this state that you need someone strong at the top of the ticket.
That's just true. That's a good point. And then, of course, we have the completely rabid and insane Democrat voter base. Who,
Yeah.
they're
going to turn out for their boy Jay Jones.
Yeah, they saw Jay Jones and they said, that's my guy.
Yeah,
you know?
they love him.
Absolutely. And then, of course, also, but again, what is the propaganda that's going to be spun about this? Is they're going to say, oh, well, Democrats clearly, have this like mandate going forward because we had to shut down the government to get Jay Jones over the top. And then clearly this will be translated nationwide for 2026. I don't know. But, at the same time, part of me kind of is also fine with that, with them believing that, all of this is like an amazing performance for them. Because then you're going to have this confidence that, hey, the way we're currently approaching stuff is working, right? We're doing well. And then later down the line, whether it comes in the midterms or perhaps even comes in 2028, that reality check is going to come. That this, no kings, Jay Jones type of strategy might work in even a blue state like Virginia or Jersey. But, take that to Pennsylvania, see how that works out for them.
Yeah, it's going to be a referendum whenever the time comes here soon enough. But, we're unfortunately in this race. I mean, we're not seeing him outperform Youngkin really anywhere.
Yeah.
Except very, very small counties that are decided by very little votes. I mean, we're talking a couple thousand votes in the county.
Yeah, and
we're not seeing really anywhere that he's outperforming where it matters.
I think your point about the Sears campaign being weak is a very good point.
It's hurting him big time. And I mean, this shouldn't be the way it is right now.
Yeah. If Youngkin had been able legally to run for re-election, I think you'd sweep both of these.
I think it'd be an easy election on both sides.
Yeah.
Both parts of the ticket.
Because Spanberger is about equivalent to Mikey Sherrill. She's another inarticulate, just like not very smart person.
Yeah. Poor candidate. I mean, she had Jay Jones all over her
She's
bus.
hyped up like a great candidate, but she's really not. The moment you saw her debate, I mean, she was awful.
Yeah.
But
now, correct me if I'm wrong. Did they need Obama in Virginia? Did they bring out Obama in Virginia?
He did. I think he went to, I believe, like North Virginia, somewhere around there.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken. Or no, it was Richmond. I think he
went to Richmond.
Yeah.
Which is very important because Youngkin won a lot of the surrounding areas in Richmond in 21. I mean, that's why they lost.
Right.
And also a little bit of the gains in Loudoun and Fairfax up in the Arlington area. But it's these suburban city, surrounding city areas that Youngkin was able to win these suburban voters, specifically mothers of children that were against Terry McAuliffe that we haven't seen Winsome Earle-Sears win, and we certainly haven't seen Jason Myers win.
Let's check back in here on New Jersey right now. I don't believe the vote total has moved all that much, but no. Cheryl's lead actually went down a little bit, I think, right? Let me see. Let's look at these counties here.
A little bit, I think. Let's go to Atlantic County there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, 25% of the vote in, underperforming, but you just don't know what these votes are.
No, I'm going to guess they're
early voting.
Early voting, I should say.
Yeah, I'm guessing they're early voting. So that's actually not that bad right there because there's a lot of the vote in. It's going to swing the other way. This is a county Jack Chitterelli won by 10 points. So this
Chitterelli is the stereotypical Atlantic City guy, okay? Like, you cannot surrender that to Cheryl. I mean,
no, you can't.
What county would Cheryl even represent in Jersey? I don't know. She seems like she belongs in like Seattle or something. As a public school teacher.
Yeah, no, she doesn't feel like Jersey. She doesn't feel like Jersey somewhere in South Jersey, away from Philly and away from
Went
New
to
York
some
City.
like private school or something.
Yeah, she's not. She doesn't scream Jersey to me.
The Chitterelli's from these streets.
Yeah. No, Chitterelli's your Italian guy, man.
Real human
your
being.
Italian dad.
Real human being. No, for sure.
Let's see Bergen. Is any more Bergen counted? Is that updated at all? So, okay, it doesn't really feel like it's changed much. I could be, 35%. I think that's exactly what we were at earlier.
Let's see how slow the vote count goes. I mean, if I'm remembering correctly, Jersey is kind of a slower county state in general,
in 21, I don't think they called the race until like 10 a.m. the next day.
Yeah.
So it took a long time. That was a close race, and this one should be closer.
And I mean, we're about 30 minutes away, folks, from polls closing in New York City.
Yes.
But I mean, if it's remotely close, that race is probably not going to be called for about like 3 weeks.
It's going to take a lifetime.
It's a California clone with all the absentee balloting and all this garbage, okay?
Yeah, and if you go back to New Jersey there, like go back to Gloucester County, down and left. Yep, there you go. I mean, that's 21% of the vote, and I think this just shows how heavy the early Democrat vote is, and we saw this in their early voting numbers, that I'm not hitting the panic button in New Jersey just yet because This is a county Jack Ciattarelli won by nearly 10 points in 21. Trump performed well there. It's the most Italian county in New Jersey. It's 1/3 Italian. These numbers are not representative of the entire field.
Right. Well, it's going to ultimately come down to the question of did enough Republican voters show up?
It's another game of catch up.
Yeah. How many of you Jersey Republicans stayed home? I don't know how many, right? But that's definitely going to be something to watch. And hopefully the answer there in the end ends up being very little. So we just did get a vote dump out of Warren County. Here, Ciattarelli is winning by a little less than 3. But, I think the other picture you saw is that while the election day voting was very strong from the data we were able to see, some of these are small counties. Like, for instance, Warren County right now, only about 17,000 total votes counted. And the raw lead for Sherrill is about 200,000.
And this was a very deep red county in 24 and in 21. Donald Trump got about 35,000 votes here. So this is a good.
What was the margin there?
It was about 20%.
20%.
So
okay.
Trump won it by about 20. Jack Ciattarelli won about 30.
30. Okay.
So he needs to be where he was at in 21 or a little bit more. We can't be losing margins in this county. And with what I imagine is early votes with 37%, it's looked like we're on pace for that.
To over or underperform?
Over.
Okay.
If these truly are early votes, and we saw what the early voting was for Republicans, which was not good.
Right.
One could imagine that this is a 70%, 68% if election day, it goes as we expect.
Right. Well, there you go. Well, there you have it, guys. Current margins, I believe we're about all caught up there. So, again, all right, just to recap for those of you just tuning in to us, Jack Ciattarelli has a huge hole to climb out of because, again, of that early and absentee ballot voting. He's down right now by about 200,000 total raw votes. Decision Desk already made the preemptive decision to call the race. I'm frankly a bit skeptical of that. New York Times says you have to do that as well. Even the Wokistan New York Times are saying themselves that the first results from Jersey are coming in. Leads in the reported numbers can be misleading until an area has reported most of those votes. Why? Because that huge early vote lead, that Democrat firewall, is what you're currently seeing show up right now. But we got about 27% of the votes in, a long ways to go, and it's just going to be a question of if Ciattarelli can play that catching up game. Now, out of Minneapolis, we do not have anything yet. This is an election I kind of just want to follow for fun, but we'll see if Omar Fateh pulls off any funny tricks here. So Jacob Fry, per the polls, has had about a 10-point lead. Not a lot of polling, by the way, but about a 10-point lead over the Somali socialist guy. An internal poll recently released by his campaign just about, actually last month, had Jacob Fry winning by 20 on the first ballot, but it is a ranked choice voting city. So there's the potential you could see some weird shenanigans. After all, when it came to winning the DFL endorsement in the city, Omar basically stole that election and it had to be overturned because they had this trust honor code system going where, they basically did the vote with the delegates in the hotel and there was no sign-in sheet. There was no verification of who people were. And I'm going to guess that's because it's it's Minnesota, eh? It's we used to do this all the time. There's a trust and honor code system. And then, of course, you bring Omar Fateh into the picture, and what does he do? He storms a bunch of people in who aren't supposed to be there. They're cheating. They're frauding. They're taking advantage, guys, of our social trust. But that's all to say, all right? Keep an eye on this ranked choice voting situation because if Omar does pull off some funny business, that could be a major reason why. That's something to watch as well. All right, tuning back in here on the Virginia Attorney General's race, guys. We do have a majority now of the estimated votes counted. About 59% right now reporting Jay Jones still enjoying about a less than 3-point lead.
Yep, and if we want to go to Fairfax and Loudoun County up there to the top right and just see if that's changed at all, looks like a little bit more of the votes been counted than Fairfax. And if you go to Loudoun, are we still at 95? Oh, now back to 94%. So they're taking votes away again. So
they have no idea how many people voted.
They have no idea how many votes are still out, apparently.
Great job.
But I guess they're assuming with
was Letitia James voting in this election?
So
she voted in both
about
states.
6% of the votes still out in Loudoun County, which is going to be heavy blue, but you want it around, I don't know, 10% or so, that it's just not going to be enough for Mayoras. That's what the decision desk is looking like. And, you know, if I had to guess, I wouldn't call the race just yet. I think it's still relatively close, but I don't know where the votes are going to come out for Jason.
But, you know, in raw vote totals, he's only down by 40,000.
Yeah, it's not much.
Close to about 50,000, I should say.
But, you know, one would assume that at least like 10% more in each batch is going to be Jay Jones.
Well, let's go through the red counties and I guess see how much is reporting. So it's like 49%, 46%. This one's at 80.
They're not big counties.
They're
That's
not
the only
big
problem.
counties.
They're
That's
very
the thing.
rural.
Yeah. But it does look like overall, I mean, so most of the blue is reporting. I guess Richmond City County, that's a small county though, so that doesn't really matter there. Suffolk County.
So, let's see Chesapeake, just the right of Suffolk. Okay, so he's right around where Yunkin is there. It's not a big county, but he's right around where Yunkin was in that county.
A little bit of an older county too, right? Because it's like a retirement, Virginia Beach, yeah.
Yep.
So that's the other kind of question I'm going to be curious to see is the age breakdown, right? Who was voting for Jay Jones? Was it the old No Kings protesters or like the young insane hippies? I don't know.
Yeah, and about 5% he's underperforming in Chesterfield. So once again, a little more urban, suburban area. And this is where Mayoras is losing the votes.
Yeah.
This is where it's happening. This is where the election's being lost tonight for this campaign, is in the suburban areas.
The suburban areas?
Suburban and bordering urban areas. That's not in the heart of Richmond. You know, you can see it extends out quite a bit.
So for whatever reason, the suburban mom voters are like, oh, this guy wants to kill my kids. Yes, I would like to vote for you.
Yeah. The suburban and, I mean, the urban obviously is expected to be lost, but the suburban, you need to at least kind of compete, especially with, you know, it's breaking into Richmond, and you just saw that county flip up there.
Hanover. Yeah.
Yeah, Hanover County.
Somewhat small county.
Yeah, it's still underperforming quite a bit, but a lot of the vote out. Hopefully it comes in for Jason there, but you know, Yunkin was about at 67% back in 21. It's just got to be better than what we're seeing.
But again, I think your point about the suburban moderates there also rings true that, well, how many just didn't really care about this election because, as I said, Sears way underperforming with her campaign, and he is below the ticket than Sears. So to get a moderate or independent voter to say, hey, you know, please show up to go vote for the attorney general candidate, it doesn't work that way, right? It's always the governor at the top of the ticket who's going to be carrying it. Although apparently we do have right now Abigail Spanberger in the Virginia governor's race, as she still leads by 11, is already giving her victory speech. So let us tune in and see what she's saying.
We sent a message to the whole world that in 2025, Virginia chose pragmatism over partisanship.
They're about to vote the insane lunatic, hopefully not, in who wants to kill kids. But that's pragmatism, guys. Pragmatism.
We chose our Commonwealth over chaos. You all chose leadership that will focus relentlessly on what matters most. Lowering costs, keeping our communities safe, and strengthening our economy for every Virginian. Leadership that will focus on problem solving, not stoking division. We chose leadership that will always put Virginia first. And Virginia, I cannot wait to get to work for you.
No, I mean, you can just tell about her. She's not a super inspiring candidate. You know, I'm not impressed by her. Again, I seriously think even in a quote-unquote blue wave, if that's what they want to paint it as, because, you know, opposition, resistance against Trump, whatever, he's the incumbent. Glenn Youngkin would have destroyed this lady.
Absolutely.
And then off the coattails of that, Jason Mayoras would win pretty sizably as well. But yeah, that is just the unfortunate reality of the Virginia election law. I don't. It doesn't make any sense. You can run for more than one term, but you can't run consecutively. What is the point of that? Who made this law? What advantage does it serve other than, oh, like, we're different, you know? But yeah, there you see, all but likely the next governor of Virginia just spewing, like, she just reminds me of like a third grade teacher. You know, she's completely unimpressive. But
Substitute teacher, yeah.
Substitute teacher, yeah, exactly. The one who's like older and doesn't care, you know, maybe they used to be a regular teacher.
Kind of giving up.
Yeah, kind of giving up, you know. But apparently someone just said in the chat that Decision Desk has Mayoral as the favorite to win. That's not what I'm seeing.
I'm seeing under 1%
we're seeing under 1% chance right now.
Which, I mean, if you look at the map, it's pretty accurate.
Yeah, because actually in the new vote reporting right now, so Jay Jones has actually increased his raw vote lead. Before it was about 50,000. Now he's looking at about closer to 60,000. So that number is only going up, and we did see a little bit of a vote dump out of Fairfax County, so that's probably likely driving that.
Yeah, it's not getting any better for him. That's the problem. You're seeing the dumps. The margins aren't closing.
The Democrat Party, ladies and gentlemen. Okay,
there you go.
I mean, look, I guess the minor silver lining is here's another guy you can use as a poster child in 2026.
Oh, absolutely.
Look, their voters in their state, again, it is their state, so just to be clear, but they voted for this, right? They said resoundingly, we are in total support of this. And by the way, you know, I think there's probably legitimate concerns to be raised about maybe nationwide Republicans didn't focus on this enough. You know, we talked about it. Actually, I believe we were like the first channel to cover this story, even when it just leaked from the National Review. I was like, we got to talk about this. But, you know, a lot of distractions on the right in the last couple of weeks, definitely to say the least. And, you know, a lot of focus obviously on New Jersey, which is important, but, you know, maybe you could also make the case that the effort to make sure this lunatic didn't win just wasn't there. I don't know. It's possible, right?
Absolutely. It's disappointing, you know, and, you know, I'll talk about the top of the ticket all night. That's what we're seeing right here.
Yeah. Yeah. And of course, right. And then the Democrats, because the governor's campaign by Sears was not well run, they're going to go around and say, oh, look, we're dominating them. And it's like, no, that's still not the case, right? But that's also going to show you why candidate selection is so important in 2026.
Of course.
I think even in the midterms in 2022.
So important.
A lot of that came down, yes, a candidate selection. You know, I mean, Herschel Walker at first seemed like a strong candidate. Dr. Oz. And then we discovered that Herschel Walker couldn't speak. And then he had the scandals and all that. And then what was a winnable race, you know, was not a winnable race. And so you even saw in 2024, right? McCormick flipping an election in Pennsylvania we thought was basically impossible. And why was that? Because it's strong candidate selection. And that's why, you know, that's so important as well. And
yeah, candidate screening is so important.
Right. And I'm not trying to necessarily, I don't know if there was a better candidate than Sears.
Yeah, it
could be an internal thing, you know, that just there was not enough energy around.
Could have been just poor party leadership from the very top. I don't know. I'm not going to blame it on Winsome Sears. She was lieutenant governor. Of course she's next in line.
Right.
That's the go-to person right there. So, I mean, it's a shame because we see it time and time again that we could have had stronger candidates, whether it's Herschel Walker, Dr. Oz, Mark Robinson, you know, whoever it is.
Mark Robinson. But see, some of those people seem like strong candidates in the beginning, and then
they seem promising, and then enough with the celebrities.
I mean, actually, A.J. McCarron, I heard, trying to run for Senate in Alabama.
Paul Feinbaum.
That's the one. No, Paul Feinbaum is he's hated in the state of Alabama. It just doesn't make any sense. But
maybe Bruce Pearl will run for. He was talking about it too.
Yeah, real. We'll make Tim Tebow the governor here. Okay, Zachary for $5. Thank you very much. Says, how dare young Republicans make jokes? We must all condemn them now. Lol, Jay Jones, you're so funny for threatening kids. No, exactly. That is the mentality here, right? And by the way, okay, you know, when it came to that scandal, there's a reason why I basically sat there and said, if they're going to vote for Jay Jones, then I don't care about this. Okay, you're talking about people who don't actually have political power. Are they immature? Yes. Or do they say stupid things? Yes. But to sit here and have this, like, stupid moral grandstanding moment where you're like, oh, you know, we're so sorry. Oh, let's just like play into the Democrat narrative. I totally rejected it. And some people on the right came after me. They said, oh, you're doing moral relativism. Oh, you're like doing this both sides thing or whatever. You refuse to do the both sides thing, I guess you should say there. And it was like, no, because I knew that they were not the same thing. Right. And please take notes of that. The attorney general of a major state in this country talking about killing kids is not the same as some like 20-year-olds in a group chat making jokes about Hitler. It's just the truth. Like, that is actually the truth. OK, and, you know, it's basically the same as saying, oh, you know, if an adult robs a bank, that's the same as like a kid stealing a candy bar, shoplifting. They're not the same thing. Right. And a lot of the some, I should, at least not all, but some people on the right fell for that freaking propaganda, and now you're seeing why, right? That you shouldn't have done that. And you know, maybe again, yeah, the right probably just did not focus on this clown enough. I guess we could all sort of collectively say that, you know. But let's see what else we got going on here. Thank you very much for the 5, Zachary. Oh, I forgot, I gotta play the animation here. Can't think of a name for $6.99 Canadian dollars. Shout out to the Canadians, even though we beat the Toronto Blue Jay just this weekend, so I'm sorry for your loss. But anyways, the Dems pretty much confirmed they're okay with political murder tonight. Is it fair to say that the Democrats are anti-constitutional and terrorists now? Well, I mean, I don't know if we needed that. I'm just saying. I mean, I think you could have maybe said that before, but yeah, no, I mean, this moment really is where you have to look and almost say to an extent, look, I want the Constitution itself to succeed. I want the democratic system to go as far as it can, you know, and I don't root for a moment in the country where you have extremism or any type of cataclysmic event, you know, because not only do people get hurt in those types of situations, but even furthermore, you know, you don't know what the end outcome of that is going to be. You know, you could save the country, you could also fall to communism at the point where the country like turns into basically these Latin American style extremist systems where, like, you know, the extremes are fighting each other all the time. But it's hard not to look at a result like this and say that, shoot, you know, does the democratic system really still have a chance at lasting in the moment like this? I mean, how can you have this like pluralistic democratic system when clearly you see one party is fully endorsing of the idea of killing the other party, you know? And it's like, I don't have an answer to it. I don't have a solution. I don't know what to say about it other than that's just like an honest reflection of, I guess, where we are. But at the same time, right, what have we been trying to tell you for the past several months? When it comes, for instance, to Antifa, in the way in which the Democrat Party claims, oh, we don't have any connection there, and Antifa's just an idea, blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, the Democrat Party can present itself as this moderate, neoliberal, pro-democracy institution all they want. There is very little separation between them and Antifa, right? Antifa are basically the paramilitary force on their behalf. Same with the No Kings crowd and all this other stuff, right? And I said that before. And I said there's a reason why Democrats will vaguely say they condemn political violence, but never actually condemn the people who are committing the political violence, because ultimately they're cheering those people on. There's a reason they never throw them in jail. There's a reason why in Portland, right, they basically have an agreement with the police. Hey, you can cause all the terrorism you want. Is because, again, this is really who the Democrat Party is. This is what they stand for, et cetera, et cetera. But that said, right, the idea that the problem only comes from the politicians, first of all, is not true, right? I think the voters, you can tell how they feel. But secondly, on the front of the politicians themselves. Okay, so they go out publicly and say, we're peaceful. No, we don't support the terrorism, the assassinations. This guy's the attorney general. And by the way, he's not alone, you know? Look at Graham Plattner, the guy who self-identified as a communist up in Maine, running for Senate, front-running candidate. There's actually a video we're probably going to do some point this week where a left-wing candidate for like city commissioner in Montana basically called the Republican Senator Tim Sheehy and like threatened death upon him, essentially. And he's running for city commissioner, you know? So it's like you cannot have a voter base full of insane people and expect that attitude not to carry over to the politicians, okay? Don't sit around anytime soon waiting for a Bill Clinton like sister soldier moment where the Democrats are going to seriously go out and say, this is not who we are as a country. They'll give lip service. They'll say, we vaguely condemn violence. Do you condemn Antifa? No, that's just an idea and actually just means anti-fascism, and actually Antifa are the good guys. Never mind the fact that Antifa are communists. Why? Because the underlying premise of the Democrat Party, as you're seeing in this election right now, when it comes to violence, as you likely will about to see very soon when it comes to Zoran Mondani in the ideology, is that essentially they're a institution completely infiltrated by the most radical groups, whether that's the Marxists, the communists, etc. And ultimately their goal when they're going to get into power, you always see time and time again, is to hand that power over to essentially their paramilitary force, whether it's the Antifa rioting in Portland, or in a sense, you could just say the criminals they let out of jail, right? This is their entire point. This is where they're trying to push society, and not definitely good news for the idea that we're ever going to have like a civil debate in America ever again when you look at something like this. So what are we looking at out of New Jersey?
Yeah, I'm seeing some Republican dumps out of Salem County there in the bottom left, that lone red county there. We're seeing some Republican vote dumps. It's not the numbers we want to see quite yet, but they're good numbers. Jack Ciattarelli got 64% of the vote. Donald Trump outperformed himself in that county last year compared to 2020 by 6 points. So you want to see Ciattarelli around like getting half of what Trump outperformed himself by, so maybe bumping himself up to 67, 68%. It would be a great number to shoot for there.
Now, let me ask you a question. So Trump never really did any rallies in Jersey or Virginia. Do you think that would have helped or hurt? Because
that's an interesting question.
Yeah.
It really is.
Because on one hand, it's going to energize Democrats. The other hand, turnout is our biggest problem, as we see time and time again. So,
but also, I think, getting out there and putting your name. I mean, Trump's a divisive figure, of course.
Right.
If it's any other Republican like Ciattarelli, you're rallying around. It helps you, of course. I think more focusing on voter registration if we're going to rally anything there for Republicans in flipping, because we're seeing a lot of old school Dems in the state kind of switching over to the Republican side because they no longer feel represented in the Democratic Party. And I think you're going to see that across the country, but we're seeing that a lot. We saw that a ton in the Northeast in 2024.
I do think maybe in Virginia, that probably would have helped because
of course,
Winsome Sears was down by so much. So if you want to carry Jay Jones across the finish line and we need, like, obviously, as you can see, right, it probably wouldn't have made a difference given, again, government shutdown. Democrat turnout's going to be high. At least try to, like, run up some of these margins in the red counties that are not quite what they need to be, Yeah,
the turnout's not there, especially in the rural areas. And, is it weak candidacy? I mean, you could say that, but we have an incumbent here.
Yeah.
We have an incumbent. He's got name recognition to the max for an attorney general.
Right.
Not that they have a ton of name recognition to begin with, but it's, I think the top of the ticket hurts, but just rallying just the R would have been probably a very smart move. If Sears isn't going to pull it out, the margins haven't changed for her, unfortunately. Still some Republican counties out there, but you're just seeing very, very poor performance in suburban and urban, of course. But it's, even look at Virginia Beach there. I mean, just kind of surprising. Really is. I mean, those are counties Glenn Youngkin won with, pretty good comfort. And she's losing quite a bit there.
And, so you look at the difference in performance, right? So Winsome Sears is at 44%, 44.2. Jones is at about 48 points. I mean, Mayoral, I should say, about 48.6. So he's outperforming the top of the ticket by over 4 points. I mean, part of me kind of begs the question, how much can you really ask more from a down ballot candidate? Like, you have to be carried by the top of the ticket. That's just how this stuff works.
You have to have a strong candidate.
Right.
You have to have a strong candidate at the top of the ticket. Because at the end of the day, that governor's race is what's driving people out to vote.
Right.
That's the key right there. You got to have some excitement there.
Right. So, I'm not here to necessarily make excuses for this result you're seeing right now, but I think that, again, frankly, it shouldn't be this close, right? But yes, that does have something definitely to do with the fact that the Republican governor candidate was weak, and as a result, even though Mayoral is way overperforming her, there's only so much you can do when Republicans and moderates don't have a reason to show up because the candidate at the top sucks.
Yep.
Not that she sucks, but the campaign sucks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's a problem, definitely, for sure. Now, we look at the lieutenant governor's race. I'm not super familiar with this one, to be honest with you, but it looks like even the lieutenant governor candidate is outperforming Winsome Sears. So, I mean, that is just like a shocking underperformance when even like the down ballot Republicans are ahead of her, So
it's top of the ticket's performing the worst.
Yeah.
It really, and that's not good at all. I mean, that's hurting everybody down ballot.
Right.
Which is, it's frustrating. And I think one of maybe the biggest strategic mistakes was, Spanberger never got really demonized the way Mondami did. And I'm not trying to get dirty here, but, what was the scare about her?
Nothing.
It's just, okay, maybe you could call her incompetent if you wanted to.
And she's neck and neck with Jay Jones. And
and she's best buddies with him. She had him on the side of her bus. And then she, magically.
And they ran some campaign ads. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, they were kind of.
Sears didn't have enough money to run the campaign ad.
They were running what seemed like, especially early on in the race, together.
Right.
Like as a joint ticket vote.
Right.
And that wasn't pressed on hard enough by the leadership, by the Republicans here, especially late in the election. I mean, the last month when all this stuff broke out, and it really felt like nobody was truly going after her and questioning her, like, what were you doing? Why do you support Jay Jones the way you do? Why were you so tight with him when he was saying these things?
Right. Still can't think about a name. Thank you very much for the $5 from R. I don't even know what country that is, but thank you very much for the 5. Says, looks like voters resonate with child murder, not even talking about abortion. Yep. Well, look, that's something we've been trying to say on this channel. There's a lot of people out there who are trying to do this thing where they're like, please, can we restore civil debate in America? Can we come closer to the center? And it's like, I appreciate those efforts, but you also have to be realistic. When people tell you publicly that they're feeling a certain way, you can't just sit, oh, maybe they don't really mean it. No, they mean it, right? They absolutely mean the things that they are saying. And yeah, it's not a good moment politically that the country is in. And I'm kind of past the point of saying, oh, maybe we can just get over it. It's like, no, to me, it seems clear the mandate of this moment for the Trump presidency and sort of what ends up going on and moving on from, those years is that we basically have to make sure the radical left is basically incapable of being able to ever really retake power or build a political coalition ever again, right? That's why I say, for instance, when it comes to bringing RICO charges against, say, the far left, right, the organized NGO network, and just making sure all this stuff is just rendered inoperable and rendered useless. And by the way, they're committing a lot of financial crimes as we speak. They've just never been investigated. When it comes to designating Antifa a terrorist organization and throwing the people who have committed these crimes and, again, RICOing those involved in jail, I don't just say that to, like, drum a pipe or something. I'm literally saying that because I understand the moment we are in as a country, and I'm not an extremist. I'm a moderate. I want the moderate solution to succeed. I want the democratic, quote unquote, the republic, I guess you could say truly, right, to prevail in the end. And I understand in order to do that, you have to politically and peacefully speaking and legally speaking, crush the anti-civilizational lunatics who are saying to you, we're going to overthrow the system, we're going to destroy everything. You can't just sit there in the name of civil debate and say, oh, I'm going to, basically allow you guys to keep committing domestic terrorism on our streets. Again, that's not a call for random acts of violence or violence in general. What it is a call for is to say that, politically speaking, in this moment, our federal government, which we control, has to use the power that it has legally to break up the organized far left and the NGO network. By the way, the exact NGO network, who's not only sponsoring violence, but you dig deep there, heavily involved in the Mamdani campaign. He claims to be this grassroots outsider. I just really came from nowhere. No, he's taking indirectly like over $30 million from the Soros network. CARE, a bunch of those PACs dumping a bunch into this. He actually, in a way, you could argue has more resources than Andrew Cuomo did, frankly. And it's the same story there. Dark money on the left. So what are we looking at?
We're getting another Republican vote dump here out of Atlantic County, which was good for Chitterelli. Closed the gap to about 5K in that county. Bumped his numbers up just a little bit.
Atlantic County is down here, yeah.
Right there to Atlantic City. So it's a county he's got to win. I mean, Trump won the county by 3% in 2024. He won the county by about 12% in 2021. Mm-hmm. So it's one that he's got to win.
No, for sure. Let's see what we got going on, guys, in our chat. Actually, is it 9 p.m. yet? Okay, we're about 1 minute away, guys, from the polls closing in New York City. Checking back in really quickly on Jay Jones. Oh, I know, that's the wrong race. Okay, the lead is basically just staying stagnant, right? Jay is winning by about 3, which is a wide margin as well.
Yes.
Relatively speaking, considering the guy's pro-child
murder. A lot
of
vote left in. I believe it's Fairfax County.
Right. Let's actually check in there on Fairfax. Yeah, 78%.
I mean, that's not good.
Mm-hmm. But guys, don't go anywhere, because in a minute we're about to find out what actually ends up happening in New York City. I mean, will Atlas Intel be correct that it's going to be close, or is the mainstream consensus the divided split vote is just basically going to doom Cuomo? I mean, that is something I guess we're going to have to sit here and find out. Now, Campbell County, I'm guessing this is not that big, but they've not reported anything right now out of Virginia.
No.
Lynchburg City, where the Liberty University is. How is that a blue county? What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing, Liberty students? Voting for Jay Jones? Who in Liberty is voting for Jay Jones? Jay Jones is winning Lynchburg.
It's unbelievable. It really is. It's not good at all. Let's see, Appomattox. It should be right up there.
Ready to take the mouse?
Yeah. There we go. So underperforming Glenn Youngkin by about 2% there. It's the very small counties in the rural areas that you're seeing just slight underperformance.
Yeah.
And then larger underperformances in the blue areas that you need to just hang tight. And it's just not happening. It's unfortunate, but it's underperformance everywhere. And that, I think it has to do with a lot at the top of the ticket.
Right.
But I mean, I can't fathom how somebody like Jay Jones in a state that just elected Glenn Youngkin 4 years ago is going to elect Jay Jones.
Well, when you look at these red counties, the answer is simple. It's because not enough Republican voters showed up.
They weren't excited.
And that was the problem under Biden, too.
Yeah,
you remember?
And that's a complete finger pointing at the Republican Party.
Mm-hmm.
Is that why were our voters not excited or motivated to go out and vote against a guy like Jay Jones?
Right. Forget even what you're voting for. I mean, obviously that matters, but why did they not just say, oh, let's not let the child murderer win? Well, I'm kind of curious. You go into Appomattox County, ask a random person on the street, right? It's a super red county. Do they actually know who Jay Jones is? Has the messaging effectively reached that part of America?
It may not. I wonder how mobilized were these campaigns as far as door knockers? Because door knockers and mail ads, how well were they? I mean, these campaigns were probably underfunded because there wasn't a lot of talk around it. All the attention was on New Jersey.
And that's the problem that the GOP faces outside of Trump, right? In 2024, obviously you saw what happened, and that was because everyone in Appomattox County knows who Trump is and knows about the election. Do they know about this election, right? They're low propensity voters, generally what we're dealing with as a party, and that's a problem. Because while the Democrats are not really the majority in the country, what they do have is a bunch of those, geriatric No Kings protesters who are voting in every single election, right? Even the random city council one that you probably don't even care or know about. Okay, they're showing up to vote in all those too, and they're making sure all their friends come out of the nursing home to do the same. And we have to have a way to match that turnout. And I don't frankly know. I mean, it's doable because Glenn Youngkin did it.
Of course.
But you have to make sure the people running at the top of the ticket are strong, and Winsome Sears was not that.
Not at all. Not at all. Chesterfield County here, another huge disappointment, underperforming by 5-6%. I mean, this is where it's getting lost right here. It's all over the place. You can just see underperformance in almost every county. Right.
Yeah, and again, Mayara is outrunning Sears by about 4. Actually, now it's up to close to 5 points, and so he's doing his best. But yeah, I mean, that's the importance of the top of the ticket. You know what I mean? James C. for $5 says, will you cover the Seattle mayor race? I am vaguely familiar with it. I know that basically it's like a DEI civil war. So I guess the incumbent mayor is quote unquote diverse or something like that. And I think it's similar to Minneapolis, right? The progressive challenger is basically saying to the mayor of Seattle, Washington, you are not far left enough on the issues. So that's the Democrat Party for you. Now, that said, guys, here's what I will say is that one thing about these off-year elections is that you cannot over-extrapolate either way into them, right? It's definitely a good morale boost, for instance, if Democrats underperform. But look at 2021 with Glenn Youngkin, right? We struck deep in enemy territory. That is a blue state. Virginia was bluer back then than it is now. And a Republican just outright won the election and actually swept basically all of the top positions in the state. And if you looked at that back then, you would have been of the obvious conclusion, okay, 2022 should be a historic red wave. We just won freaking Virginia. We almost just won New Jersey. And that didn't happen because again, you cannot over extrapolate. So that's something to definitely keep an eye on. Now, the Democrats are going to say this is the biggest thing ever. But again, maybe we should let them have that arrogance, right? Because the worst thing ever would be to think, oh, clearly that now the whole country, even the actual swing states, not the fake swing states like this, but the actual swing states, they want the child murderers. They want the Zoronistas of the world. And that could definitely be a sort of reverse outcome too. But that said, guys, it is 9:00 p.m. and let us shift now to look at what's happening in New York City. So what are you looking at right now?
Yes, we're seeing returns all across. I mean, I'm actually surprised how much of the vote's in already. I don't know if they're going to start withdrawing those votes like we saw in Virginia, but obviously, Mondami's out to a pretty demanding lead right now. Curtis Lee was not getting maybe the vote share. Some of the polling was showing around 15%, 18% at some of his peaks. And Cuomo's performing about how we expect him to. A key borough right here is Staten Island. It is the most Italian borough. It's kind of separated from New York City, a little more suburban. It's across the pond, as they say. But, we got... And now Curtis Lee was at 27%. Eric Adams got about 28% back in 21, and that was in a two-horse race. Mondami's underperforming Kamala Harris and Eric Adams here. Cuomo is actually, he's almost on pace with like a Sliwa or Trump. He needs about 10 more %. There's a lot of the outstanding vote, and I imagine they're going to be pretty friendly to Cuomo here, given that the Italian name, there's some sort of loyalty there, possibly. I know he campaigned there. And I'm sure he's banking on that. It's a very small borough. There's not a ton of votes, but it's a borough he really needs to win. Right. As well as the Bronx, which is a borough that Andrew Cuomo should do pretty well in. We saw Andrew Cuomo do really well with lower income voters. He won the black vote against Mondami by about 11 points. This is a borough that he has to do well in. And right now it's not happening, but there's only 28% of the vote in.
Mm-hmm. Although I think I did see kind of down the later stretch that Zoran did start to surge with a lot of those black voters.
Yes, so, and the Bronx is AOC's home district there. Right. That's her home court. Mondami, obviously, she campaigned for Mondami.
He's promising free stuff.
He's promising a lot of free stuff. This is, it's the Bronx. Now, if we go here to Manhattan, let's see the
And he would
here.
admit he was a Knicks fan,
Yeah, that's also, that's another big thing. It's like Cuomo, you gotta pick a hill to die on then. Like talking about I'll go both to the Knicks game and the Mets game and the hypothetical fake scenario. I mean, come on, man.
Pretty close results in Manhattan, though, I would say overall.
It is, and this is where Cuomo should also perform pretty well. We saw him perform really well very well in the Upper West and Upper East Side.
This is wealthier, older people.
Yes, right? And while Lower Manhattan, still a very wealthy area, went pretty well for Mondami.
Which are basically the millennial hipsters,
And unfortunately, New York Times, unlike their primary map, doesn't have the neighborhoods listed on here. But I'd be interested to see where the outstanding vote is in these neighborhoods, because you have right up here in this upper sliver coming into the Bronx, that's Harlem right there. Mm-hmm. How well will he resonate with voters in Harlem? He did really well with black voters in the primary. Does Mondami cut into more of that lead, or do they come back to Cuomo?
For sure. I mean, let's take a look at Queens as well.
Queens, Mondami's home court there. Mm-hmm. Queens is probably by far the most diverse of all the boroughs. You got every culture imaginable in Queens, a very, very large Asian population and a very, very large East Asian, Indian population in Queens as well. You have an Astoria.
So that's who he's campaigning to in the Rice videos.
Yeah, yes. In Astoria, you got a lot. And I mean a lot of everything, but that's where Mondani's from. Astoria is his home court.
And I think you bring up a really good point about this, which is, a lot of, I think, native New Yorkers, older New Yorkers are going to look at if Mondani does win tonight, which he, mathematically is likely the favorite, especially with the vote splitting. How does this happen, right? Mm-hmm. And I think it is a very relevant conversation to have. I mean, I saw it from, I think it was like Patriot Polling or something, but the breakdown of foreign-born voters, we're talking about immigrants, in many cases legal immigrant citizens, but still foreign-born voters, Mondani's crushing it with them. Yep. He's up by like 40 points. Now, among American native-born citizens, Cuomo was actually beating Zoran by about 10, right? But that is the impact that recent immigration has had, not just on New York City, but on a big part of this country, and that's something we also ought to have a serious and honest conversation about when it comes to some of these results. You know, you can have the narrative. We can maybe sit there and perhaps wish that our immigration system as it was currently set up is actually enriching our country, or we're bringing in people who are contributing or adding to American greatness. But as we've been trying to tell you, right? No, it's something that was constructed by Democrats for many decades. And so obviously, what are they doing here? Importing a bunch of dependents. Look at the number of people that we talked about who are on EBT and food stamps, who are actually like green card holders, et cetera, into this country. As a result, and people who will ultimately, right, just vote for the Democrat coalition. And what, you had something to say?
Yeah, no, keep going.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, when it comes even to Andrew Cuomo, personally, you know, he's probably thinking the same. He's been saying it. What the heck is happening to the Democrat Party? Well, you're also talking even on domestic level about a governor. When he was governor, he's largely to blame for this too, because he terraformed the state to be extra blue. He drove all the Republicans out of New York City by making it crazy, by, you know, the COVID lockdowns, all that stuff. So a bunch of people left to Florida. And then ironically, because of two key factors there, right? Immigration into New York City and the migration out, he basically, as a result of the Leviathan he created, is now looking at it and saying, oh, shoot, I can no longer win the governorship because my politics, even the sort of mainstream establishment Democrat, whatever, cannot win in New York City. And I hope, you know, I think about, for instance, a population in New York like the Jewish vote.
Yep.
Right. So you're talking about obviously a key demographic in that place. And you know, the simple, hopefully, I really hope, I'll say this right now, I really hope this is a wake-up call, actually, to not just Jewish Americans in New York City, but nationwide. Because when you break down the math, this is the reality, right? The majority of Jews in America by ethnicity, right, are Democrat voters. They're actually the second largest liberal voter base, but right behind Black Americans. Now, the Hasidic population is an exception there, the Orthodox population, but you know, very interesting. But that's interesting because when we talk about the impact that immigration is having on New York City, and I'm sure a lot of Jewish New Yorkers are looking tonight like, what the heck is happening, right? How is this happening? There has to be an internal conversation of this is why, because the moderate Democrats, the liberal Democrats you thought you were voting for many decades, ironically, right? For all the activism there's been about, you know, anti-Semitism, and very often that talk is directed at the right. Literally, as that was happening, you were importing millions of people into this country who are like genuine, actual anti-Semites. Like, I'm not saying that in a woke sense. I'm saying you're literally like, look at Zoran Mondani's voter base, right? The globalized, the Intifada crowd. They were literally coming in, you know? And it's like, at what point does, say, the Jewish community have to look at this, who, by the way, Jews overwhelmingly, I'm going to guess today, are voting for Andrew Cuomo. You know, they're pretty scared of Zoran. But there also has to be that internal conversation of why and how did this happen? And I hope that is something that is well recognized. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you know, New York's so unique with everything because of just how diverse and, you know, it's the ultimate just mix of everything.
Right.
I think, you know, the immigration conversation, you know, to an extent, yes, but, you know, these communities, maybe they've grown over time, but they've always been there.
They've been there, but
maybe I think
you've noticed in the past 4 years, like, all of our cities are changing, but especially New York. You know what I mean?
I think one of the biggest reasons I truly do believe Zoran is going to win today is because he's the Democratic nominee. It's plain and simple. He's the Democratic nominee. He's got a D next to his name. Andrew Cuomo has not campaigned, and they're not going to vote for a Republican. So a lot of people probably don't even, like, you go to New York, you don't even know Andrew Cuomo's running.
Right.
You don't even know he's running. People are going up to election day. They probably, half of them may not even know the Zoran versus Andrew Cuomo whole, you know, ordeal. I think the lack of voter education is going to play a big role, especially considering how many people in New York, one, are not engaged in politics, and two, maybe English is not their first language. They have a lot of immigrants there. They always have. I mean, this is a city that every borough went for 10 points or more for Trump than they did 4 years ago. It begs to question, like, this city saw massive Republican gains just 12 months ago. How poorly this Cuomo campaign was run, and how the lack of voter education and the grounds campaign that Cuomo had, and Curtis Sliwa, which I know we don't give him much of a shot because he's a Republican in New York City, but it just...
He ran a better campaign.
He ran a better campaign.
Right.
he's not outperforming what we expected him to do, or he's not even reaching to that standard yet, but 38% of the vote. And, we didn't really expect much of him anyway. He did run a good campaign.
Here's some, I think the shift, you talk about, say, in Queens, right? Yep. Heavy South Asian, Middle Eastern populations too, right?
Yes.
How many of those immigrant voters were just like, oh, I see the name, I'm going to vote for this
That's very possible, because,
you know what I mean?
You could look at studies in political science. The first candidate listed on the ballot often favored by about 1%.
Right.
Name. If you have a weird name, sometimes that's a negative or a positive if you resonate with that name. If that's from your community, you know, possibly. If you're uneducated, or not uneducated, if you're a low propensity voter and you're not educated on the election this year, you may tend to go with a name you're familiar with from your community, because New York's still heavily segregated, so to speak, that these neighborhoods tend to be all one culture.
Right.
In Queens, in Astoria, you have your Egyptian areas and your Greek areas. They're all kind of tight knit. It's Greek stores, they speak Greek. So if you have a Greek name, they're going to favor the Greek if they don't know who to vote for.
But, the thing I look at is that, well, and I think this is true across America, is that the actual hardcore progressives, like the crazy blue hair, nose septum piercing type of people, they're a minority in this country, and a pretty fringe minority at that. But the way they get over the top to become the majority is by importing the rest of their support. Yeah. You understand what I'm saying? And I think those two factors confound.
100%.
You know what I mean? It's the same thing I said about Minneapolis. It's sorry, what, you were looking at something?
Oh yeah, no, I'm just looking at Queens, because that's something I'm really going to look at with it being Mondami's home turf. 11% in the Democratic primary did not vote for Mondani or Cuomo, and they're all breaking for Curtis Sliwa. That's exactly 11%. So Cuomo didn't win over any non-Democratic top-of-the-ticket voters.
Right. And this is something, too, to look at in terms of, will Zoran actually get, say, 50% of the vote? In Queens, you add it up, the anti-Mamdani vote is winning 51-48. Right, you add Cuomo and Sliwa together. That is not the case, for instance, in Manhattan, where Mamdani actually just has outright 52%. Yep. Bronx, it's razor close, but about 51%. Right. Brooklyn, with all the hipsters, I mean, he's winning massively there for sure. 59%.
In Mamdani only got 39% of the vote in Manhattan in the primary. People did not want this guy.
No.
It's just, it's very unfortunate to see, and you're going to see it across all the boroughs, I think, unfortunately. I thought Cuomo would do a little bit better than expected. I mean, I know there's a lot of the vote out. We're not even halfway there, but the early numbers are not very promising right now. We're not seeing a pop anywhere. You're looking in Queens, 11% didn't vote for Mamdani or Cuomo in the primary, and yet they're all breaking for Sliwa. If you're Andrew Cuomo's campaign, you're really hoping you at least pop off 5-6% to come your way, and the rest stick with Sliwa.
But here's still the point that we've been making about this, right? So currently Zoran's at 50.2%. My thing I'm really watching is, does he even get 50%? Because if this slips away and it's razor close, we're going to officially be able to say more people in New York City voted against this guy than for this guy. Yeah. And the bright idea of the progressives is, hey, let's run this nationwide. And you could actually make an argument when you compare this, for instance, to Abigail Spanberger or Mikey Sherrill, who I'm not going to call moderates, but are running more as normal Democrats, that if they walk away tonight with victories that are remotely, I guess, satisfying to their side, that actually this is something of a rejection of that progressive Democrat wing. But still, those people are rabid, and they're going to force their hand in next year's primaries for sure. I think you're going to see quite a bit of progressive upsets of Democrat incumbents, maybe even more than 2018. So that would not be good news for Democrats if that happens, given even if he gets barely 50%. Okay, it's New York City, right?
Yeah, it shows, if he doesn't get 50%, maybe you talk about, to avoid this happening again, if you're the Democratic Party in New York, you talk, because they don't want this guy to win.
No.
I truly believe the Democratic Party is not, this is a nightmare for them.
It is.
They are begging Cuomo to win this race, and even have Trump endorse Cuomo. Kind of everybody's on the same page here. It's very unfortunate what is happening for everybody in New York and the surrounding areas, and honestly the country, because New York is a massive financial epicenter. A lot feeds across the country from them, and it's unfortunate to see where it's going to go under Mamdani crime-wise. I don't think tax-wise we're really going to see a difference, because the state's not going to approve it.
Well, but honestly, I think this is the agenda of Zoran and all of his supporters. Is even though Kathy basically groveled on her knees like, oh, okay, fine, I'll endorse you, they're going to try to primary her in 2026. The plan is to basically run a progressive and then like terraform all of New York into that.
Wait for Chuck Schumer. His seat's getting real hot right now.
Yeah.
His seat's getting real hot.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, the shutdown, people aren't going to be happy on both sides with him for that. And the progressives hate him.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's screwed if this is any pattern we're seeing, but I don't think we're going to see this anywhere outside of New York City. Because Chuck Schumer may at least have the brain to actually get out and campaign.
I think you're going to see some, as I said, in the 2026 primaries, you're going to see some surprise upsets of incumbents.
I do believe it, because this will mobilize a lot of socialists out there. This is a big hope for them.
Yeah.
I don't think this is representative of the country. I truly don't believe this is representative of even the city of New York. It's just a 3-horse race and Cuomo sucks.
Right. But especially in primaries where, turnout is everything and energy is everything.
Key, and he didn't energize a damn voter in the entire primary.
Right.
It's just, I think the only people that voted for Andrew Cuomo in the primary are the old New Yorkers that have voted in the last 45 elections.
Yeah, exactly.
No, he didn't drive out one new voter.
Exactly. But let's see. So no new, I'm guessing New York's going to move extremely slow. I don't know. We want to shift back to...
Yeah, but they're almost at half, which hey, but...
Let's shift back here to Jersey. 57% in. So Chitterelli was down by like 20, right? Now it's narrowed to about 14 or so.
Yeah, he's
13, 14.
He's making some ground. Will it be enough?
Will it be enough? That's what remains all here to be seen. Decision Desk doesn't think so. They have Chitterelli at less than a 1% chance. But again, I'm really looking here. I want Chitterelli to win, obviously. But if the margin beats Donald Trump, I'm satisfied, because that says, okay, so the Democrats are basically not expanding their margins nationwide, but that's what we're going to have to sit and find out. Again, the number to beat, if you just want to walk away with a moral victory, is about +6 for the Democrats. But, if you get +1 margin of error, who knows? It could be closer than that.
Yeah, we're not seeing the gap close too much in like Atlantic County. Chitterelli actually, he was down by 5,000 votes. They just got 10% more votes in. He's now down by, looks like 7,000. So that, the gap's not really changing there, unfortunately. And that's a county that he needs to win. That's a county that he won by nearly 12% in 2021. And President Trump won by 3%.
But the other 55%, I'm going to guess mostly election day.
Election day voting, that's going to be Republican. Once again, the game of catch-up, we'll talk about it all night.
Yep, for sure. California Prop 50, that is awaiting. The polls will close there in about 2 hours, so we still got a lot of time to go. Any results out of Minneapolis? Oh, none. Come on. We gotta see if the Captain Phillips guy. Actually, that whole election is the plot to Captain Phillips. Okay, you have Captain Phillips, aka Jacob Fry, and what's his name? Muse, right? The pirate, this is a whole thing. And it's a great metaphor because, the progressives are holding that city hostage. So you are not far left enough now, So that'll be something to watch. New Jersey, New York City is cooked. Yeah. I'm still interested to see what the final margin is going to be. That's what's going to determine the sort of referendum moment. Now, as for New York City, well, mathematically, Zoran, because of the split ticket, was always bound to win. But hey, look at this. Just now, ladies and gentlemen, after a new vote dump, we got 52% of the vote in. Mondani's now under 50%, right? And so that's, again, I'll repeat it. He's going to win. If he's going to win a minority of the vote in New York City, he is not that popular. And if progressives are going to try to take this nationwide, it's going to be a disaster, which they will.
And if I'm in New York, I'm a New Yorker, and I'm a member of either party, Democrat or Republican, and we see a candidate win without 50% of the vote, they need to have a runoff law.
Oh, yeah.
If you don't get 50% of the vote, it goes to a runoff.
No, absolutely.
Because that would avoid this from ever happening again.
And keep in mind, the margin right now, so Mondani's leading by 8.1. The final RCP average from what I saw had Mondani up by 14.3. Yeah. So that is him underperforming the polls as we speak, And
it's looking like the Atlas Intel poll may be the most accurate.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe.
About 4, right? So,
4, and some of the ones like a week ago were like 7. Yeah. So they got to have a runoff thing here. Because Andrew Cuomo, if it's just Mondani Cuomo, I think it's no doubt Cuomo would win.
Cuomo would destroy him in the runoff.
Cuomo would probably get 60%.
Yeah.
Sliwa, he may actually win the damn race. I mean, he may be at like 40, 45%. Like we'd be looking at him like Andrew Cuomo right now.
Yeah.
He'd be kind of competitive, and it's a fun story we talk about, but doesn't really have a shot. I think that's what Sliwa would get in a head-to-head.
I would still, though, be really curious to see just what would have happened in that head-to-head.
And I'd be interested to see, like, hypothetically, if New York did have a ranked choice voting at this level, where would that be? Where would that come into play?
I think Cuomo would win that. You know why? Because I think all the Sliwa voters would rank Cuomo as a number two. Yeah.
And therefore, all
and Mondani's just going to be all Mondani.
Yep. And all Sliwa's votes are going straight to Cuomo.
Yeah. Yeah.
A ranked choice voting would actually save New York in this scenario, which is interesting.
Or I don't know how you don't have a runoff when you have multiple.
It doesn't make any sense. It
doesn't make any sense. You know,
like at the presidential level, it's understanding,
right?
Because it just happens. But I mean, damn. I mean, we have a mayor's race. I mean, almost every mayor's race across the country that I've looked at, most of them, if they have these jungle primaries where one guy's in at 30, 40% of the vote. You do a runoff. Then they do a runoff in a few months, and it's just two people. Let's see what he's sitting at Queens, Mondani at 47%, which is just only 1% more than he got in the primary. Cuomo's outperforming himself by about 3 points there, so that's promising.
Promising for the establishment grandma killer versus the communist. Bronx, he's up by 11. Mondani.
Yeah, I mean the Bronx, he's up by 11, and that's that's not enough there. I mean, Cuomo got 52% of the vote.
Mm-hmm.
So, Manhattan, nothing's great right now. I think really, where's the mostly outstanding vote? We got Manhattan 50% in. We got the Bronx 58% in. Is it all going to be 58% in?
Yeah, it's all about half of the
53% in Brooklyn, and then Staten Island. All right, 83% in. That's going to be Cuomo's stronghold right there.
Oh, most of it's already counted.
Most of it's already counted.
Good news. Oh, we do have results by neighborhood.
There we go.
Here, you can have the mouse for that.
Okay, yeah. So, Astoria, this is Mondani's hometown. Very Greek.
Hometown, quote unquote. Hometown.
Even though he doesn't claim it, because what his mother said, he always considered himself more non-American than anything.
Yeah.
He didn't consider himself a New Yorker.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's Mondani's home turf. This is where, he's an assemblyman. And, it's about half white and a quarter Hispanic, large Greek, large Arab, Egyptian population. Astoria Boulevard is known as Little Egypt. It's got a lot of that culture there. And you're going to see him dominate.
Very Middle Eastern, basically. Yeah.
He's going to dominate in this area. I mean, this is expected. And then if I can find Maspeth, you see, that's I think Mondani, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Mondani won Maspeth in the primary. And then, let's see, down in Brooklyn here, Bensonhurst, Bath Beach. So this is about where you expected to see Cuomo dominate. These are kind of similar to the margins he won in the primary in these areas. And then Staten Island, which you actually see Mondani winning some in Staten Island, which isn't great, but I think he won. I'm very confident he won these neighborhoods back then. And then Manhattan, this is hurting him big. So these are some of the two biggest areas in all of the city, is Upper West and Upper East Side. Cuomo won both in the primary, only 11%. I imagine Cuomo still pulls it out, but he has to have these. There's no question. He has to have them, and by a decent margin to have any shot, because these are massive communities that should go very pro Cuomo.
Yeah, and right now it's about 50 to 46 in the Upper West Side with 11% in.
Yep.
In total. So Jennifer has a good question. What are we going to do, Vince? CNN will be calling this a major Democratic win in a referendum on Trump. I mean, I guess you got to just play into that. Like, let them be delusional, And then similarly, okay, Republicans, are you listening? It's a major Democratic win. We're struggling. Yeah, you got to go vote in the midterms. Yeah, true. Yeah. You wonder why Jay Jones is looking like he's going to win. That's why, because you didn't show up to vote, because Winsome Sears didn't inspire you enough to the polls. And then so you're like, okay, I don't really care. And the moderates, that's why. You got to just run with that, right? And then similarly, I mean, I guess the silver lining is that Democrats probably don't believe they need to change all that much. If anything, they're going to look at Mondani narrowly winning and say, oh, look, we need to be more progressive, and that's going to screw them over. So it's like, it's kind of also a situation of never interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake, right? These are all elections in blue areas. Now, I am curious to see New Jersey, because I think if Cheryl ends up destroying Chitterelli, that is sort of, I guess, a cause for concern, and then we'll have to look into the reasons why. But besides that, I mean, again, Winsome-Sears didn't have much of a chance in Virginia at all. The government shut down there, heavily in Doge, by the way, even earlier in the year, heavily influenced definitely those results. I'm not applying that necessarily nationwide. New York City, needless to say, is not the rest of the country. So, let them have their delusion if they want to do that, and then we'll meet again in 2026. You know what I mean? That's all you have to do about it. They can push the propaganda. Now, we're going to push back on it, and again, we'll see actually what ends up happening in the final New Jersey margin's the one that's like really interesting, But let's see. New York Times has indeed now called it for Mikey Sherrill.
Yep.
Not super surprised there.
No, the numbers, I mean, he's not gaining ground in any of these new dumps, and that's unfortunate.
But that said, I mean, what's the final margin going to be?
Yeah. Will it be
that's what
similar to
that's
his
what all
21
along
margin?
that's what all along I've been the most curious about,
Yeah.
And even if it's slightly worse than his 21 margin, I would say, okay, Trump's the incumbent president. That's to be expected. Now, if Sherrill ends up winning by this margin of 15, then it's like, okay, what the heck happened there? But
let's go to Passaic County up here in North Jersey, and take a look at his numbers here. So 59 to 39, and this is kind of surprising. I know a lot of this is early voting because there's only 38% of it in. But it's Trump got 19 more points than he did in 2020. He did great there. This is the largest concentration of Hispanics in all of New Jersey. About 43% of the total population in this county is Hispanic. Donald Trump won this county by 3 points. Chitterelli in 21 lost it by about 4. This is one you had to flip. It doesn't even look close right now.
Well, I will say I do expect to see, because of all the ICE raids, like a drop off in Hispanic vote in 26.
Yep.
I think that's coming.
Yeah.
Will it last long term? Who knows? I think the long term realignment is still there, but the temporary sort of emotional response to that definitely is going to be real. What about Cumberland?
Yeah, Cumberland County, I mean, not a massive county. You expect maybe 30 to 50,000 votes, possibly, depending on turnout here in this county for each candidate. Trump narrowly won it in 24, by a few percent. Chitterelli won it by about 11 to 12% back in 21. It has the highest poverty rate in all of New Jersey. It's a very poor area. And Trump had a 9-point swing from 2020 to 2024. This is one you wanted to see Chitterelli jump up a few points.
Well, that's another case where if you said it's the poorest county, then the government shutdown has heavy impact on that,
absolutely.
Right? The EBT reliance.
Yep. And these are the, like, we're talking, October surprises. These are the effects of these last minute things that, this is one Chitterelli carried significantly. And Trump won narrowly, getting a 9-point swing. You would expect some of those Trump voters come back and vote for Chitterelli. And we didn't see it. And,
I think in most demographics nationwide, they don't really care, or they're not voting based on the government shutdown. But again, if you're pointing out poorest county, that's a blue county, that has an impact because they're like, my EBT. Doge, again, federal workers in Virginia, that has an impact. And so I guess it makes sense why the Democrats did it then, Yeah. It makes sense.
Yeah, it's a little surprising because Trump narrowly won it. Chitterelli dominated in 21. You'd think, now 50% of the vote's still out, so he's still got a chance. It's a 3,000 vote gap. But he needs to be the one up by 3,000 right now.
How is it looking in overall turnout numbers?
I'll be honest, what we have 62% of the vote in, I feel like it's as expected. I'm not shocked by a high turnout. And I don't think it's shockingly low right now. Let's see what the final numbers look like. But this is, I am a little surprised how underperforming Jack Chitterelli's doing right now.
Yeah.
I really am. I thought I'd see, you expect him to be down. The early voting numbers weren't good.
Right.
I didn't expect to see this.
Especially how awful Cheryl is as a candidate.
Yes, they really had to bring in Obama big time for her.
Right.
And Chitterelli, I mean, name recognition may have hurt him the first time. Nobody really knew who he was. He ran for governor 4 years ago. He did really well. He did way better than people expected. And I really thought this was a good chance to win. You had the Atlas poll having him only down 1%. He's a likable guy, and he's not performing well right now.
And I'd like to know, too, the same conversation we had in New York City, but, what impact does immigration into the state have on it?
Yeah, I mean, definitely when you talk about people leaving the state for states like Florida, North Carolina, Texas.
Right.
But then again, this is a state that we saw a lot of inroads made just a year ago.
Right.
To where, do things really change that quick? Of course they can. But you think you'd see at least performing at the level he was 4 years ago.
Well, you could see the Hispanic vote, again, like having a backlash. Because
and that's what we're seeing in
that's a possibility for sure.
Because that's the most surprising. I mean, this had Democrats in shambles in 2024. Donald Trump performed at 19 points better than he did in 2020 last year.
Yeah.
He dominated. He won the county. It was shocking. It was unbelievable. It's a Democratic stronghold, and Donald Trump broke through and won it. And, we're not seeing it. We're just not seeing it. We're not seeing it today. But it is a very Hispanic county, like you talked about ICE affecting things, and it's unfortunate. And Bergen County, I don't know if they've updated anything. 37, nothing's really changed.
Now, what I'm also curious about is whether it's an issue of the Republicans didn't show up or the votes just weren't there. Because, again, either immigration and emigration changed the state, Yeah. Because it does seem to me that Chitterelli ran a fantastic campaign. It was well-resourced. I don't know if energy was necessarily the issue.
No, I don't think it was.
Whereas in Virginia, you could definitely say that.
Of course.
Virginia was literally
this outside of New York City was probably the most talked about race by far.
Right. And Chitterelli is like the best possible candidate you could basically
likable
run.
Guy. They don't really have anything on him.
Yep.
Nice guy. And just a good candidate. He's not too far in either direction.
Right.
A good guy for a state like New Jersey.
But, okay, let's take a look here back in Virginia. I mean, that number is just not changing. It's basically actually not more than 3, right? Yeah, 3.6 points that Jay Jones is leading. 100,000 votes, okay, of the violent, murderous lunatic. Oh, there you go. That's why Charlie Kirk was so important? No, it's true. And really, when it came to chasing ballots and turnout, Turning Point Action was picking up a lot of the slack that the GOP wasn't. So, that'll be definitely very important in the midterms as well. Because, Virginia is a race I would chalk up to, like, literally, we just ran a bad candidate and there was poor turnout. New Jersey, we're going to have to sort of dissect this one, right? That's going to really, I can easily explain every result besides New Jersey, okay?
Yep.
New York City, it's vote splitting. It's basically going as I was expecting. Zoran is not actually as popular as, he's claiming, and et cetera, et cetera. Okay, we understand that. Virginia, Winsome Sears' campaign just was not, that didn't have a lot of energy behind it, and so that's affecting the rest of the ticket. I could even use that to explain away the Jay Jones stuff. Now, it still does not subtract from the fact that a sizable portion of the Democrat voter base genuinely supports political violence, but we already knew that, so that can be easily explained away. The New Jersey one, I'm like kind of curious, honestly, to know what's driving it. If we have anyone in chat in Jersey that is an expert on county breakdown, feel free to let me know your thoughts on that. But
just what's shocking me the most here is Gloucester County. That's shocking to me. How much of the votes still out there? 93% of the vote in. I mean, I'm floored by this. Chitterelli, this largest Italian population in New Jersey, 1/3 of the county is Italian. I mean, Chitterelli, he won it by 10 points just 4 years ago. Donald Trump won this county by 3 points. He gained 4 more points than he did in 2020. And with 93% of the vote in, Jack Chitterelli's not even in the lead. This is one you wanted to win by 10, 15 points. I'm shocked here.
Is there any maybe an impact that might change? So what year is that like census data from? Is it just 2020 or?
You talking about the Trump's numbers?
No, in terms of like the demographic breakdown, like
it's the most recent census. Yes.
Okay. I don't know. Maybe Gloucester County is not like that anymore, though. You know, we've definitely seen places change very quickly. So I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's unfortunate. I mean, just a year ago, it went for Trump, and Chitterelli should do a little bit better almost everywhere than Trump.
Right.
You know, that's kind of the way it goes.
Now, you could say, oh, well, you know, the economy is kind of sluggish in 2025, and well, that's Trump, the Republican is president. But I sort of had the perception going in that in Jersey that might be a bit of an exception because, like, the Democrats have ran the state forever and the taxes are going up, and, you know, a lot of that blame could be placed on Democrats locally, too.
Absolutely.
But I don't know if that messaging or something failed to deliver, or it's the opposite, or just Trump derangement syndrome, you know? Who knows?
It is crazy. It really is.
Let's see. Also, in the way of advertising, I saw many more Cheryl ads compared to Chitterelli, says someone from New Jersey. Well, that's interesting. That's interesting. It did seem to me that Chitterelli was relatively well-resourced, but maybe that internally the campaign was not... You know, not that he's a bad candidate, but the people kind of planning that stuff, maybe not the best. Not exactly sure. Every member of my family was born in Jersey except for me and my... Okay, so that's just someone saying they're born in Jersey. What about the last 11 months makes you think people would think voting Republican would improve their quality of life? I don't know what you mean by that question. Or the Mondani campaign took foreign donations. All right, that part is true. That part is true. But anyways, let us check back in at least on New York City. So 75% of the vote. I'm shocked actually with how quickly they've counted this.
I am too. I mean, I know it's the size of a small state. You know, I mean, there's 9 million people here, and you expect turnout to be pretty good for this race because it's a high-profile race. Yeah, I'm actually very pleased with how quickly they've counted votes, and they've announced it for Mondani here, which is not surprising, but I'm interested to see, like we said, the margin. Yeah,
so very narrowly right now, Mondani is winning with 50.4%. Again, that's the thing I'm watching is, will he get the majority of the vote? So in Queens, we got about 25% still outstanding. Staten Island, 11%. Brooklyn, 71%. That's going to be a stronghold for Mondani, absolutely. Manhattan, 79%. Now let's take a look. You said like the Upper West Side, right?
Yeah, that's
only 1% reporting.
Yeah, and that's a large vote dump that should come in favor of Andrew Cuomo.
So if he's currently at 50.4%, that doesn't seem like it bodes good news for him.
No.
I guess you look at, for instance, the Bronx. Yeah, 75%. So basically the entire city still has 25% outstanding.
Yeah.
But I guess, okay, there are places in the Bronx, in fairness, that also are less than 1%. So,
yeah,
like all over the place. So.
And that was another kind of bread and butter area of the Cuomo campaign was the Bronx.
Right.
So, I mean, you expect maybe a little bump for Mondani because that's an AOC district. She campaigned for Mondani. Maybe he gets a bump there, but he looks like, I don't know. I mean, we'll see what happens. The Upper West Side surprised me just a little bit there. But, you know, it's only 1%,
though. Yeah, exactly.
Upper East Side, though, is looking good for Andrew Cuomo.
Now, I see a lot of people in chat that are obviously, like, freaking out about Mamdani being the mayor. I mean, here's the thing. I don't root for the downfall of any American city, especially New York. As a matter of fact, I've like wanted to go to New York in the past couple of years and just haven't been able to get there. And it is the icon of our country. That being said, sometimes if something has to happen, then it has to happen. You know what I mean? If people need to learn the consequences of what they're voting for, or they need to be reminded, because, you know, it's interesting, the Democrat voters had this epiphany in 2021. Like, if you remember Eric Adams, he actually ran as the pro-police Democrat. They actually rejected the progressive Democrats in that race because people were upset over what happened in 2020, and even Democrat voters didn't like the crime wave that ensued. And you saw that in the midterms. You saw that in 2024, even, you know, when George Gascon in Los Angeles got elected out. Oakland, they voted out the mayor and all this stuff. But, you know, if you got to be reminded again, oh, this is what happens when you elect progressives, it turns into this, like, crime-ridden nightmare, then... I guess that's what they got to do. I don't know. I mean, I projected by the end of 2 years, he's basically going to be in Brandon Johnson territory because none of his major campaign platforms will be even feasible. No. You know, he won't be able to pay for the free buses, the free childcare, and then the only actual change he'll make on the city is, again, the crime rate has just exploded, you know, so.
Yeah, I don't think, like, I know a lot of people will be scared and, you know, obviously we don't want to root for the downfall of any of American city. And I think it'd be all right in the long run. You know, sometimes you need to take some steps back, take some steps forward. And I think in 4 years, you may see a referendum on Mamdani and socialist policies by him getting primaried, and also maybe a legitimate Republican ticket coming in and possibly challenging.
I guess, though, here's the concern is that, like, can people last that long? Because think about how people are going to leave New York right now. They're calling a real estate agent tomorrow.
Yeah, I do think so. I mean, you look what happened in the 70s and the 80s. The reason Curtis Sliwa has come to prominence here. I mean, that place was a war zone.
Right.
I mean, it's not going to get as bad as that. I mean, there was.
Well, we'll see.
Maybe we'll see. I don't think it'll get as bad as that. But we'll see. I mean, we'll see what happens. I don't think a lot of the Zoran campaign promises will come to fruition.
No, none of them will. None of them will.
The only thing that controls
and if they do,
the police is what concerns me.
Part of me wants him to fulfill the free buses, though, because I want them to see my socialist theory come correct. Yeah. Which is when you have free buses, it's going to be full of vagrants and drug addicts, and it's like, that's actually a terrible idea. Yeah. But, you know, I don't know. Maybe someone will be like, oh, well, I rode it twice and didn't get stabbed to death, so that means it's perfectly safe.
I think he's actually an incredibly ineffective mayor.
Yeah.
Like, it's going to be...
Well, Chicago just tried this. Actually, de Blasio, really, when you think about it, same garbage, you know?
It's just going to be nothing. Nothing's going to get done.
Right.
And I think there'll be a referendum on him. I really do, because nothing's going to get done. Crime may go up, but, you know, I mean, we'll see. But crime will probably go up.
It will go up.
It will go up. Crime will go up, and none of the other stuff will happen. And then he's going to be a shit mayor.
I think the homeless population might explode, too. Because what happens when you have, like, when people know that, you know, it's a city of free stuff, even if they have that perception, is, like, homeless people move in and take advantage of it. You know, this is what happens in Portland, for instance.
Yeah.
Where you're incentivized to be homeless because you're basically a protected class, actually, in that city. And, like, they can't do anything. They can't arrest you for most crimes and stuff. And so people are flocking there. You know, people flock to California for a long time on Greyhounds from other countries for those incentives. But yeah, if Zoran in New York becomes known as a place where, hey, like free needles for everyone, whatever garbage they're going to do, then you're going to see that as well. So it'll be a zombie apocalypse. Fentanyl.
Yeah, and I really hope that's not the case, and I hope it's recoverable. I hope that there is a referendum in 4 years on Mamdani, and that he's very ineffective, and nothing gets done because New York's a great American city. Yeah. And, you know, and he's hovering at 50%. And I really hope he finishes under 50%.
Yeah, me too. Yeah,
I really do. And I'm looking at Jackson Heights, the neighborhood in Queens right now. Mamdani's outperforming himself from his primary numbers. Cuomo's underperforming. It's not good. They're breaking for Sliwa and Mamdani. And it's unfortunate, but Jackson Heights, a very large Hispanic neighborhood, a very large Asian neighborhood. I was just there a few weeks ago. I mean, we're talking 79% of the people speak a language other than English at the home with their families. 160 languages spoken in that neighborhood. You know, and it's not that large of a neighborhood. I mean, there's a lot of people, but by New York standards, it's not massive. And it's, you know, 58% of people born outside of the United States. They're breaking for Mamdani, and these are Hispanics and Asians.
And that's the immigration conversation. Yeah, 100%. Right? That's probably an underrated takeaway. Frankly, I would say maybe in like all of these elections. You know, I'm curious to see that data. It'll probably come out like a month or so from now, or maybe it won't because no one wants to study it because they feel like it's an uncomfortable conversation. But no, seriously, when you break down foreign-born versus native-born, right, immigrant versus non-immigrant population, are these Democrat candidates being carried by immigration, right? Because, again, some people are like, oh, why are you demonizing or blaming the immigrants? It's not about that. It's about, again, progressives are a fringe minority in this country, the insane lunatics. They build a majority through immigration. You understand, right? That's the key conversation that needs to be had about New York, Minneapolis. I'm sure it's true in Virginia, right? Because especially Loudoun County is a place that does attract a lot of immigration, you know, international kind of government, all that stuff. So that's something I'm actually, you know, extremely curious to find out. But
yeah, I mean, you know, you have 79% of people don't speak English at the home with their families. And, you know, once again, low propensity voters usually don't turn out. I mean, there's a large amount of people in Jackson Heights that probably don't know what's exactly happening in this race. They're not totally up to date. English is not their first language. You know, these are problems that, you know, the campaign for Cuomo did not address, and Curtis Sliwa, you know, I don't think he expected to get much out of Jackson Heights here, but
you know, if this ends up being the case, like my theory on it, I think it's also important to say, because you're going to see a bunch of center-right people probably come out tomorrow and say Trump needs to stop doing ICE raids.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, actually, when you look at something like this, the only conclusion is we need to get significantly more hawkish on immigration, or we do not have a country. Right? It doesn't freaking matter. You can try to win all the hearts and minds you want. They keep just importing more and more of a voter base. You cannot outpace that. Doesn't matter how many kids you have, how many hearts and minds you change, how many universities you unwokeify. Literally, they're bringing in people, even through the legal immigration system, who do not speak English even, and just saying, hey, vote for the progressive, and they're doing that, right? So, to me, that is a reality check that everyone needs to have. It's like, it's not the New York City of even 10 years ago.
Yeah, no, it's not.
On many levels, but what else are you looking at there?
Just looking at Corona's numbers here in Queens as well. Less than 1% reporting, so, not a ton to take away from that. But that's another one, a very poor neighborhood that Cuomo performed well. He won by 4 points in the primary. 14% of that neighborhood's below the poverty line. That's one they did very well. Majority Hispanic, second place is Asian in the demographics of that neighborhood. Much like Jackson Heights, just a different demographic that likes Andrew Cuomo, and kind of Jackson Heights' neighbor as far as that neighborhood. So split up, they should break for Cuomo slightly. We'll see what happens. Less than 1% reporting. Right now, Mamdani's up, but there's only 5,000 votes.
Yep. So, I understand that that's a uncomfortable conversation to be had, but it's very important. Okay, so in New Jersey, Sherrill went down by 0.2. Chitterelli went up by 0.1. So everybody clap it up. Clap it up. We're back. We can do this. No, but okay, minor vote dumps, like slightly narrowing the margins a little bit here for Chitterelli. Let's take a look. Actually, we do have a swing map already.
There we go.
In some places. So Sussex County is 6 points more Democratic than the 2024 vote.
Yeah. I mean, it's unfortunate.
And that's a red county, by the way.
Yes.
So very interesting what could be driving that. Maybe it has to do with people left.
I mean, that's a county that Jack Chitterelli outperformed Donald Trump last year. So these numbers you're seeing, that it's 6 points more Democratic. Mm-hmm. Jack Chitterelli in his original campaign 4 years ago outperformed those numbers by 5%. So we're talking about an 11-point swing from Jack Chitterelli's most recent campaign in this state. Mm-hmm. This is huge.
Now, do you think that's because of low turnout, or do you think people just left?
Probably a mixture of both.
Yeah.
Also, maybe, I don't know. I mean, like, I'm not too familiar with the demographic makeup of Sussex County. It's not a massive county compared to counties like Bergen and places like that. But, there's also, you could maybe talk about 5% of the votes still out. Maybe it bumps up the numbers a little bit, but he's not going to get where he was in 2021.
Yeah. Yeah.
It may be just a lack of excitement. I thought maybe more name ID would really help him here. But maybe there's a lack of excitement that Jack Chitterelli's back on the ticket.
Yeah, I mean,
but I think he ran a really good campaign.
I would think also that seeing how close Jersey was in 2024, that would send some Republican demoralized voters to be like, oh, maybe I should stay in the state a little longer. Yeah, maybe I should actually go vote because there's a chance, legitimately.
They saw a governor's race 4 years ago. If you live in Jersey and you're a Republican, you saw a governor's race that was within 3 points. Mm-hmm. You saw Donald Trump almost win your state in a massive swing. You'd probably stick around to see what happens.
Right.
You'd think this would set up for a Republican governor in Jersey.
But maybe it's just becoming that unlivable, that they're just like, because there's probably a lot of people who planned during, say, COVID that they were going to leave, but it took them years to close on the real estate deal, find the new job. And so that could still be a migration factor that's happening.
But, it's only a year ago. But also, how much could this play into fact that maybe the middle voter here in New Jersey was not as excited to vote red this time because, maybe they're not enthusiastic about the job President Trump's doing, or maybe they're not enthusiastic about Jack Chitterelli. Mm-hmm. I think that may play into it because, as we talked about to start the night, usually if a Republican wins the White House or a Democrat wins the White House, the other party gets a pretty good bump in these races. Mm-hmm. So I think that still plays a part into it.
I'm curious to know too. I mean, I guess we could look at exit polls or something.
Yeah.
But, how many people were voting strongly on the economy, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because obviously, like the economic recovery has been slow. In fairness, I'm not attacking Trump for that. I said in December of last year, 2025 is going to be a bad year for the economy because the post-COVID bubble is bursting. You know, now we're coming back basically down to reality because the fake Biden economy is basically becoming exposed. All that stimulus money's running up. That's why you're seeing layoffs, all this stuff. People are going to blame tariffs, but even Jerome Powell recently came out and admitted, no, it really has more to do with longstanding economic factors. But that said, if we do end up seeing an economic boom as we kind of recover in 2026, that could be a factor that gets off the table as well.
Yeah.
You know, if the economy starts to turn in favor of Trump, you know.
I mean, you know, what's I guess most surprising about this is if, you know, you were watching here a year ago, some of the biggest gains that shocked the Democratic Party and excited the Republican Party was the gains of these Northeast metro areas.
Right.
Huge gains. We're kind of seeing it come back to earth a little bit here, unfortunately. But I remember seeing the exit polls. I was looking at them earlier this week in New Jersey and New York. The number one issue voters cared about in those exit polls for those years was the economy.
Right.
The second was immigration. Is that still the same? And if it's still economy, how do they view Trump's economy?
Yeah, well, I would guess negatively, right?
Negatively.
But again, extrapolating to 2026 and even 28. I don't know. I don't necessarily believe it's going to stay that way forever. You know,
I don't either.
Get into office, you try a new economic approach. It starts off slow, right? Mm-hmm. So we'll see how those numbers, I guess, change over time. Going back here to New York City.
Yes.
Cuomo got 0.1%.
There we go.
So right now, Mamdani still has 50.5. So very narrowly, he has the majority of the vote. But with 85%, they're still at 15% to ultimately see what ends up happening there. Let's see. Brooklyn has 83%. Again, the hipster stronghold. Queens, pretty contested, right? Actually, a majority. This is a splitting ticket phenomenon, right? The majority of Queens is actually voting against Mamdani right now. He's at 47%, but you know the split there. Staten Island now at 92%, smaller vote dump. And in Manhattan, let's see, with 87% of the votes in, Mamdani is winning Manhattan by 10. So I'm gonna break that down by the Upper West Side.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you know, how much did you say? Okay, so the Upper West Side still hasn't reported. Even the Upper East Side, go back there.
Yeah, neither of them have reported.
Neither of them really reported. There's 51,000 votes, but that's nothing.
Right.
That's nothing for New York City. So there's a ton of the votes out there. I still think Cuomo wins. I do think Cuomo wins Manhattan. I know he didn't win it in the primary outright. He lost by a few, or I think 5%. Mm-hmm. I really do expect him to win Manhattan this time around.
Well, let's see. The total margin right now is 10.
Here's the thing: is the votes are in very pro. The outstanding votes are in very pro Cuomo areas. How's lower Manhattan? How much of the votes out? A little lower, like near the.
I think maybe this map hasn't just updated though yet. That's what it seems like to me, because it's all at 1%, and then it's saying Manhattan's at 88%.
Yeah.
So.
And then Queens, you go back to Queens. What's the margin there right now? Yeah, I mean Cuomo's outperforming his numbers previously.
Yeah.
Much better.
No.
Much better.
Still sitting at that 50.5. That's what I'm rooting for. I want to see him get a 49.
On the outside of Queens East, in Queens, it's basically connecting to Long Island, but a lot more suburban. You're kind of getting outside the city. That should be very pro Cuomo, you'd think. Mm-hmm. And then also, we saw the Hispanic neighborhoods and the black neighborhoods in Queens go for Andrew Cuomo. Some of the more Asian neighborhoods going for Zohran Mamdani, and of course his home assembly.
Hold on, let me read someone's chat. I saw something. Oh, someone said, I'm concerned about the midterms because of this. Well, again, here's what you got to keep in mind. And here's what Republicans didn't understand after 2021. And now Democrats are about to fail to understand after 2025 because they're going to run a bunch of propaganda about it. Is first of all, you're talking all about elections in blue states and blue cities, especially deep blue cities like New York, right? But then secondly, I think, if you looked back to 2021, if you saw Glenn Youngkin win Virginia and you saw Jack Ciattarelli almost win New Jersey, you'd probably extrapolate that in 2022, going into the swing states, that's going to be a massive historic red wave. That didn't happen. Why is that? Because you cannot over-extrapolate from one election, especially when turnout is so variable, right? But then, of course, thirdly, I think again, if we are to believe maybe the economy here is having a factor, I would fully predict the economy will be a lot more favorable to Republicans by next year than it is at this point this year, right? Again, we're in a recovery phase because that COVID bubble has burst out. So those are going to be things all to keep in mind, right? And then you look at the Senate map in 26, very favorable to Republicans. If the Supreme Court overturns the Voting Rights Act, it's going to be very difficult regardless, even if they have a blue wave for Democrats to win the House. So there's a lot still riding on this. And again, that's why you cannot overreact to one simple election result. Now, I would have liked to see sort of a Doolittle raid situation in New Jersey, and I'm very disappointed in we actually explained away, obviously, what already happened in the Virginia Attorney General election, as apparently Jay Jones has expanded his lead. But again, look at this race, right? So you're talking Winsome-Sears, again, bad top of the ticket. That is so important because lower candidates on the ticket don't really drive the turnout, okay? That's the real reason Mayoral is losing. But then secondly, government shutdown, Doge, all of those things that are very unique to the federal workforce in Virginia, and Democrats arguably did on purpose, are not going to affect, say, the Georgia Senate race in 2026, right? So that's, of course, why, again, Democrats are going to run around and, say all these things, but you cannot actually over-extrapolate based on basically exceptional circumstances in every single case, So that's something that you got to strongly keep in mind. Okay, currently we have Minneapolis election results. All right, let's take a look here. Let's see if nothing has come up on Decision Desk yet, but according to open source though, in early voting, Fateh is beating Jacob Fry 34-29. Now, but the thing is, you got ranked choice and all that, so I don't know if we can even decide this election for a long time.
They got to do 8-9 rounds of this stuff.
Yeah. And I think it's gonna be a runoff anyway. But, that'll be interesting to see. The Battle of Mogadishu,
Yeah.
Jacob Fry down, the plot of an amazing movie, I guess. Jay Jones is giving his winning speech, and so is Mikey Sherrill. Well, let's see here if they have the live Jay Jones speech. Kind of want to hear what this freaking lunatic has to say. But yeah, here is the live, at least from the Sherrill campaign. She is declaring victory as the margins still do not appear to be moving all that much. So let's tune in here and take a listen.
Well, they always say we're loud, but man, with this vote, you guys just scream from the rooftops. And people around the country have heard you. I hear you too. This was a tough fight, and this is a tough state. But I know you, New Jersey, and I love you. I've fought for you. I've spoken with thousands of you over this last year. I know your struggles. I know your hopes. I know your dream.
Vanilla Kamala, she is. I want to see the Jay Jones speech. I'm kind of more interested in that, to be honest with you. Let's see. Jay Jones campaign. Jay Jones speech live. Jay Jones. Is there? Okay, all right. Here we go. Here's Jay Jones, I guess. Oh no, that's Mayoral speaking. But where's Jones? Where's Jones? This is all just Mayoral's. Okay, I don't know. Where can we find this live feed, guys? He's gonna go pop pop pop, in the middle of his speech. Yeah, I mean, actually, this is pretty interesting. Okay, from the Washington Examiner, they posted just 1 hour ago when it came to exit polling, saying Virginia voters don't think Jay Jones's text messages are disqualifying. So take a listen. Let's see.
The polls have closed here in Virginia. We're currently at Jason Miyares' Attorney General election party. Many people we spoke to at polling locations today said that the government shutdown and Doge cuts were actually what was leading them to the polls.
Well, I'd like to see things cleaned up in Washington a little bit. It's a mess. And as a physician, a lot of my patients haven't been getting paid. And I'd like to see that turned around.
Yeah,
because they
literally who shut down the government, but this is the federal workers, okay? you want me to feel bad for them when they're all getting freaking fired? The Democrats shut down the government and denied them a paycheck, and they're so dense and stupid and libtarded, essentially, that they're like, okay, let me go vote Democrat, even though they're the ones holding me hostage. So no, fire all these people, okay? Absolutely support, all right? Maybe this is a sign you got to go even more aggressive with the federal cuts, but...
They have families, they have to eat, they have to get gas, they have to pay mortgages, and it's not a ideal situation right now.
Pundits saw with the J. Jones text scandal coming to light that this could possibly be a split ticket for Virginia.
What he said is not enough to disqualify him. So, no, I mean, I've said things that I didn't mean.
I think that's why we have a democracy. We allow voters to pick and choose their leaders.
Follow along with our election night coverage at WashingtonExaminer.com.
Someone says Doge didn't help. First time ever that they started to vote again. No, absolutely. That's something I said the entire time in Virginia. Like that is not something that was going to be favorable. Now, that is not something you can also extrapolate really to other states. New Jersey might be the one election where, depending on the margins, you can say, okay, maybe there's a degree to which that sort of applies nationally. But no, Virginia is under very extraneous circumstances. Again, bad Republican candidate, government shutdown, Doge cuts have a particular effect on the electorate in that state. That all combines to say, like, that result really should not be all that surprising. I was hoping that, at least the voters would reject the violent lunatic, but, clearly that is not the case. And because Abigail Spanberger is winning by so much, that's really what's carrying this, right? Just so people understand. But, again, New York, I guess I should say, Virginia, not results that really have any nationwide impact. Jersey's kind of the interesting one that we got to look at more and kind of try to understand, but...
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Rego Park here in Queens, and this is one that Cuomo won pretty narrowly in the neighborhood in Queens. He won pretty narrowly there in the primary back in, I think it was July. I think, what was it, 0.5% or 1%, he won it by. Majority white, second place Asian, it's about 46-36. Very large amount of, I didn't know this was a community, but I believe it's Burkanan Jews or Burkaran Jews that are kind of a Jewish community that is from the Middle Eastern area, not Israel. We're talking like Afghanistan and those countries, and they're breaking for Cuomo in a much larger amount than they were in the primary. So, I guess showing a little bit of the maybe possibly the Jewish.
But it's still at the
community.
1% though, no?
Yeah, but I think it's the same thing with Manhattan, to where they're all kind of having under 1% reporting, because I'm looking around and it's like Queens is almost 80% and then everybody's under 1%.
But let's see. Okay, thus far, 88% of the votes are in.
Yeah.
The race has obviously been called for Mondani because the math is not there. Now, if you combine the Cuomo and Sliwa coalition, this would be way too close to call.
Race.
Yeah. But he's now slipped from about 50.5, he was there earlier, to now 50.3. So little vote dump we saw that is eating into Mamdani's margins. Again, you need a runoff here. I mean,
100%.
The fact that that's not the case is just obviously totally insane. It's actually shocking to me that that wasn't done before, because usually runoffs typically like favor the establishment candidate, and all the corruption in New York City, historically, all the party machines, they never set up a runoff election. Kind of surprising to me, right? Like, you would think they would do that because, because back then they used to literally like steal elections. They wouldn't like set up a system of, if the wrong guy wins, then let's steal the next one. Back in the 1800s and all that. I don't know. It's actually surprising to me they don't have a runoff system, but obviously they do not. Glenn Youngkin would have swept. Yeah, I still absolutely believe that, right?
100%.
Although, I don't know, maybe with a Chitterelli result, you could say maybe not, but definitely it'd be closer. Jay Jones would not be winning for sure, But even then, Chitterelli is still an outsider guy, right? Glenn Youngkin's the incumbent governor. And actually, as the incumbent governor, typically you have a very strong built-in advantage. That's one of the most reliable things you could talk about as incumbent governor. Greg Abbott, 2018, was it 2018? 2022. No, 2022. Like, they're thinking, Texas is starting to turn blue back then. That was a conversation. Ted Cruz barely won. Trump won by like 6. Abbott won by like 14 points, you know. Brian Kemp, same thing. He won elections so freaking easily. For whatever reason, incumbent governors have it. Andy Beshear, even the Democrat in Kentucky. For whatever reason, that guy keeps freaking winning, right? So, yeah, I mean, if that stupid law didn't exist in Virginia, we'd be doing well, you know? But for whatever reason, Politiflux says largest midterm turnout in Virginia history. Well, yeah, the government is shut down. Now, population grows over time, so it is kind of a little bit misleading to say, oh, largest turnout in history, because that's how it should be every election upcoming, unless there's a major drop-off. But yeah, that's why they shut down the government. I guess now we understand it, right? They wanted to make sure all these people showed up to vote, and sure, Abigail Spanberger didn't need it, but Jay Jones did. Yeah, that's the way I would see it, you know? Yep. For sure. Let's see what else. So Minneapolis still has not reported. Give us something. At least make the Omar guy lose. That'd be really funny. All right, update 81%. That margin has not changed. It looks like it's going to stay fixed, if I'm going to be honest with you.
And that is, like, shocking, to say the least.
And that means the Atlas Intel is way off. Actually, all the polls are way off. Like, Mikey Sherrill is way outperforming the polls.
Let's see where this outstanding vote is. Okay. This is the one that's just blowing my mind. I mean, you know, Chitterelli 4 years ago, a 12-point victory.
Well, you know, see here, the thing is, polling is historically terrible in New Jersey, and historically it's underestimated Republicans. In 2021, Chitterelli beat the polls by like 5. In 2024, Trump beat him by like 12.
Yeah, it was unbelievable.
Perhaps it's a case of them overhurting basically the polls for the Republicans, and then
just from a data standpoint, Gloucester County, Chitterelli 4 years ago won at 12%.
Yeah,
and right now with less than 5% of the vote out, he is losing.
Yeah,
I mean that is just a massive, massive shift. Yeah, I'm shocked. I'm absolutely shocked, and you know, 'cause that's one he. You know, you'd expect him, that's a good county for him. That's one he needs to do well in and continue to grow his numbers. He's not even winning it. You know, these are strongholds. These are the ones he has to hold on to. And then up here in Bergen County, you know, just the numbers aren't, I mean, that's another one. I mean, you know, only half the vote, just about half the vote in, so a lot to go, but just incredibly disappointing across the map.
I guess let me ask this question.
Yeah.
I think in 2021, Democrats didn't think the race would be remotely close, so they didn't show up.
That is true.
2024, maybe they they thought the same
very
thing.
Mobilized after the Biden presidency.
Right.
Yeah. That's possible.
Maybe the perception that the race was close was like, oh, Jersey's still a blue state and let's go vote. You know what I mean?
That could be.
They were nervous, you know?
It could be. But also, I mean, you know, last year's election, I mean, Donald Trump's possibly on pace to win this or lose this state by less than Jack Chitterelli.
Yeah.
A guy who nearly won the damn governorship 4 years ago.
But even then, that's what I'm saying is that, you know, I don't think a lot of Democrats thought they were going to lose Jersey. So there's maybe people who, like, complacent Democrats, you could say. Usually it's a Republican problem, but it is kind of possible in the reverse. I'm not sure. Anyways, with that said, guys, feel free to let me know your thoughts in the chat. Super chats, of course, will be read. Maybe it's because I didn't put on the hat. Maybe it's all my fault, guys. But no, in all seriousness, okay. 88% of the vote in. Mondani's still at 50.3%. Again, race has been called for him simply because of the split ticket. Still razor thin if you added up Cuomo and Sliwa together. So much for the progressive mandate. I would say, actually, in a way, it's basically a really good night for, like, establishment Democrats.
Yeah.
Which is a really interesting referendum, honestly.
Yeah.
Because there was the perception that they're slipping, they're losing, and then Cheryl, like Kamala 2.0, maybe like minus 2.0, like dumber, but dumber version of Kamala wins here, and then like a slightly smarter version of Mikey Sherrill wins in Virginia.
Yep.
You know? That's pretty interesting, actually. That
it is.
You know,
it is.
But at the same time, Jay Jones wins. So it's like
he's an absolute lunatic.
Absolute lunatic. But you know,
he needed a hell of a lot more help than the rest.
Right. He only won because freaking Spanberger blew out Sears.
Yeah,
you know?
And she was apparently popular at the top of the ticket, and I mean, Winsome Sears was awful. I mean, the margin continues to get larger.
Right.
It's getting larger.
Yeah, it is.
I thought 10% was going to be, a little bit, but I mean, it's getting bigger.
Right. Now, that said, I wonder, there's a lot of talk about it, obviously, about these elections in, say, the media, on social media. I want to know what the GOP ground game was actually like,
Yeah.
Because Scott Pressler and others were basically saying that it wasn't good. I did see those videos, basically, of them saying, like, look, you guys are not trying hard enough on the ground. That could be a factor here, too.
Well, a big thing in politics is, at the end of the day, no matter how good your social media campaign is, your ads are, you got to knock doors.
Yeah.
You got to knock doors. I mean, a lot of times, the people that knock the most doors end up doing pretty dang well.
And that's what I've heard Van Jones and others say. That's what Democrats actually don't understand about the 2024 election. Yeah, the new media, the podcast, the Joe Rogan, like, that was all nice buzz. Yep. Maybe it helped a little bit. No, the reason why Trump actually won is because, largely thanks to actually the late Charlie Kirk and Turning Point Action, among others, and competence within the Trump campaign, the ground game was destroying it. That was like probably the most competent ground game and ballot chasing initiative that, the Republicans had ever run. Because they understood you got to turn out those low propensity voters. That's what these elections really come down to, especially through Turning Point,
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate to see because the ground game was so good in 2024.
Yeah, and by all accounts, it was not there this time,
Yeah,
so.
No, it wasn't. And, you knock the most doors, there's a good chance you win the election.
But the good news is that is very fixable. I mean, that's not something that's like, oh, we're 3,000 points underwater. It's literally just, okay, we have to freaking have a ground game and we need to chase votes.
Yeah, I mean, people working in politics, people working on campaigns, unfortunately, you got to do the dirty work. You got to go knock on doors. Nobody likes it. It's not fun. You got to do it.
Right. Romans 5:8 joins the membership. Thank you very much. You don't release how motivated the Democrats are to vote. Unfortunately, this party is far from being dead. I listened to Rasmussen. No, absolutely. I mean, look at the No Kings protesters. They're all geriatrics. We like to make fun of it. And yes, time is not necessarily on the side of that coalition. But one thing we do know is that retired baby boomers, for instance, those No Kings people, right? Now, they're only 50% of the baby boomers. I mean, that part is also true. But yeah, it's like when they're that passionate and they're showing up to vote every freaking election, and our coalition is full of a lot of Gen X, for instance, right? Gen X is really the generation that carried Trump. They're working people. They're a lot busier, probably don't follow politics as closely as the, geriatric watching MSNBC all day. It's harder to turn those people out, right? And then even when it comes to like rural America, right, the smaller towns, it's harder to chase ballots there than it is in a major city and in the suburbs, for instance. So, that's definitely something to keep in mind as well. But, I just, that's some data I'd like to see. Like, how much of this came down to turnout? How much of this was literally like former Republican voters switched votes? Would like to see kind of the numbers on that. But if I were to guess, I think it's a combination of high turnout for Democrats for government shutdown related reasons and others. And yeah, like the GOP just did not match the ground game. And that's, by the way, the same story we've seen every single election from 2022 to all the special elections under the Biden presidency where the Democrats basically destroyed us. And then magically 2024, if you looked at the previous election results, you would think that came from nowhere, but it didn't. It just came down to we turned out our low propensity voters, and then we learned, oh, we're the majority in the freaking country. Like, we won the popular vote. But that's what it takes. And that's the biggest challenge, honestly, I think, still for Republicans to this day. Now, you could argue that, if the economy gets better, that'll be a motivating factor. You could argue maybe some independent voters are turned off by, the ICE raids or something like that. But it's worth noting the Democrat Party still has plenty of its own problems. Their approval rating's at 20%. So I don't know if they're dominating. I think it really does come down to the turnout.
Yeah. Comes down, I mean, honestly, just like many elections, a lot of them are close.
Yeah.
Neither party's ever really that popular.
Right.
And how good is your campaign? How good was your sourcing of candidates?
Right.
How was your ground game? How was your messaging? What issues were you hitting on? I look at the Virginia governor's race. What was the issue?
I couldn't tell you.
You can't tell me.
No.
I heard Winsome-Sears talk about a car tax. I don't think that's probably I'm sure Virginians would love to not have to pay that. Mm-hmm. But is that really the most important thing going on in the state of Virginia? Probably not. I don't live there. I couldn't tell you. But, I just think really poor strategy.
Yeah. I mean, in fairness, though, I think Chitterelli was solid on the issues.
Oh, yeah, no, Chitterelli, different. Virginia, though.
Virginia, yeah.
I mean, it's a mess across the board.
And again, I don't think the federal workforce was doing
that
us
did
any
not
favors.
help.
I think that's probably the biggest thing, honestly. 14% is not close? No, it's not. It's definitely not. But let's see. Going back here to Jersey, I'll refresh it really quickly. Yeah, it's about 13. Same margin. I think probably by the end, Cheryl wins by like 11, 12 at this rate. Maybe even keeps it at 13. Who knows? I mean, let's see where the outstanding vote is coming from. But
Where's the most votes still out there?
So 94,
Ocean County
92.
with 6%. What about Bergen County?
Morris County still has 70% only in. Bergen is right here, 91%.
Yeah, so there's still a lot of, pretty good amount of vote left considering how big the county itself is.
Yeah.
Go down to Gloucester County again. We still at to the left. And up. Yeah, nothing's changed. No new dump. But that's the one that I'm strung on. I'm really shocked by that.
So Decision Desk is estimating the projected vote share will be, in the end, Cheryl plus about 9. So less than 10, but still, not that's an underperformance of Trump in 2024. So that's I would call like a bad result, right?
Yes.
Because that was the thing I was just saying at the very least. Okay, if you match or do better than Trump, then that's a positive referendum. But in that case, that's
if you match or did better, it's positive just because it's usually a Democratic bump year when you take the White House.
Right, it is a Democratic bump year. Yeah, exactly.
But in my eyes, it was with all the gains that were made in New Jersey. Just shocking gains. Trump winning by 13% more than he did 4 years before that.
Right.
And then Jack Ciattarelli being so close to winning the governorship back in 21. It's pretty shocking to see him not even match Trump, considering he outperformed Trump in every aspect, even in Trump's best year.
Right.
Where he won almost the state.
And that's the result I'm shocked by. Virginia, not so much, although...
No, this isn't too
I
shocking.
thought Sears would do a little better, but I was expecting 10. I was expecting by 10.
Around 10.
It's like, 14? Okay, slightly off.
She got her ass kicked.
Yeah, well, that was going to happen. But yeah, so they're projecting the final vote share there is going to be like 13. Yeah, that is what it is, right?
What's Chitterelli's at? What's his projected?
He's going to lose by 9 is what they're estimating.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't know who saw that coming.
The Democrats did it. That's why they were scared about it.
They were campaigning the hell out of that state.
But as I said, who knows? Maybe that could have something to do with it, right? The Democrats got their low propensity voters out, which they normally not doing because it's a safe state, possibility. They're projecting in the end that Jones will win by 5.
Wow.
That's an overperformance of the polls, too.
Very much so.
Yeah.
And gosh, when we logged on here, it looked like Jones was going to lose.
Right.
The early numbers look good.
But even then, still, again, going back to that top of the ticket thing, so Mayoral outperforms the Republican governor candidate by 8. 8 points. What can you ask for? It's a down ballot candidate. You can only, you're going to need some coattails, and Winsome Sears, frankly, did him no favors there,
Yeah, no, not at all.
If Winsome Sears loses by 8 or 9, Mayoral has enough to go over the finish line, But that's just not happening. So glad I didn't donate to Winsome. Texting me every damn day I'm in Florida. Jordan says knock doors next time. Oh, good point. Yeah. Yeah, she was never the candidate that Youngkin was. And I'm not playing Monday morning quarterback. You guys can go watch my prior content. I was always much more bullish on Chitterelli than Sears for, this very reason. I don't have anything against her, but it just kind of was what it was, right? Let's see. All right, let's go back to New York City. I guess that's the only election where we're still trying to see what the margins are, right? We still don't have.
It's kind of hovering.
It's hovering, yeah. But central takeaway: the polls were awful.
Awful.
They had Sliwa, for instance, at getting 15, 16. He's only gonna get 7.
Did nobody show up for Curtis Sliwa? They all broke for Cuomo. Which understandable.
In that case, maybe you could have made the argument that he should have dropped out. I don't know. Because if
this case, if he ends up, if Zoran doesn't get 50%, which it's looking like he may not,
Yeah.
then Curtis Lee would have been the guy that put Andrew Cuomo over the finish line.
Yeah, because
none of them broke for Mondani, and we kind of knew that.
Because I was really under the impression that Cuomo was such a weak candidate that it just was over, you know? But whatever he did in the late stretch kind of worked. I don't know if it was the Trump endorsement. Probably part of it, right?
Part of it.
Maybe Sliwa supporters sort of breaking ranks going for Cuomo. But let's see. Let's see if he gets... I'm rooting so hard, okay? That's going to be the best part of the night if he gets under 50.
Yes.
I mean, even if he gets 50.3, that's not an impressive margin.
Not at all.
But let's we're just going to be very curious to see.
Mayor.
Yeah, he's a fake mayor, but what the propaganda is going to be tomorrow.
What will it be? That's that. I mean, you know,
because the progressives will claim victory, but also, as I said, this really is a better showing for the Democrat establishment over the progressive.
100%.
The Democrat establishment's the one that destroyed it. You know, Mondani's barely going to win.
I'm not a Democrat, but I'd much rather be going against the Democratic establishment than the socialists.
Right. So, let's see. Melanie Lynn for $5, thank you very much, says, I'm in Gloucester County. What a damn shame it went blue. Jersey is doomed. Please someone hook me up with a place in Florida. No one can afford New Jersey anymore. Well, thank you very much for the 5. I have to say, all right, if you can't afford Jersey, maybe you shouldn't be sending me $5. Okay, you might even be saving it for what's to come next. No, but in all seriousness, I appreciate the support, and yeah, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. It really seemed like that state was. Who knows? Maybe it still does trend back in the end. You know, it's like maybe 2029 or something, but it's definitely it's not a good sign. For $2, Xantex, however you say that name, whatever, for $2 says, LMAO, New York City is officially screwed. Well, guys, this was going to happen, okay? That was the one thing we were probably the most sure of, is mathematically, because of the split ticket, Mondani, yes, is going to win the election, okay? Now, that said, how's he going to do as mayor? Well, that's all going to come down to how many of his campaign promises he's able to even fulfill. I mean, I'm curious to find that out. He's going to be a failed mayor either way, 100%. But he's either going to be a failed mayor because he fulfilled his campaign promises or he didn't fulfill his campaign promises.
And then in 4 years, I think we'll be talking about an NYC election that's pretty tight.
But anyways, Honeypoo248 for 5 says...
Honeypoo248 donated $5. Just subscribe.
I don't know why it's playing the voice to text, but...
You're hilarious. Awesome to have someone with matching viewpoints. My daughter's 13 and the first thing she says when she gets home from school, let's watch Vince.
She always says, Mommy, he's so fine and cute. Hey, okay. But I appreciate the support. Thank you very much for the 5. And that's great. I didn't know we had so much familial support. That's kind of surprising to me. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, they're showing the kids. VinceDao University. You know, we're becoming an educational show.
Watch out, PragerU.
Watch out, PragerU. We have VinceDao University. I appreciate it.
Nimble Navigator donated $5. GOP seems cooked without Trump. Too many out-of-touch neocon boomers who want to lose with grace. Good candidates get hung out to dry. And can we stop running minorities who are awful? First Walker, now Sears.
We had a conversation about this before. Yes. Yeah, for sure. The GOP, I mean, to be fair, I don't think Winsome Sears was chosen because of some right-wing DEI. It was because she's the lieutenant governor, right?
She's next in line. And she did actually, I mean... Love to see her numbers because, you know, lieutenant governor, it's a different race. Then, you know, it's not a combined ticket like many states. She did really well. Right. She had to win that race, too.
Right.
She did really well 4 years ago.
Right. So she's an exception. But I will say that is something I've seen many times. It's like this logic of, well, if the GOP runs a black candidate, they can't call us racist. It's like, but is he the best candidate? You know?
Yeah, and sometimes it most certainly is, and then sometimes it's not.
Right, because that assumes that the Democrats obviously are honest about, like, they actually care about black representation or something, which they obviously don't, right? It's like a disingenuous way to just elect Democrats. So, if they don't really believe that and their voters don't really believe it, then how are you going to, like, out-DEI them by, like, running a minority? Logic is obviously just
Winsome Sears was most certainly not a DEI candidate.
But she was not, no. She was next in line.
She won the lieutenant governor by a great margin, considering the state. back in 21. She was lieutenant governor. She's next in line. But somebody like Herschel Walker, who got the celebrity treatment, former Georgia football player, kind of local hero, kind of just seemed like, oh, it seemed like a lazy pick. It's just easy to pick Herschel. And then I don't even know where Dr. Oz came from in Pennsylvania.
Well, that was because we had a really good candidate. What was his name? Sean Parnell, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and then he just dropped out of the race randomly because he had he got divorced or something. I don't know, something like that. And then, in fairness to Dr. Oz, that was kind of he kind of got forced into that. He was sort of set up to fail there.
Yeah,
but
that was bad.
Yeah, but the I guess the logic was, oh well, he might not do well in rural Pennsylvania, but he might win suburban Philadelphia, and that just didn't happen.
He had a better shot at winning New Jersey. That's where he's from.
Yeah, well, maybe he should run for governor.
Maybe
next,
he should run for governor. He was going to run for
shot.
anything. It made sense. New Jersey. He wasn't even a resident of Pennsylvania up until like a month before he decided to run.
Yeah. Although of all the elections that fumbled through our fingers, I think the least bad consequence was Senator John Fetterman.
Yeah, no, he's not nearly as bad as he could have been.
Yeah, for sure. But I appreciate the super chats, guys. Let's have some more. Sheenie Beanie for $5 says, New York City 2026. Grapes in the subway car. Because the police are defunded and the emo support force will be cowering in the corner or possibly also being blanked. Yeah. It's already a problem in New York City, but yeah, that's the thing is these, and it's very interesting. The Mondani campaign, one thing they did smart is not focus so much on, like, say, the criminal justice reform stuff. That's all more of the free stuff. And so many progressives always ask this conversation of, well, why can't we have public transit like they do in Japan or in China or even in, like, Western Europe until 2 seconds ago? It's like, do you understand? It's because, and the same thing is actually true of free healthcare. That might be a controversial take, but genuinely free healthcare can actually work in a, like, relatively unified, homogenous, high trust society where, by the way, most of the people are tax positives on the country, right? And you do not allow, like, the antisocial, anti-civilizational lunatics to be essentially running the show. But yeah, like, what inevitably happens when you, first of all, open the borders and secondly, empty the prisons is that your sort of, like, utopian society completely falls apart because you're basically allowing the worst people who are going to leech off of the system and take advantage of the high social trust, for instance, to destroy it all, So that's a simple answer. People are like, why can't we have free? Some countries have free buses. I saw someone say Japan has public transit. That's amazing. Yeah, I wonder why that's the case. Right? Why did public health care, again, until they open the borders, historically work in Europe and Canada? Same answer. You had some?
Yeah, no. Just as far as the crime in New York City goes, like, it's going to go up.
Yeah.
It's going to go up because right now it's actually on the way down.
At least that's what they say, but...
Yeah, I mean, the numbers, you got shootings at a low for this decade, and same with subway crimes for this month, low for a decade. But, how bad is it going to get? Jessica Tisch there is the commissioner of the NYPD that Mondani says he's going to keep her. I don't know. Or he said, she's my police chief. I don't even know what that means. That he didn't say she was going to keep her.
No.
So, she may be out. That's an Eric Adams appointee who is a former cop. He ran as the pro-cop Democrat.
Yeah.
So, how bad do things get? I think you got to look at day one, Mondani. Does he keep the NYPD commissioner?
And he said he's not going to be hiring more police officers, right?
Where Cuomo said he wanted to hire more.
Obviously, New York needs more police officers.
Yes.
Especially if you're emptying the prisons more and more. But secondly, okay, so if someone leaves the NYPD, which a lot of them are they going to be replaced?
Who you're
Maybe not.
With?
Yeah. First of all, who wants to be in the NYPD?
NYPD?
I guess some, like, woke activist or something, some migrant. They're going to just start giving out the badges and the guns to migrants. That's what they're already doing in Chicago. That was recently a freaking local scandal because the cop got deported by ICE, like someone on the Chicago police force. That's what I'm telling you right now. That's what Mondani's going to do. He's going to deputize all the migrants, which was always the end goal of the Democrat Party, right? Basically give guns out to a bunch of illegals and then, like, Antifa types, right? But anyways, thank you very much for the 2. We got a huge super chat chain, so let me get through these. Xantex, however you say your name, for 2 says, Zoe is the best thing that ever happened to the GOP. I don't know if I'd say the best thing, but yes, he is definitely going to be an asset going forward. Especially, again, given, like, the one silver lining of tonight is the progressive mandate was rejected. The establishment Democrat candidates, maybe surprisingly, actually did pretty well, okay? Zoran Mondani, We'll see what happens. Either not going to get 50% or very barely going to get 50% in New York City. Not a great result. So, but still, the progressives are going to run on this in 2026, and they're going to try to primary all the Democrats. And I'm sure they're going to win some of them, a significant portion of them, right? So, and yeah, that is definitely an asset. Sheeny Beanie for $5 says New York City 2026 continued as the blanks rain from the city-run grocery stores, and Mondani sits in his rent-controlled apartment making his SoundCloud raps. Thank you for the 5, Sheeny Beanie. Iron Spider 1734 says, I'm from Passaic County, New Jersey, and the fear of ICE played a part. That definitely could have an effect on the Hispanic vote. Yeah, I certainly can't deny that. At the same time, you look at the impact we just talked about that immigration is having on the electorate overall. It's a give and take issue, but you have to still go full steam ahead on immigration. Like, that part is clear. Because they're literally importing their voter base, as you could probably tell. Interstate Chef says, just tuned in. Who won what? The Democrats won everything, in short. By pretty wide margins, okay? The only thing we're really watching for right now is if Zoran gets 50%, He performed the worst of any Democrat tonight. If we're being honest, he performed the worst of any Democrat tonight.
Especially considering the polling.
Yeah. He's the only one he's gonna underperform the polls.
The only one.
Yeah.
Across the board.
Let's see. Smoky Crab for $10 says, all the socialist experts gonna come out and say socialism is nuanced. That's why it hasn't worked out. When Mamdani fails, it just puts a nail in the coffin. No, they're gonna blame Mamdani's failure on, Kathy Hochul would not, raise the taxes, or Donald Trump is the reason he failed. They always come up with all these excuses, right? And then they're actually going to use that to try to push more progressive primaries. I'm telling you, Zoranistas are going to try to push some type of, challenge against Kathy Hochul in 2026. Like, that's coming. That's definitely coming. Zachary for 10, thank you very much, says, anyone that has heard stories from EMTs about people using ambulances as express Ubers to go to the sandwich shop by hospital should know universal health care would never work here. That is correct, because again, we just have a bunch of tax negatives who want to take advantage of the system. That's how you go bankrupt. Omar for 2 says, as a law enforcement family, no one wants to be cops anymore. Yeah, correct. Understandably so. Justin Michael for $5 says, Dearborn, Michigan became the first police department in the United States to put Arabic on every police badge. That is a problem. Of course, that is a massive problem. But, you complain about that. You complain about Islamic prayer calls being blasted across that city. You're just an Islamophobe. That's what Mehdi Hassan, Zoran Mondani, and Cenk Uygur try to tell you. Oh, you're just intolerant of Muslims. Okay. Mambo for $12.78 for $10 says, Trump can't save America from what's coming. This is only something that we, the people, can get themselves out of. Well, there's truth to that on some degree, and there's also not truth to that in the sense that, when we talk about immigration and crushing the organized violent left, two issues I would argue had a huge impact in this election, because immigration, right, number one, they're importing their voter base, as we said. This should be a prime example of that. But, also, secondly, the NGO network that pushes Mamdani, that probably helped Jay Jones a lot, right? That is something that that the government needs to do. So, there's definitely true sentiment of that, right? The government's not God. They can't save everything. But we also shouldn't abdicate the responsibility that we do have to have when we are given the political power, right? We have to wield power when you have it. So that's a double-edged sword. Romans 5:8 says, Mike Pence content collab when? I'll deny 714 and everything. Jokes aside, follow Romans.58 Gospel on Instagram. Thank you very much, Romans. Good to see you. And I don't think the majority of our audience even understands that reference, but I appreciate the support. Okay. Thanks for the super chats, guys. Appreciate it very much. Let us tune now back in here. Let me make sure I'm caught up with everything here. I believe we are. Okay. To what we got going on. Okay, so 89% of the vote now in, guys. Zoran still at 50.3. I don't think that's moved very much. Yep. We're projecting here, Decision Desk at least is projecting here, that Chitterelli still, on track to lose by 9. I mean, not much has changed, but it is almost 11 p.m., which means we're going to see about 2 votes counted by California Proposition 50 all night long. So, but given the way this night's going, I mean, I think we know how this is going to go. Let's be honest about that. But still, if you're online, make sure you go vote, okay? This is the desperate attempt by Democrats to try to have a chance when it comes to redistricting in 2026. I still repeat, as long as the Supreme Court takes action on Voting Rights Act, this is not going to matter. Now, if Indiana, if those rhinos had some courage and actually redistricted, if you guys don't know right now, the Republicans are just refusing to do it. Trump wants them to. They obviously should. Look at what California is doing, and they're basically saying, oh, no, because of our principles, we want to keep the balance of power the same. Which is utterly, look at what California's freaking doing. Like, are you brain dead? You know, and then Ohio, same situation. They did a redistricting, but it basically makes no difference. I think it, you know, added like 1 Republican seat when it could add like 5, something like that, right? If I have those numbers correct. But, you know, this would be something at least to keep an eye on. I mean, maybe this will underperform. Who knows? That would not be a good sign for Gavin Newsom. But then again, it's a weird kind of proposition ballot amendment election. So, you know. NY Care 1 for $10 says Mondumi should be denaturalized. He supports terrorists. His campaign is filled with fraud. I blame the president for not deporting his ass and letting this scumbag get this far. So true, King. So true. Thank you very much for the 10. Yeah, there is rampant proof that perhaps the guy, they said he lied on his citizenship form, right? Because he espoused support for the Muslim Brotherhood, which is a terrorist organization. I'm thinking of the right guy, right? Or is that Mehdi Hasan?
I think you're right.
Yeah. And of course, his mom said, I'm not American. He said Mondani's not American, just like 4 years ago. But of course, right? Keep in mind, people also voted for him. And who voted for him? Well, again, a fringe minority, which is not so fringe in New York City, but still a fringe minority of the crazy progressive lunatics. That part is true. But how did he get over the top? Because many foreign-born voters, right, many immigrant voters are in this country thanks to liberal or globalist policies and feel the same way he does. That's what I want people to understand, right, when it comes to this immigration issue we keep going back to. But, okay, Muhammad Motion for $20. Big super chat. I appreciate it. And I appreciate all the super chats. To anyone planning to move from the north, originally from Jersey myself, and I say this with all the love I can muster, do not bring your voting policies to the south. Let me read the rest of that there. For the love of God, do not bring it here. Well, I mean, I think as you see, for instance, in Florida with how red that state has become, en masse, they're actually not, right? There is some of that, but largely speaking nowadays. For instance, one of the big misnomers about Texas is all the Californians are coming over and voting blue. By statistics, they actually majority vote red because you're talking about Republicans fleeing. But, that said, maybe there's a conversation to be had about, I think you got to do what's best for you, and you got to make that decision for yourself. But there's two perspectives, right? Should I stay and fight for my home, or should I migrate and kind of do what's best for me? That's...
Yeah, I mean, we live in the United States. You're free to go wherever you want.
Yeah, and I see both sides of it. Because on one hand, it's like, you want to be a moral crusader. On the other hand, it's like, okay, I don't want my kids to get stabbed on the way to school. They're both reasonable ways to view it. So, but I'm sure, a bunch of real estate is going to be moving out of both Jersey and New York after this result. Captain America 012 for 10, thank you very much, says the only Jersey I've been going to is Jersey Mike's for a hot sub. Thank you very much. Look, not to insult New Jersey, but there's not a lot to do there, is there? I mean, I don't know.
That's about it. It's really New York City. That's where
I guess there's, I don't know. I've never, Atlantic City was cool before we were born.
I've never been.
I've never been either. I've heard stories about the greatness of it.
Driven through South Jersey, hung out plenty in North Jersey and New York City. New York City's better than Jersey.
Yeah.
Fun. Way more fun.
It's just more fun. Yeah.
So much more to do.
Politics, whatever. They're both blue. So, I mean.
They're both
Interstate Chef for $10 says, one quick question. How does the California map look for districts, and do you or can you show what they want to do? Just curious. Thank you. Keep up the good job. The humor is on point. Well, thank you very much for the $10, Interstate Chef. They have proposals. I don't think they've decided on a final map yet. What Prop 50 says is basically, are we going to turn over control of the redistrictings to the state legislature, right? So they're going to decide what they want the final map to be. Realistically, it's probably going to gain anywhere from like 4 to 6 Democrat seats. I'm not sure they could gerrymander California a lot more than that. There is some speculation, yes, that, if the Voting Rights Act gets overturned, California could then use that to gerrymander. But to me, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, because how would a blue state benefit from eliminating the Voting Rights Act? Like, you just took out safe blue districts. So I'm not really sure about that. I don't know if, I think New York Times wrote that. I don't think they're correct about that. But yeah, we don't know yet, because that would have to be determined if Prop 50 passes, which it probably will. But, I don't know. Let's see. Maybe the Hail Mary, okay? The rejection of Gavin Newsom is coming. Omar for $2 says, only took 24 years for 9/11. Never forget to be forgotten. Yeah, exactly. But again, I've one of the things that I think Bush screwed up on, and I wonder what your thoughts are on this, is that, the mandate of 9/11, the moral mandate he had, like basically you could do anything politically at the time. Mm-hmm. He could have seriously curbed and fixed the immigration problem back then, and done a lot of deportations back then, and basically closed the borders back then. And instead, he used all that moral and political capital and went into Iraq. Like, that is actually one of the biggest blunders the political right has made in the past 20 years, And
well, I mean, Obama deported way more people than George Bush.
Right. Well, actually, that's nuanced, because he just returned a lot of people from the border. But George Bush did nothing about the border.
Yeah, no, nothing. But that was also like his compassionate conservatism kind of
garbage. Yeah, compassionate conservatism, because we're going to open the borders in America, but we're going to bomb Middle Eastern countries that did it to 9/11.
Consistent.
Yeah, not at all. But you wonder, okay, why? Because a lot of the population in New York City, the grown adult population, a lot of them weren't even in New York by 9/11. So you say, I never forget. Okay, those people don't even remember to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, just naturally too, as time goes on.
Right.
I wasn't alive for 9/11.
Yeah.
And obviously, I think about it all the time, especially having a lot of family from New York and things like that. But it's not something I lived through.
Right.
And also you look at a lot of people move to New York City every year. A lot
move out.
Yeah. It's a constantly changing city. A lot of people don't want to raise a family there just because of the craziness of it. It's a young person city.
Right.
And a lot of kids coming from the Midwest and all over the country moving in there, and they weren't alive for it. Because, the people there's people that are forgetting.
But, all right. So, any updates on the actual election results themselves? No, it's pretty stagnant.
Yeah.
Mondani went up 0.1. I mean, we'll just see where that final margin goes. In fact, I'm actually curious to see what they're, projecting here, if there is a projection in terms of what they think the election's going to go down by. Let me see if we have a decision desk or something. Let me pull that up. Because I'm again curious to see if Mondani gets that 50%. So let's see. Decision Desk HQ, New York City Mayoral Race. All right, let's pull this up here. They don't have a projected total. Yeah, they're not doing that. That's unfortunate. This is all we want to know. This is literally all we're just prolonging the stream for. All right. I don't know. Let's see in Minneapolis. Oh, there you go. Okay. 40% of the precincts reporting Jacob Fry is winning. Okay. So in other words, the crazy, it's the woke, insane progressive versus the crazy, self-identified Somali communist essentially. But Omar Fateh is losing. There you go. There you got good news. Okay. I barely want to root for Jacob Fry, but I'm sorry. We've shown you Omar. This guy's literally so insane that in this case, I would literally vote for the insanely woke. I'll not vote for, but I'll root for the insane woke progressive over this absolute just stealing scumbag essentially in Omar. But he is losing by 10 points right now with 99% of precincts reporting. Now, I'm not sure how the ranked choice second ballot's going to go there, but pretty dominant performance. Okay, so the crazy Zoran clone, again, talking about this idea that there's a mandate nationwide for progressives. Even in Minneapolis, his clone couldn't win. Without a split ticket working in his favor, he couldn't even freaking win.
Nope.
Actually, ironically, you could argue that the split ticket worked against him because there's this other guy, Dwayne Davis and Jazz Hampton. Mm-hmm. These two are also Jacob Fry is not a popular mayor, but actually in this case, the anti-Fry coalition kind of split. So there's kind of some irony in that. Sheenie Beanie sends a member chat saying Mondani voters are Hamas butt pucker circle jerkers. Thank you for the member chat. I appreciate it, I guess. Hey, you said that. I didn't say that. The mayor invites you to Freedom Tower. I'm guessing you mean the current mayor. I don't know. But yeah, all right. So almost at 11 p.m. I don't know, Ryan. Current thoughts on all this?
I mean, it's not been good, right?
Yeah.
You know, the only positive, if there is one, you know, Mondani did worse than we thought, or worse than the polls thought, at least. New Jersey is a disaster. Virginia's no better.
The progressives lost. That's the main
The progressives
takeaway, you know
lost. The establishment Democratic coalition had a great night tonight. They had a good night. Because it's not as bad as they thought maybe for Cuomo.
Yeah.
It really isn't.
No, it's not.
But you know, there's two candidates, one or three, I guess, if you want. Do we count? I'm not counting Jay Jones in that conversation there, but you know, they're both governors.
But I mean, Jay Jones was just carried by Spanberger's dominant performance, you know?
And, you know, he's an absolute lunatic. I cannot believe he won. I knew Earle-Sears was going to lose, and I thought Chitterelli had a great chance at winning, and he didn't even come close. It's really disappointing to see the results tonight.
But I guess what you can hope for now, if there's going to be a takeaway, is let's actually root for the progressives to win the primaries in 26. Because you can see they suck. I mean, they're doing awful. Mondani's doing awful. Let's be clear about that. People are going to misinterpret. No, getting 50% barely, maybe less of the vote in New York City is a terrible result for you having AD next to your name. And over in Minneapolis, okay, Mogadishu itself, Omar Fatez losing by 10.
Yep.
You know? It's the only dominant candidates tonight were the establishment Democrats. Which is really strange, maybe a little ironic, but that's what happened, right? The establishment Democrats won. The progressives got destroyed, you know? I mean, look at this right here, you know, 50.3%. But by the end of it, it could be the case that if you add Sliwa and Cuomo, it's bigger than the Mondani vote, you know?
Could be.
And that's, again, given the fact that Andrew Cuomo, ironically, terraformed New York City to be extra Democrat, a bunch of Republican voters left in the past 4 to 5 years. Immigration's not been favorable. And still even there, right? Barely this lunatic ekes out a victory. He's going to be inaugurated as like the least popular mayor going in like the history of New York.
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
I mean, how low is his approval rating going to be on opening day?
Yeah. We'll have to find that out, but
only time will tell.
It'll be interesting to see. I mean, I wonder how many people immediately leave and if that has an impact on whether or not in 4 years he gets reelected.
And how many people stick around to fight for the city.
Right. But the guardian angels will be very needed in the coming.
Yeah, no. I mean, actually, Curtis Sliwa will now, you know, he will have a leadership
he might come in 29, like 75 years old. That's his revenge tour, you know?
Yeah.
Curtis was right all along, you know? I was right about everything. 2029 is the final battle for Curtis Sliwa. Okay, New York Care for $20. Big super chat. I appreciate it. The president and the Republicans need to stop playing politics with these far radical leftists. These radical leftists are out for blank and the destruction of our great nation. Yeah, they are. This is true. This is an undeniable fact. In fairness, I think this is something that people within the Trump administration understand well. That's why they've been so big on, focusing efforts against, say, Antifa, doubling down on the immigration thing, et cetera, being very clear about, political violence. Actually, for the first time, the FBI is actually investigating Antifa at all. Right? They recently revealed that. So that is true. But yeah, I think in terms of the Republicans who still believe that it's the politics of even like 10 years ago, time to catch up, I've been saying about this government shutdown, I think that, Republicans should get rid of the filibuster because you can tell the Democrats are going to do it. Now, the thing is, if you get rid of the filibuster, you have to then pass the most conservative legislation ever, which at the same time, I don't trust really John Thune and all those rhinos to be doing. But like in theory, that's what we would need at this moment, because they're going to do it anyway. And if you're ever going to really save the country or stop these lunatics from ever taking power again, you have to pass aggressively conservative legislation. And you never get that done. You would never get that done with the 60 votes requirement for basically anything, But Sedan DeVille Bear for $2 says Dick Cheney to John McCain. All right, I'm not gonna say, okay, God will judge them in the end, and that's all I'm gonna say about it. Okay, I'm not gonna glorify their death. I'm not Jay Jones. Okay, I'm not Jay Jones who's gonna piss on their grave. Okay, I'm not the Attorney General of Virginia. All right, but let's keep it a little classy, folks. Okay, I'm not gonna say anything like I'm not gonna eulogize them. I'm just saying I'm not Jay Jones. Okay, I'm not the Virginia Attorney General. Jacob Hawley for $5 says, one of my friends voted against Jack because they weren't getting EBT benefits. They said were cooked. Yeah, I mean, we talk a lot about this having an impact heavily in Virginia, which it certainly did. But I do sincerely wonder whether that also affected New Jersey. Yeah, certainly the shutdown was a weapon for the Democrats,
especially as we
right?
talk about in Cumberland County, the most poverty-ridden county in the state.
Right.
That we saw Chitterelli win. He's now losing. I think he's still down. It's all the way at the bottom of the state. The map comes up. Yeah, it's right there, but they don't have it. Yeah, but either way, he was losing earlier. Probably still is.
Yeah, I believe so. Or was it Decision Desk we were looking at?
Yeah, he's still losing Cumberland County by about 8 points. So.
Yeah,
there you go. I mean, that EBT and things like that definitely could have played a part into that.
So now we understand why they shut down the government. Watch, the government's going to open tomorrow. That's what it was all about.
And everybody magically agrees on everything.
And we try to have these arguments about, oh, well, the shutdown is really the Democrats' fault. Like the Democrats did not care. Okay, they understood. The whole thing was just about, who cares if they're doing it for the radical left or whatever. It does two things. It energizes the radical left, and then the EBT Americans, we'll call them, just are like, oh, no EBT, let me go vote, right? Because they're low propensity Democrat voters, so they all showed up because they don't have their EBT. And the federal workers can't work because they were, on a government shutdown and all that. And so, it's actually pretty obvious and clear to me what actually happened. Jiffer for $5 says, from Minnesota, we can vote for Fry, who kissed black people's shoes while the town burned, or we can vote for Ilhan Omar's husband, brother, pirate guy. Yeah, I know it's not a great choice, but I'm just saying, Omar is crazier than him. The basis of his whole campaign is that Jacob Fry is not left-wing enough. And so that's just why I'm kind of like, yeah, I'm rooting for Fry. I'm rooting for Fry. At least keep the status quo of the city burning and not the city, being nuked or something. I don't know. You know what I mean? But okay. Jesse Berenz for $20 through Super Chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Great support tonight we got, guys. Cowboy Up Texas for $5 says, mute the spammers. There are canine dogs voting in California. There's canine dogs? Canine dogs voting in California. It's been proven twice. These votes need to be investigated. Voter ID needs to happen quick. No, I mean, look, I'm not of the believer that every state is red, and they're all being stolen or whatever. But there is undeniable, and I'm not even necessarily saying California would be red if they had reasonable election laws. But yeah, there's undeniably massive issues going on, right? When you're in a state where not only do they not have voter ID, the election workers are banned from seeing your ID. There is no verification of anything. All that happens even when you show up to vote in person. People think, in-person voting is more secure.
There it is, ABC News. A woman posted a picture with her dog with an I voted sticker after registering her pet to vote.
Oh, so that's real.
That is a real story. Facing up to 6 years in prison.
Yeah, but that's a California woman.
She registered her dog to vote.
Who registered her dog to vote.
And casted 2 mail-in ballots.
Yeah, so they caught her. Probably the DOJ, probably. But that happened.
Wow.
And it's that easy in California. Yeah. No, it's insane. And here's the thing, too, right? So, say, for instance, you want to vote in person in California. All you do is you show up, you give your name, your address. Again, they can't see your ID. Someone can literally vote on your behalf, right? And they'd have no way of knowing. I guess they claim they verify the signature, but you're not signature matching every single ballot in the state. That's just not feasible, and I doubt they're actually doing that at all, right?
Yeah.
When you talk about all the dead people on the voter rolls, which California never cleans their freaking voter rolls, you can show up to vote on behalf of some freaking dead person, and it's like the easiest thing in the world.
Or in this case, this dog actually had passed away, and she was voting for her dead dog.
The dead dog. So the dog died.
Wasn't even alive.
The dog died that was registered to vote.
The dog wasn't even alive. We're voting for dead animals now.
It's insanity.
Not even people. We've gotten past people.
Yeah, that's insane. Jacob Hawley for $10, thank you very much, says the Democrats will shut down the government every time before an election. How do I know? I work at the Dem Party office in Ozaukee County, Wisconsin. They all cheered and said this is the new strategy. Well, you know how you prevent that, guys? I've been saying it. People think I'm crazy. It's called get rid of the filibuster. Again, the Democrats are going to do it anyway. Okay? If Jay Jones is winning the freaking elections, then you should be clear. The Democrats are eventually going to do this for some excuse. Okay? And if you ever want to really save the country, what has to happen is the conservatives beat them to the punch, pass all the legislation we need to permanently make sure like the lunatics cannot take power ever again. And boom, there you go, right? Now, will it happen? I seriously doubt it. Even if, again, they did get rid of the filibuster to pass the budget, it's like that's not enough. You would need to pass a super conservative budget. You need to pass a ton of conservative legislation. We saw how difficult Big Beautiful Bill was. I doubt it's happening, but that'd be my solution. I'm just saying, I don't know. And people are like, oh, you're a woke progressive for saying that because progressives say it. It's like, no, I just understand the moment that the country is in. And it's like the moderate politics of the 1980s are not going to get us out of this, right? So I fully understand the slippery slope argument of, oh, the Democrats will do it back. But my central thesis is like, okay, so even if they don't do it back, so you're just going to let America slowly have like this managed decline, You're never going to save the country with a filibuster. Let me just put it, it's not going to happen, right? All the budget hawks are like, oh, why is our national debt run up? Because of the filibuster. Because you cannot pass a balanced budget if you need to have a bipartisan consensus. Because the Republicans want to fund the military. The Democrats want to fund all the nonsense welfare and all that. And then in the end, right, like it is impossible to balance the budget. And, that's the way I feel about it. I know people disagree. They say slippery slope, whatever. There's a misconception like the filibuster is constitutional or something. It's not. It's not. At least lower it to 55. We can win Fetterman's vote and Mastro the other one, right? That's another solution. If you want to go halfway, that's the other solution to it. So, but, let's see here. Yeah, the filibuster's not even speaking anymore. Yeah, they don't even actually have it anymore. It's like, it's not even real. It's fake. But anyways, guys, I guess we could probably wrap up the...
Fox News Decision Desk can now project that Proposition 50 is passed.
Yeah, they've already called Proposition 50. The polls in California just closed literally 1 minute ago.
There's not a vote counted.
You haven't had a single vote counted.
Fox News is calling it.
Fox News is calling it. It's Arizona. It's 2020 Arizona. No, it's going to pass, likely, but...
the exit poll from CNN, 61-39.
That's about what I expected. Yeah. That's not... Although, if that's the case, 61-39, that's basically in line with 2024.
Yeah.
So that's actually a state that did not shift blue, is California.
And that's a state that shifted very red.
Right.
For Trump.
So I will say, if that ends up being the final margin, that's not bad. Because you're talking about something that independent voters don't care about. Even I think a lot of the Republicans, like the California GOP didn't try. They were hoping here, like, their only freaking turnout is just the No Kings protesters because they're the only people who care about some random ballot proposition that most people don't understand. So if you match that with Trump margins in the state, that's actually a good performance, Yeah. Now, Gavin Newsom will celebrate, oh, it passed, I'm the best, haha. But that might be the first Democrat underperformance of the night besides Mondani. And, because that would be the same. 69-31. No, it's not 69-31. It's 61-39. Chescom support. That's what the exit poll is saying. So that basically matches 24, right? 60-40 essentially. But yeah, let's see. Refresh anything? No. Let's see what's going on in New York. 90% of the votes
Still
in.
The same.
Still the same. Mamdani went up by like 0.1, but let's see if that last 10%, right? Let's see what happens.
There's a lot of votes out there left.
Oh yeah. They're gonna be counting for like 3 weeks.
Oh yeah.
And then who knows?
Mondani will be mayor.
Maybe the Democrat machine will come through and get him under 50%. You know, Andrew Cuomo is going to have some 3 a.m. ballot dumps,
Curtis
guys.
Lewa's got to call the Gaudis and the Gambinos and put them to work. I'm interested. How did our boy Eric Adams do in the even though he dropped out?
Got
6,000 votes. There you go, Eric.
He's going to work for the housing department. America's mayor, Eric Adams.
America's mayor. New York is the Istanbul of America.
Yeah, the Istanbul of America, the Havana of America, the Islamabad,
the Dublin of America.
Who are these other guys? Well, actually, I want to know how much James Manning won.
Yeah,
you guys know
that's got to be. That's all the write-ins. That's all the
write-ins.
All the write-ins.
James Manning. If you guys don't know James Manning, I mean, just look him up. Mayor for New York City. That mayoral candidate for New York City. That guy is incredible. Probably the most schizophrenic mayoral candidate I've ever seen in my life. You know, he puts Vermin Supreme to shame. But all right, let's see if we got any margin changes in, say, Virginia, for instance. Yeah.
No.
Spanberger on track to win by almost 15.
At least it's not getting any worse.
Yeah.
Look
at that shift map.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Basically, not a single county in Virginia shifted right, besides Charlotte County, you know, tiny county, 2 more points Republican. But
I wonder what the hell that place is.
And so, look, I think you got to look at this and say that 2 things are going on, right? Democrat turnout's up because they hate Trump, number 1, and secondly, government shut down big. But in the red counties, this also implies to me the Republicans stayed home. So while you could say government shutdown's a lot of it, the Republican machine has something to blame here too, because they just did not chase the ballots. There just was not the energy and the effort there. Let's see what they're saying about New Jersey. I want to see that shift map as well. I mean, same case.
Not a ton of data, I guess.
Not a ton of data, but not a single place shifted left from, shifted right, I should say, from 2024. Yeah, no. You know?
Nope.
All to the left. All to the left.
Very disappointing.
Yeah. And in a state that trend-wise has been shifting right, that literally a big part of that is turnout. You know, that's a huge component. DeSantis and Fox News are saying loss is because people moved to Florida. I mean, that's true. That's a component, sure. But 6 points in 2024.
That you see, if we were making the 2021 argument, you could actually make that a realistic argument. We're talking 12 months. 12 months is not enough time to blame that on that.
Right. Exactly.
That'd be a cop-out to everybody that organized these failing campaigns.
Yeah, yeah.
We have to address the real problem, and the real problem is these campaigns are poorly organized.
And I don't think the ground game is there.
The ground game is not there, which comes down to the campaign in the party.
Yeah.
You have to knock doors. You have to have good messaging. You have to have good candidates.
You have to ballot chase low propensity voters.
Yes.
You know.
I mean, look at Virginia. All that rural area, all shifting to the left. That's the Republicans' bread and butter.
Yeah, this is not because the rural Americans, the rednecks, they just became Democrats.
No,
that's not what's happening. They didn't vote. They didn't vote. And in 2024, something that the Republicans did, it really wasn't the RNC, it was the Trump campaign and Turning Point Action. Okay. Did a really good job of is they would call these types of voters, they would knock on their door, right, who they know are Republicans but are not super active in politics, and say, did you turn in your ballot? Did you turn in your ballot, right? Less so about knocking the doors of independents and saying, here's what Donald Trump stands for. Everyone knows what Donald Trump stands for. No, it's more so about this, right? And you can tell rural Virginia, that didn't happen, you know? So sure, in the cities, we had to expect that. Government shut down, they're mad at Trump, etc. This is the part of the state where that's the blame on Republicans, you know, for not turning them out to vote. Same is true in Jersey, you know. All right, so we do have 26% of the vote in from California's Prop 50. It's about 61 to 38 right now. Yeah, again, that is pretty in line with 2020. Do we have the exact 2024 margin, if you could find that? But I was remember it's about 61-39, right? Trump versus Harris. Let's see. Yeah, so it's 58 Harris, 38 Trump, because you had a little bit of third party write-in.
Yep.
But basically 20.2, right? So about 20. This is basically almost in line, you know? 60-40-ish, maybe like a 2-point overperformance, but nothing huge, right? That's about the same margin. So that's interesting, actually. It could turn out that the other Democrat underperformance was California, you know? Everywhere else, they blew it out the water. This is actually a pretty, like, normal result, I guess you could say. Which also further begs the question, why did the California GOP pull out their money? Like, this is something you could have pulled off some funny business in, you know? Low turnout special election. So, let's see. I wonder what the overall what was the total turnout in 2024 in California? Because I wonder what the turnout's going to be in this, especially if it's relatively high turnout and like everyone's voting in this, then that's probably impressive.
So
but also
that's 16 million.
16 million. So it's looking like a pretty high turnout election, actually, Prop 50 then. Because 2 million.
I mean, if all those numbers are right.
Yeah, it should be like
for a low level.
The turnout's looking like it's like about like 10 million or so.
Proposition ballot measures usually go around 15 to 20% turnout.
It's gonna be more than that. It's gonna be like 75% turnout. Yeah. And even then, Gavin Newsom is basically just on track to do in line with what he did, or what Kamala did. So that's interesting. All right. Actually, I'm kind of curious how these counties break down. So nothing out of Los Angeles County. I projected by 3 weeks we'll have a single vote counted there. San Diego County, 20 points, winning by yes. Orange County, by 15. That's you know, you can definitely tell Orange County's turning a little bit to the left there. But actually, you know, that could also be a turnout issue though, because that's supposed to be plenty. It's basically a purple county nowadays. But you know, again, this is why even in California, the GOP should have tried harder. They should have tried it all, frankly. But you know, it is what it is. Again, with the other redistricting and with Voting Rights Act and all that, their redistricting is not going to be super consequential, but it would be nice to beat them, you know? Exactly. California is already gerrymandered a lot. Yep. Republican losses are always because of disorganization. Completely true. The RNC has had a poor ground game. Traditionally, candidates have a lot to do their own ground game. True. And Trump did a very good job of that. But I don't think that Sears obviously did not catch up. Seemed to me Chitterelli maybe, but no, it seems like that. I guess that would not be the case. So let's see if, I don't know, do we have any reactions from like media figures or whatever? Okay, well, this is funny. So in the Mondani election HQ, their screen was hacked, apparently, to say Trump is your president. So it might be copyrighted music, but let's see if the crowd had noticed it. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Let's see though. Has Mondani given a speech yet? I guess I'm kind of curious to find that out. Probably not for some time. But Stephen Miller is pointing out exactly the point I've been trying to make about this, right? Understand what our immigration system has done to us. This legal immigrant from Kenya, who has an entire family back in Kenya, says she voted for Spanberger today because she's very upset about Trump's immigration policies, right? So when we say they're literally importing their voter base, that's what we mean, you know?
I always vote since I became a citizen, and that was 20 years ago. And I migrated from Kenya originally. My family is back home in Kenya, and how I see how things are going on, like with families being separated. As a human being, as a mother, separating families, especially children, from their mothers or fathers, I don't believe in that. So that made me come out and also come and vote.
And I know what people are thinking, right? Well, she's a legal immigrant. She needs to understand there's a distinction between legal and illegal. I mean, yeah, obviously. But again, what is the greater point here? Everyone's an individual, and there's plenty of legal immigrants who vote Republican, but en masse, the majority are voting for who? Democrats. What is the entire point of the immigration system that Lyndon Baines Johnson, by the way, set up through the 1965 Immigration Act, was to import a brand new voter base? That is what is happening, and we cannot downplay the effects of any of that. In New York, especially, that's a big one, right? Foreign-born voters, but also in Virginia, also in Jersey, if the immigration system is not drastically reduced, gotten under control, whatever, then, this country's going to keep trending blue. You can have some aberrations like 2024 where a lot of the immigrant population swings right or whatever, but largely speaking, like, they know what they're doing, and this is the point of it. So you're going to see videos like this time and time again. And I hope that's a major takeaway, right? Certainly of this election. There's other ones, right? You got to have a better ground game, et cetera, but it's not something you can discount, Cowboy Up Texas for 2 says, so she left her family to fight family separation. Yeah, exactly. Don't expect it to make any sense. It doesn't make sense, okay? But also don't make the mistake thinking, oh, if we sat down and had a reasonable conversation with her about, you understand, it's about illegal immigration, etc. You think she really cares? Okay? You can tell she's voting on emotion freaking anyway, and she probably attributes it to like, oh, I came to this country because of Democrats and Republicans want to take me away and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, she has a friend-enemy distinction going in her head and she's acting on that, So, Hammer for $5 says, well, let them learn that communism sucks when you don't have blank to blank your way out of it. Well, I mean, I guess, but keep in mind what they're engaged in is a form of race communism. So, largely speaking, the proletariat they're importing into the country are the people who are going to most benefit, right? Because they're going to be the ones taking the stuff. So, I'm not sure if that part of it is even necessarily true, Cap America says, we may have lost a generation of voters, but we gave faithful support for 200 years. Yeah, exactly, So, Cowboy Up Politics, I think that's a accidental duplication, but I appreciate it. And okay, let's tune in. I guess final look at New York. Yeah, California staying basically the same there. Still looking like the Somali socialist Omar is going to lose. Jay Jones' final margin is about 6. That's insanity. Where did I have the New York election? Did I leave it? Okay, hold on. Here we go. NYC Mayor. Okay. Still at 50.4.
Still right there.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Maybe it cracks under 50.
I would like to... Do they have a thing, like, with the outstanding vote and where that's coming from?
Guess not on this.
They don't have one of those maps.
I was playing around with it a little bit. I didn't see anything. It's not as detailed as the Democratic primary one.
I would like to know this. I kind of want to just find out if Zoran's going to get 50%,
Yeah, I mean, because you could tell pretty easily depending on what neighborhoods is the votes left in.
But, all right, I'm thinking we'll probably wrap up the stream rather soon, guys, because I think we know the sort of overall picture. So any last thoughts you got? Any super chats you want to send? I guess last call, okay? The bar is closing. You need to get out. But Interstate Chef for $10 says, once again, I'm older, right? 41. But there is a song back in the day that kind of represents what might happen. I don't know. Silver Chair Anthem for 2000. Old school shot singing. But I don't know. Check it out. Peace. Okay, thank you very much for the 10. Interstate Chef, I appreciate it. Silver Chair Anthem for 2000. That is not a song that my dad drove to. So I have to check that out for myself. Song 2000. Anthem of the year 2000. Okay. All right. I added it to my Apple Music, guys. All right, but I appreciate the 10. Thank you very much. Let's see here. Is Vince looking at CNN, NPR? No, this is the New York Times. This is the New York Times, who I'm not trying to support them, but they typically have like the best most detailed map, so that's why we're using them. You go on Decision Desk, they haven't even updated the results for like hours.
It's all 1%.
I don't know what's going on there. You have a Zoran Mondani intern is running there.
No one's at the Decision Desk.
No one's at the Decision
Decisions are being made.
There's no decisions being made on the Decision Desk. Let's see here. Global Islam must be cheering. Oh yeah, they are. I mean, the Jihadi Progressive Alliance is completely real. And some people think they're smart by saying, how can you call Zoran an Islamist when he's like pro-LGBT and super woke? It's like, yeah, it's called Sadiq Khan. It's called London, right? This is the coalition you see time and time again. Essentially, you get elected off the backs of being a woke progressive, but also a lot of the Islamists vote for you because they see you as one of them. And then the unifying factor of the coalition is very simple. It's extremely simple. They hate Western civilization, and they don't like white people, right? That's what progressive leftists and jihadis and Islamists share in common. And that's enough, at least for now, to unite them. Now, in the event that they like took total victory over the country, would that alliance last very long? No. It's basically like the, I don't know, Molotov-Ribbentrop pact or something like that. But, in all seriousness, that's what happens, And you should make no mistake about that. There is absolutely a connection there between the two. Yeah, we do have the Muslim Brotherhood in office. And by the way, you've seen this character arc from a lot of them, right? Zoran kind of went down that. Mehdi Hassan's a prime example. 10, 15 years ago, Mehdi Hassan was like a hardcore like Islamist, right? Saying all this stuff about the non-Muslims are cattle and all this. And then now what is he? He's a woke progressive, just claiming, oh, I had a sincere change. But all he ever does politically is just call everyone Islamophobic. It's like, I don't know if they've really changed all that much, Look at London. Right? London, half of London is a woke progressive nightmare. The other half is like a Sharia no-go zone, But the unifying factor is the same, right? Both are destroying British society in their own respective ways. So that's what happens. But all right. Margins went up slightly in California. Any thoughts here, Ryan?
On any of them?
On anything, yep.
Yeah, no, I mean, California, what's that number's at now? I'd say 64 or 63? Well, I don't even know.
It went up slightly, but that's because Los Angeles is reporting. But that's 75%.
Honestly, it's not as bad as it could have been.
No, Los Angeles is reporting 75%. And San Francisco...
0.
The area, still a lot to go in the Bay Area, so that's not good. But yeah, just because we just got a huge vote dump from Los Angeles. Yep. These sort of smaller red parts of the state still remain to be seen. But yeah, I mean, it's probably going to be about a 60-40. I would estimate it's looking like that.
I mean, Virginia, about what I expected at the top of the ticket. I didn't expect to see the AG race go like that.
Right.
New York, Cuomo did a little bit better than the polls thought, and Mondami's kind of not really doing that great. So good to see. One thing to take away from this is the polls were wildly wrong.
Oh, yeah.
They actually had a decent 2020 when you calculate margin of error in. I mean, not 2020, 2024. It wasn't like this bad. Like, you're not getting 10 points wrong.
This was like a 2020 or 2016 style miss for the Republicans.
Usually polls within the margin of error. You had Rasmussen that had a great one, Trafalgar. Atlas has been good recently.
Atlas totally was off.
Yeah, no, this time they were awful.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what was right, the prediction markets.
Yeah.
I mean, like they had the New Jersey governor race at 90%, Mondami at 90%, all this stuff. And there you go. I mean, it turns out these races weren't that close.
4 years ago, I did not trust prediction markets because I think back then they used to just do it based on like how many people bet changes the number, and it's like bettors are stupid. But when you have like sports books using analytics and computer models basically the same way they do like sports spreads, right? That can be pretty lightning accurate, and that's what a lot of them are doing now. So yeah, I think you could argue they're the new gold standard.
Yeah, no, honestly, when you see the results in New Jersey and Virginia, I mean, prediction markets were way closer.
Yeah.
Than polls.
Than any of this.
In some of the gold standard polls.
Yeah. But yeah, Zoran's still at 50.4%, so he's looking to win by a margin of 9 or less. Yeah.
And even
that's an underperformance from the polls.
Going back to the prediction markets, I mean, you had, we talk about foreign-born or non-New Yorkers that voted for Mondami, non-native New Yorkers. A lot of Mondami's money came from outside New York.
Yeah.
From big-time donors, not even living in New York.
Well, supports literally AstroTurf. Yeah. He's a fake candidate, basically. He
got funneled a bunch of money. And you look at, even at the prediction markets, it was Kalshi put something out that the majority of the Zoran bets were from outside of New York. So people pumping up Zoran's numbers weren't even New Yorkers.
Right.
And if it was just New Yorkers, it was, Cuomo was actually in the call sheet lead.
Yeah. And I mean, I think clearly you're seeing that because Cuomo outperformed the polls, you know?
And it may be that if you combine Curtis and Andrew,
in the end,
they may beat Zoran.
And if you had a runoff, Cuomo, if you had a runoff and then Cuomo can actually campaign, which is a big if, because he just refuses to do it.
Yeah.
But, All right, Tristan Ellis for $20, thank you very much, says, Omar was with your boy speaking Somali. Obama was lobbying against a black woman. Dems were all in. This is so true. And Obama especially, the demo KKK rats, okay? And they committed a hate crime against a black woman tonight. It's truly despicable, okay? The real racist. But Republicans were at the Jewish Republican Coalition and doing podcast grandstanding over Tucker and Nick Fuentes. Ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, it's true. Look, I don't want to overestimate the importance of or how important the internet is, because I think to some degree, some of the stuff you see online is not real life, and that's why I ignore a certain part of it. But yeah, I mean, it's true. A lot of the focus on the right, I mean, at least if you go on X, how real do you want to see that? I don't know. But if you go on X, and you're a conservative, very little talk about the New Jersey election. Even the same on YouTube, on a lot of the right-wing media. No, it's like, Tucker Carlson, freaking Israel conspiracy theories, Charlie Kirk conspiracy, all this. You ever notice how conspiracy theories correlate strongly with demoralizing people from politics and then not getting them involved in the things that matter? Yep. Big reason I've been trying to stay mission focused, and that's not because I'm some neocon. No, I've been saying the most important thing right now for the political right is deportations and crushing the organized left when it comes to the NGO network and all that. That's the most important priority for the Trump administration. It's not Israel. Whatever you think about it, whatever side of that you want, it's not the most important issue right now in the country. It's not that. It's not whatever other weird conspiracizing whatever. It's like, and this is the result you get. I saw, by the way, Candace Owens literally came out today and said she's not going to vote. She said she's not going to vote again until we find out the truth about Charlie from the government. And whatever she defines the truth to be.
Yeah, I don't know.
Talk about a demoralization agent, It's really interesting, too. You see a lot of the Israel-obsessed rightists, like Sneeko now, basically endorsed Zoran Mamdani, I've been trying to say, if you read a lot of my X timeline in the weeks after the assassination, I was like, look, there's literally a bunch of subverters on the right trying to demoralize and take attention away. And then some people said, oh, you're just getting paid by Israel to say it. It's like, really? Israel is paying me to say that, we should invoke the Insurrection Act in Portland, that. That's what they're. No, because I understood that the right, in the wake of that assassination, it was our time to be mission focused, right? That should have really centered us and said, here's what has to be done. And then half the right decided to say, oh, well, I don't believe the official narrative. I'm going to just ask questions and then blah, blah, blah. And then it just spirals into oh, I support the freaking Democrats now because Donald Trump is with Jeffrey Epstein or some garbage. And then this is what you get. So, I'm not going to say, I don't know how big that impact is. I like I said, we shouldn't overestimate it. Most Republican voters don't actually know what the heck is going on, right? The internet's not real life with this stuff. But yeah, I mean, that's a component, it's definitely not helping us. Let me put it that way. So, I mean, yeah. You got to beware of the demoralization actors on the right, Interstate Chef for $2 says, sorry, watch the video. Explains a lot. Peace. Yeah, see you later. PC, thanks for tuning in, Interstate Chef. And it's think about it, right? If you were a communist or Marxist infiltrator on the American right, what would be the easier thing to do? To turn normal conservatives into leftists, which they're not buying that, or to instead send them down the weird quote unquote far right, I don't even think it's far right, but quote unquote far right rabbit hole that just demoralizes them from being involved in politics.
Yeah.
That's what they would do.
Way easier.
Right? It's a demoralization campaign, way easier. And I'm just telling you, that's what's happening right now, And it's very interesting that people like Candace Owens, for example, do you notice the end? So as I said, when Charlie was assassinated, Antifa is the #1 target. Like, literally, there are a bunch of communists in this country who want to blank you. And if the right wing does not understand that and to stay mission focused about that, Candace Owens is saying what? I don't actually think the violent radical left, that is your #1 enemy. Your #1 enemy. They're not really your enemies. We should stop blaming them. Isn't it really interesting how that theory always ends up saying, we're going to run cover for the communists, you know? Same with all these characters. I'm just saying, you know? So, and then you have, again, people like Sneeko just endorsing Zoran Mondani outright. It's like, okay, I said months ago, there's like actual, at the very least, useful idiots for the communists throughout the entire American right. And then, you know, that's what I would argue I'm pretty vindicated on that. I'm just saying, you know, and it sucks to watch, but it's true. Man Milk for $2 says, remember 2021, Virginia shifted 13% Republican. It happens. It does. And that's also why we should not over extrapolate from this for 2026, especially given, again, government shutdown. Cowboy Up Texas says, I was called a conspiracy lunatic for saying a dog could vote in a blue state. It literally happened. Yeah, no, we just researched. It literally did happen. A dead dog. Okay, not a dead person, a dead dog. Iron Spider 1734 says, doesn't Sneeko like to see his girl get with other? Yeah, that indeed is something that Sneeko did in the past, and then now he's just supporting Zoran. So tells you a lot. But yeah, okay. I guess we will wrap it up here very soon. Last call for super chats, and then just again to give some like recapping brief thoughts here. Not great results. But overall, right, I think the key takeaways ought to be #1. Republicans need way better ground game. You look at those red counties, that's what happened. They just didn't show up to vote. They didn't turn Democrat, they just didn't show up to vote. That's a big thing for 2026. Secondly, government shutdown. Definitely a dirty tactic that they weaponized to drive Democrat turnout. That's also true. We cannot over extrapolate the results from that. But, you know, furthermore, thirdly, especially New York City and others, right? Immigration, that needs to be another conversation. But again, don't overreact to it. But especially New Jersey, I think that's disappointing. I don't know. What do you think? And Jay Jones. And that's
well,
insane.
Jay Jones, maybe that's the most disappointing out of all.
Yeah,
He's just
maybe,
an absolute lunatic. It's awful. But New Jersey was by far, I think, the most disappointing. As far as, you know, I mean, we expected Winsome Sears to lose, not by as much as she did, but New Jersey really disappointing. Trump gained a lot of traction, huge gains. Chitterelli nearly won 4 years ago. Not even close. Not even close. And, you know, maybe we didn't knock on enough doors. Maybe it's immigration. Maybe whatever we want to, you know, we saw in certain counties in New Jersey that were heavily Hispanic. ICE probably had something to do with that. Poorer counties that Chitterelli didn't do good on. Government shutdown definitely has something to possibly do with it. Really disappointing to see that. But obviously, I think from really around everything, top down, you got to have a better candidate up top, especially in Virginia.
Someone says, are we worried about midterms? Not necessarily. I think, again, this is not an issue of like, oh, Donald Trump is like 30,000 points underwater and he's hated and that's what's driving it. No, it's more extraneous factors that's what Democrats are going to claim. It's not true. It's not true. Again, government shutdown. That was beneficial to Democrat turnout. A lack of a Republican organized ground effort that was very strong in good candidate selection, especially in Virginia. That was a contributing factor, right, to Democrat turnout, you know. Government shutdown, not just in terms of federal workers in Virginia, but as we brought up, right, the EBT recipients, you know, Cumberland County, New Jersey, prime example of that. So, you know, and the last thing, again, I'd say is that you look at 2021, those results should have indicated a historic red wave for Republicans in 2022. It didn't happen. Why did it not happen? Because you cannot over extrapolate from off-year elections, right? They're all different. The turnout you see on one night might not be the turnout on another night. So yes, there are institutional problems that the GOP needs to fix, but am I worried that like the country has totally been surrendered to the left? No, it's more like you have to be more competent at doing certain things and also just not have a government shutdown that the Democrats weaponize, you know? So, Jessica Price says, Vince, I sent a super chat on stream. Let me see if I can see it. I don't see it. I don't know. What'd you say, Jessica? It's not showing up for me. I don't know. Maybe check if it went through, Jessica, because I don't see it here. But I don't know. I'll try to look for that. But yeah, with that said, guys, I mean, there you basically have it. I'll be around tomorrow to do some recap videos of all of this. Let's see if Minneapolis has anything. This is the best result of the night. I mean, this is amazing. All right, I'm given everything else, I'm so happy about this. Okay, the Captain Phillips guy goes down. Cowboy Up Texas for 2 says, Jay Jones is an awakening win. People wake up. Yes, and that's also true. People wake up, right? Understand that literally the majority of Democrat voters in this country are okay with political violence. I'm not saying that that's a pretense to do something against them. I'm not endorsing violence, but it is something that when you understand that, you have to change your sort of own viewpoint on like politics as a whole, right? Like who we are as a country, where we are as a country. Same conversation needs to be had about immigration, right? So yeah, hopefully, you realize who like the true enemy of civilization is watching a win like that, and it's not all the stupid conspiracizing about whatever foreign countries. Okay, like you have a problem right now, and any right winger trying to draw attention away from how important that is literally your enemy. Like they're literally subverting the movement. So, all right, but thank you for the 2. And with that said, guys, all right, I guess we will basically wrap it up here. Thank you to everyone who tuned in tonight. Again, be sure to tune into the channel tomorrow. We'll probably have recap videos and all that. But yeah, all right. Until next time, guys. God bless. See you guys later. Peace. Ryan, say goodbye.